ज़ायद हो जाता है भाई, कभी कभी लेट हो जाता है। घर पे वो आए थे, मेरा एसी ठीक करने, तो काम चल रहा था, 1 घंटे से काम चल रहा था। माफ करे, माफ करे। है दलोज, कैसे हो दलोज? व्हाट इज अप, व्हाट इज अप? आज हम सपोर्ट करेंगे पूरा जी जान से खांग खांग को हम अपना सपोर्ट दिखाएंगे इस बार। बहुत हो गया, बहुत प्रेडिक्शंस गलत गए। नॉट एनी मोर बेबी, नॉट एनी मोर, समझ रहे हो? गलत मत करो यार अभी भाई। आज जिंक्स नहीं, आज जिंक्स नहीं, आज नहीं, आज जिंक्स नहीं भाई। फाइनली मोनेटाइजेशन चालू हो गया यार वापस। कल ग्लिच हो गया था साला, फाइनली ठीक हो गया। क्या कर रहा था मैं? ड्यूड कॉल कर रहा था ना। ईडीजी 2 बार ईडीजी डालू मैं, कि वही जीतने वाला है। मैं नहीं चाहता तुम्हारा वोट वेस्ट जाए, समझ रहे हो? साउंड, अरे ये क्या सुनना है? ये ले ले ले
has been born.
ले ले। बाय द वे कांग्रेचुलेशंस, एक और चीज में आ चुका है SC12 भाई। आगे ही बढ़ते जा रहे हैं भाई, आगे ही बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। इस साल मेरे हिसाब से बूम बाम साल है। देखा, मैंने पूछा कौन जीतेगा, बोला ईडीजी। जो ये गेम जीतेगा वो जाएगा फाइनल्स में।
Make history and not just put China on the map, cement China's legacy in Valorant forever.
They're hunting for something big here, something that barely any team has ever done. And the team that's done
सोल वैलोरेंट में कुछ नहीं करेगा। लेवी अंडा अंडरस्कोर अंडा बहुत सही के इंसान कुछ करेगा या नहीं करेगा? तेरे जेब से कुछ जा रहा है ड्यूड, कुछ जा रहा है। हाँ, क्या तू वैलो खेल के प्रो प्लेयर बनने वाला है? कुछ करने वाला है? नहीं। काहे काहे मतलब ऐसे काहे ज्ञान चोदना है? बताओ, नहीं बताओ काहे? कुछ कुछ कर रहा है तू वैल्यू के लिए या और के लिए? कुछ कर रहा है? नहीं कर रहा है, काहे ज्ञान चोदना? सपोर्ट करना है करो, नहीं करना है मत करो, कोई जबरदस्ती नहीं है। लेकिन ऐसे कीबोर्ड पे ऐसा टाइप करने का फालतू कमेंट जरा जरूरत नहीं है, समझ रहे हो? अपना अंडा अंडरस्कोर अंडा लो और वही आंखों से छटको बैच। ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है।
It makes perfect sense that G2 would get rid of Fracture. They got stomped on that map. Balance talked about lowering the pace. That's going to be really important on Lotus. Like I said, EDG have been playing a deathball comp since about July. They're 7-3 on it overall, but they've lost 3 out of 4 of their last maps. So it's a comp that's getting worse over time, and G2 have a chance coming out strong.
I tell you what sticks out to me there at the end is that bind. I'm really curious.
ये देखो, एक और बंदा बोला अमन झंडू। अभी मैं इसको तोड़ भी नहीं सकता भाई, नाम देख लो भाई, अमन झंडू नाम है उसका, तोड़ भी नहीं सकता। क्या ही बोलूं भाई, शाउट आउट दिया तो वैसे ही बंदा टूटेगा यार।
It worked the previous time, but I'm not so sure about
And
this.
correct me if I'm wrong on that one. It was a G2 pick against Sentinels.
Do क्या shout out do?
When they went
तेरी
up for
रेण।
split,
Yeah,
right?
it was a first round pick in that BO5. They lost 13-4.
Hello, Uncle
I'd be
Levy,
surprised
Levy
if G2 come out with, maybe even if it is the same
Bind तक जाएगा
if they
क्या
go for
लगता है?
something
2-0
slightly different. Nobody
EDG
goes back over to the
full
fade.
support
They've
इस
been
बार
swapping
मेरा,
between
full
the fade and the
मतलब full।
Sova, but it's the same idea from Edward Gaming. They have run this comp since July 10 times, 7-3, but lost 3 out of 4 of the most recent. I think G2 are going
ये दूसरा SC12 वैलेंट रोस्टर का हिंट मिलेगा। हिंट भाई पूरा ऐसे है सोशल मीडिया में, ऐसे वैलेंट रोस्टर में कौन है, प्लेयर कौन है, कोच कौन है, SC12 वैलो आने से क्या हो रहा है वैलो में। मतलब लोग पॉपकॉर्न लेके बैठे, आप हिंट मांग रहे हो यार। पूरी मूवी खत्म होने वाली है भाई, जल्दी फ्रंट रो सीट्स लो, फ्रंट रो। ये गेम फाइनल से, ये गेम अपर ब्रैकेट फाइनल से, अपर ब्रैकेट। यहाँ से जो जीतेगा वो जाएगा फिनाले में, और बाद में इसके बाद लोअर ब्रैकेट का मैच होएगा सेमीफाइनल। तो अगर फॉर एग्जाम्पल G2 हारा तो नेक्स्ट मैच का जो विनर रहेगा ना उनके सामने एक बेस्ट ऑफ 5 होएगा लोअर ब्रैकेट का, फिर उसमें से जो जीतेगा वो ये गेम का विनर के साथ मास्टर्स के लिए लड़ेगा। एचएल वैलो रोस्टर इज फॉर लॉन्ग रन, नहीं मतलब ये सब मैं नहीं डिसाइड करता भाई, रॉन्ग क्वेश्चन टू आस्क रॉन्ग पर्सन।
One time this year, I really think these opening 2 maps are about stealing away your opponent's map pick to set yourself up in a great spot.
मूवी खत्म होने वाली है, अरे मतलब वैसा जो चल रहा है।
5 more seconds and it all begins. We do have
जो
the
आ रहा
frenzy coming
है।
out for Kang Kang. We're going to have a couple of bits and pieces to look towards. It will be EDG on the
इसलिए
attack
का लाइन होने वाला नहीं,
G2 on
मोस्टली
the
तो नहीं है
defending
ऐसा कोई
side. This is common ground for G2. How do they look now? Jorgamo already noted.
फिनाले का डेट क्या है? परसों है।
Playing over in Waterfall was stun held early on
परसों।
in the round, but I think EDG, Smoggy especially, on this Clove is going to want to challenge into the B site, look and see if there's a potential pivot through that door.
Yeah, Deo Utility has already cleared over towards that A space, so the likes of G2, they can sit a little bit more comfortable in this stack, but already Kang Kang's going to take the space away. They've got security.
As a sub,
on
मैंने
Yeah,
आपसे
he made that
कुछ
noise
नहीं
sliding
मांगा,
into Waterfall,
but
but falls out because they want to fight up into heaven. 3 players ready to attack towards Leaf with this stun.
G2, you better be ready for this. You know what EDG are like.
Busy
They
है
want
अभी,
to bring that
Goldie
tempo,
busy
they
है,
want to
समझ
bring
रहे हो?
that pace. They
वरना आ
take
जाता।
up towards that CT side, over towards stairs. Now
गोल्डी
the
पे
fight
देखो
actually
इनको।
begins. Util still in play. It's Leaf to fall, Tread to fall, Valor
भाई,
goes
क्या हो गया
down.
भाई?
G2 falling like flies until
वो मार
then.
दिए।
Jorgamo and Jonah P now with an uphill struggle to say the least. Kang Kang made sure of it. EDG, round 1.
Just
Well, मैंने बोला था।
Pistol for EDG. That fight up for heaven goes beautifully, and they'd also left
भाई
Chichu,
क्या
who's been
घुस के
such
मारा
a
बे, मस्त
consistent
control लेते
problem for any team that faces EDG in this tournament. He's over in main, killing those flankers from G2 that were trying to pinch in on the retake.
बस मारा ना नोबडी ने।
Look back at that.
Nade
Nobody
वेट
off
सब
to
था
a
उसके नीचे।
belting start, and I feel like when you look through this EDG roster, every single player, their name just strikes fear, doesn't it? Chichu, probably
Thank you,
in line to
Pranav.
be one of the players to walk out of this with that MVP.
He has been playing
आज होएगा कि नहीं
absolutely
मालूम नहीं है,
phenomenally
नॉर्मल से में आज होएगा
so
कि
far
नहीं मालूम
across
नहीं।
this tournament.
आज मुझे तो
Series
सेंटी मत
versus
करना पाए।
G2 earlier as well. Looks like into this next round, G2 have guessed poorly. 4 players on that C site, and EDG gonna quickly find that no one's really home apart from John. He doesn't
Well,
even
that's
have
a
a sheriff
good
to
read
his
by
name.
EDG.
This is lacking in almost all areas, hoping for a bit of timing or something on their side. Chichu's having none of that. Jorgamo found, site secure, plants in play, everything looking good, tick in the box.
Yeah, right now G2 just trying to show a couple of those C fights early on in these opening rounds. Start that conditioning. Smoggy's conditioning is that he's just going to kill you if you look at him.
I think that goes for all of them.
Lean
Actually, that
there.
seems to apply throughout. Oh, and the confidence is sky high. Leaf.
Flawless
to his
बे
knees real
और
quick.
भी दिया, सब
Yeah,
दिया बे,
He doesn't
हेलो।
have to go very far. He's already back in spawn, ready to
Isn't that
rebuy
nice?
a gun.
Isn't that nice of them?
Not too bad.
क्या लगता है लेकिन नो सेंटिनल काम
Really
चलेगा?
opts to come through here. Nothing massively locked in yet. Obviously, Chichu the closest, but not exactly something you're going to be writing home about. But again,
क्या
I
लगता
do
है?
want to see once those start building, who's going to be the player to
No
take the
Senti
ball
versus
from.
no
We've got some
Senti.
big names here. Maybe some that you wouldn't expect. Jaws not even been the kind of
ऐसा
headliner
क्यों
in
हुआ
my
रहेगा?
mind. It's been Jonah P, it's been Trent, it's been Leaf on occasion. All
ये
having their
Lotus में एक भी
moments in
Senti
the
नहीं है।
sun. Of course, for EDG, just lists off the whole roster.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawl headed over towards Rubble in this early round. I mean, tons of utility spent.
Oh, everything's here. This is absolutely wild.
फिर
It's Jonah
भी
P
मारा
trying
10
to get the
HP
secure
में।
kills first. It slowed down the roll a lot.
गया बे,
for
गया,
EDG.
गया।
Spam
गए
through
बे
the
तुम
smoke,
लोग,
hoping
तुम
for a
लोग गए।
connection. Unconfirmed damage, but damage nonetheless.
Yeah, G2 going to back out of that space, just throw up the vital
कंकंग
wall.
ना मान रहा बे,
Ball
इतनी
on
यूटिलिटी के
back.
बीच में घुस के
TG2
मार
a
गया।
little bit worried about one player rotating into
तब
that B
अपन ने
space,
दिया
so can use a Tail
मॉड
drone
जिसका
to
नाम
clear
याद
out front
रखना,
B,
हेत
realize no
पटेल,
one's in
ठीक
there.
है?
Maybe start shifting back into the A side after that
इसका
sees nothing.
देता हूँ मैं एड्रेस देता हूँ ऋषि सर को, रुको।
Just easing off the pressure here. EDG looking to settle into this. Again, now the pressure's almost on G2 to keep this cool, to not lose any of these access points, and I hope they don't go overly searching here. Jorgamo better play this patiently.
Because he could peek into spawn here, and the timing says that he might. Gets it,
बाप
sees the spike,
रे,
that's a good
मस्त
look.
timing
And
है
going
बे।
for more is just too much, though.
That greed could cost them. Again, these are the small margins, those fine margins. And look at the rest of G2. Look how passive they are sat here.
Exactly. And G2
Must
don't
na?
play with the Sentinel. Neither of these teams do. So once you lose players especially, there's
30
these
seconds
huge
left.
gaps. They've got 2 players in spawn right now because you can't hold B site and A site. Instead, they're giving all that territory away, saying you plant the spike, tell us where you are, then we'll go on the retake.
And then you look at Trent and you look at Valen, utility are plenty. They've got plenty to play on the retake with as well. They can try and clear through some of these areas. And for EDG, it's doing their due diligence as well. Methodically approaching. A nice attempt here to stall, but I felt like they could have maybe paused for a second and tried to play off it. But regardless, they start working back through heaven.
भाई nobody ने अगर लीफ को मार दिया ना
Leaf is
तो लग
such an
गए।
aware player. He should be heads up for this one. Lovely. Good shoulder check. Doesn't need to do too much. Needs to wait for the other two to swing in through this smoke. Looking for that paranoia. It's good. Nobody removed from the fight. Smoggy falls. Valen strides in. It's not going to happen for
blue
nobody.
retake, baby.
G2 keep their cool.
मेरे को लगा एक सेकंड के लिए कि वहाँ पे डीके आएगा।
Going in on the retake there. Leaf just
Good luck with TCN Mumbai. Lots of love to you for always entertaining. Love you, Nakul bhai.
Right, G2 had shown 2 looks where they were majority of their
Thank
team
you for
over
the
towards
Canadian
Sam, so as soon as they come in on the
20
anti-bonus,
Thank you for
it's gonna
the
be that big
20
rubble fight.
Canadian Australian dollars मेरी जान.
And EDG catch them off guard.
Nice, boys.
WW, thank you so much.
Feels like it's all about
Glove,
setting
double
expectations,
controller
right?
खेल रहे हैं ना?
Tempo expectations, the pressure, the pace.
क्यों
coming in
glove
from
वो
this
मत
EDG
पूछो,
went
लेकिन
in
ठीक है।
really head first over towards that rubble side, and I wonder if they're willing to brawl again because it looks like G2
think
are up
so.
for it.
I would
Honestly,
prefer
EDG,
Viper,
when they
लेकिन
played Trace on the
fire
snap in the
power है
finals, it was
करके
just a rubble
slowly
fights
आ
on loop, and we're seeing more of it now.
Oh, this might be vicious. You're looking at Kung Kung to try and
इधर
find
भी
a little bit
smoke
of
कर
space
सकते
to
हैं
maneuver in, and if anything, he just found the bad end of the gun. Trent and Joda P putting in the pain. G2 once again walking away with the advantage from this scrap.
I like that G2 are matching EDG blow for blow over here, because usually their A-holds are a lot more reserved. You know, let Jaw take a
ये
fight.
कौन
with
सी
some utility,
करेंसी
and then he'll
Canadian
TP
Australian
back.
dollar है ये
That's what EDG's prep would have told them, but by showing these early fights, EDG are
आज
realizing
Galaxy
it's
भाई
not that
VPN
free
डाल के करो
territory
सब
they're
परसेंट
maybe
मालूम
expecting
पड़ेगा
in this
come on
matchup.
डिनर
We
वाला
saw
ट्राई
that gear
करना
shift in the last round for G2. Hyper passive, right? Playing almost in spawn. Now it looks like G2 still want to secure this space by rubble.
Yeah.
It's been evacuated. Maybe just
है
that
बे,
zero zone
read तो
coming
है
in
बे
and still
EDG का,
being
कुछ
having
भी
some
बोलो बे।
contact kept them present enough.
अच्छे
The C
side
site
पे
is
जा रहे हो लोग।
completely available. Obviously EDG don't know that. They're still going to try and take a little bit of precaution on the way through, but this buys time for some of these rotations. And for G2, they don't need to rush things. You got to look at what util they have to play this back in with. Trent still primed with plenty. Valen should be there as well.
What I'm looking at in this post plan, EDG are down numbers. They're going to want to fight forward, and Simon has the fault line ready to
अरे
go.
भाई मेरा भी
It
नाम
looks like
नकुल है
fighting
बहुत कम
waterfall
लोगों
where
का
G2
होता
are
है
stacked.
हाँ जी
Yeah, this could be an absolute brawl breaking out. They want to have a fight. Yeah, the stun's just spot on. They're going for the swing, and it might have been a miss until then. Smoggy with back-to-back impact.
एक और एक करके नहीं मालूम
Finally, Valen makes it there. Down to the 1v1. Simon sees
Ah.
him playing around. What does Simon say about this one? Nothing!
बाप
Valen
रे।
brings him to his knees, and this discipline from
Hey,
G2
babe,
looks
Elvin.
perfect.
That was
किसको
unreal,
support कर
right?
रहे हो?
EDG
EDG
had
baby.
perfect lead, stun up 2 targets, but they weren't ready for that extra
क्या
player
खेल रहे हैं
into
दोनों team?
waterfall. Valen keeping his cool in
खेलने
that
का मन कर
moment
रहा था
too.
थोड़ा सा।
It's just exactly what G2 needed to tie it up.
I'm just impressed with the win cons
देखते
that
हैं
G2
लक्ष्य
are
भाई,
playing
चालू
to.
होने दो
They're
पहले।
reading EDG quite nicely. It feels like have an early scrap. Luckily for
किसको
them, they're
support
coming
कर
out
रहे हो?
with
मैं
bad
कर रहा हूँ
advantages from
EDG
this
को।
fight, which I don't want to say it's a coin flip. It does feel high risk, but they've
मतलब
been
भाई membership
rewarded.
खत्म हो
But
गई,
then
क्या
in
कर
these
रहे हो?
post plants, they know what they need to do here. EDG want to get that advantage back, want to get a player up. They're ready for these
Binks
balls.
भाई जिसको support
The
करते हैं वो
brawls on
हारते
the
हैं
retakes are looking real
करूँ तुझे
clean.
करूँ करूँ
And honestly, they're set up to continue showing similar
Let's
looks.
go, baby.
Jumping into the next round, EDG going to be fighting for Rebel again, although this time G2 are not going to overcommit to the space. Giacomo's over towards C, and you look at the ults G2 have on the Tejo, on the Yoru as well. They're going to not be so keen to fight forward and instead play a heavy retake with those abilities.
And again, if you're EDG, you're being conditioned to believe there is presence there, right? So it gives G2 that
ये ना
freedom
कि
to
मन
now
में
put
कुछ
bodies
नहीं आया कि
elsewhere,
इस
over
बार AP
towards
इतना यूटिल्स आया
Mound,
नहीं
over towards this passive B hold.
हो
It allows
सकता
a
है वो
lot
लोग
of
नहीं
faith
लड़
to put in
रहेंगे
Trent.
Now that EDG have chosen not to speed up into the A side, that they're playing for this space in front B, well, G2 with the sand space, they can open up
Info
the
ले रहे हैं
door.
आराम आराम
If EDG try to exec in, they can get a little crunch going.
शादी
in
भी लगा तो
mid-round.
जीटू
I
जीतेगी
like what
क्या
EDG
लैंग्वेज
are trying
है
to do. They're going fact-finding, right? They're looking for information
गलत
here.
चीज
They
नहीं लिखते
felt
आप
maybe there was that pressure towards A, but they've already put players up towards it, right? A little bit of a show towards door, a little bit of the paranoia. These are all ticks in the box, right? They're trying to draw players over, get a read. Kung Kung, I've noted it's on over towards Mound there.
EDG have the perfect time to go for a
भाई
beat. Jogger
खेला
just
बे
teleported
EDG
out of
दिमाग
the sand
से
space, so there's no crunch this time.
Oh, this is nice. It was a real feint towards A.
Ulti
Drawn the
भी
eyes
गया
over, the
Avesh।
ulti's gonna go in, but now we know it's over towards B, but the chaos continues. Jaw wants to find some impact here. He's found more than that. He's found 3. They're pouring in towards the seaside. Valen can't get the gun out in time.
Huh?
EDG pivot on a time, but they're not in the clear just yet. Kang still securing CT, holding that space, allowing the plant to come in. G2 catching that B rotate. They out-pivoted G2 so well this round.
EDG just snapped G2's ankles in half. I mean, what a play. They were so patient in that round, really testing out the space into A, baiting out an ultimate, and then going all the way into C.
Kangkang bolte.
Wow. And you think back to, what was it, the pistol round where they went for that B hit, they slid into the waterfall space and then backed out of it, fought towards heaven. So that's what G2 are thinking about. This time they go all the way through and G2 have no clue what's happening to them.
आज normal stream के लिए सेंटी ने duelist करेंगे.
It's in the way EDG plays. I love it. The fact they were so willing to pivot through towards C, maybe knowing G2 have been playing hyper passive. They haven't been playing, super active on these sites. The rotations are taking that long route around, playing safety.
हर गेम में मारा ना ये बंदे ने.
That out. Like what, round 5, round 4? They had
हर एक गेम में
plans in mind. It's beautiful, and it's broken the money of G2.
All those little inserts
भाई
that
क्या
left on the
खेला
map
लेकिन
to
ए
watch their
फेक
backs
किया.
also looking very nice. Now,
B पे टैप
G2
करके
have a
फेक
fall
कर
line ready
दिया.
to
C
stun
या
front
C
B if
split कर दिया.
Talon
भाई
finds any
है
sort of
बेटी.
contact. But I like how EDG have slowed things down because you're going to run into problems because G2 run a lot of these set trap plays. So getting the info is always very important so you don't get caught off guard.
Oh, G2 knows it. That smoke coming in, he was like, guys, help me out
Smoke
here.
देख के हाथ में गई रही.
Lovely little set piece for G2 just to maybe try and get that weapon away, right? Secure some security for themselves, get a little upgrade, and bail out. Valorant's going to have that for now, but the C site is under threat.
I don't want to make you nervous, but EDG lost 8 of their 13 anti-ecos yesterday.
Stop it. Stop it. It won't happen again, right? Not like this. Kang already going to show
एक और मौका देते. एक और मौका
dominance
देते.
towards CT. Sides on in. Yeah, they're not taking any chances this time. Kang!
एक और मौका दे.
It's the name up in lights. Pops the ult, secures the round.
बख्शो दिने, बख्शो दिने,
They are
आदित्य.
taking zero risk.
It almost
Last
looks like just
warning.
the playbook that Liquid was trying to run versus G2 the other day, where it's all these fights forward. Now
अरे
a couple
काहे
times
loading हो
back to
रहे हो?
back. Kong's hitting at 10 kills currently. After it got a little bit dodgy at the start, it was a 3v5 at one point. But go into the Neon Ultimate, and G2 have no chance against that.
And maybe again, look, if we note the statistics that EDG was
Well,
struggling,
well.
issues there, yeah, they doubled down.
Looks to me like G2 are gonna go all in for another Rebel fight here. Ready to go with stuns. I mean, just a carbon copy these last few rounds, and G2 are continuing to dominate.
हर एक A fight G2 जीता है. हर एक.
Big picks. Again, man advantage. Last time around, we've seen G2 then shift into a passive hold. They have not fallen away just yet. EDG want more. They want more pain, apparently. G2 punishing. That push up trying to get closer. It is just a massacre over towards A.
अब नहीं लेंगे. अब
Closing
नहीं
in
लेंगे.
From the start of the round,
Binks bro,
Liquid
can I
was full
play
sprinting
football?
on
Yes,
the
you
flank
can.
to catch out EDG. It was a great refight back through door from Trent.
मैं क्या क्या? अरे
Joggo
तू
started
नहीं रे
off with
कदम.
the 2K. That's what G2 need to
अरे
continue
तुम
to
लोग
show this
आदित्य
fight
नहीं रे,
into
ये सादा
trouble
वाला.
and force EDG out of that space.
Feels like a game of chicken now. I'm looking at the minimap already. Y'all can watch a replay, but it feels like who's gonna back away first? Surely they won't do it again, right? Surely they won't.
मस्त combo था ना यहाँ से सन वहाँ से after shot.
I'm not so sure. What EDG need to do is make sure they're not getting double flashed when they're double diving into root. I think they're going back Rebel this time around. And
fight
G2 are
ले रहे
fighting
बे.
again.
This is going to be similar scenes, isn't it? Kang trying to find his routing, find his spacing, and right now they're just finding pain here. Push back once again, Valorant wants the space, looks for his man, there's Jonah P to catch him. Beautiful from G2, that is stunning, and it's over, surely Spoggy. This feels unwinnable, a 1v3, prove me wrong, I dare you. But this is waving the banner of G2. They're just not even giving him a chance. Have fun, good luck, catch you in the next. We're back all even.
G2 cringing it to the max after they get the kills.
मैं बोला
Not
था
gonna
ये
let
मत
Clove
जाना.
have a chance
Hello?
to steal back into the round. But you can see those slight differences there. This time, G2 not overcommitting bodies.
Excuse
they
me?
let EDG into the space because they have the ultimate trump card. The breach ult just wreaks havoc on EDG. Trying to
मस्त
flood
है
in
लेकिन
there one
क्या
after another.
करने का पूरा एकदम clear है बे G2.
things, right?
Huh?
And we give a lot of compliments, and rightly so, to
बस
EDG
मैं कैसे हो
for
मॉडल
their
भाई मैं बढ़िया आप
problem-solving
कैसे हो
abilities. We love that pivot through B, but you can't keep running those. They're very hard to find
Exactly.
repetition with. But taking space towards rubble is something.
ए
that is
पे
very
आओ
high
एडीजी
up on
वाला
the
नहीं
priority
अब
list
नहीं
of how you
जाएंगे
wanna
अभी
approach
कोच
this.
बोलेगा भाई ए
And
पे
they
सिर्फ
haven't
इनको
found the
लेना है
solution, which is surprising because, as I said,
और
they learn
ट्रैप
on the
प्लेस
fly
कर ले वो
really
लोग
well.
ए में
Timeout comes in. I do wonder what their options are now going forward.
It seemed like some of the slower rounds where they're playing 2 into front B have worked out nicely for
अरे
them.
man,
You can
क्या है
also
ये
just,
language?
instead of instantly
एक तो
diving
DP
into
पे
the
डाला है,
space and
हरामजादे।
rubble, you can wait out the utility and then move it back in, maybe try to catch G2
Yeah.
rotating out of the space after they throw down that utility. But
G2
we heard Sideshow talk
जीतेगा
about
आज
it a
फिर
lot
से
on the desk.
Binks
EDG
होगा
with this
बंगवे
comp,
आपका
you know,
हेलो
Clove, Neon in there makes sense. They just want to
जीपे
brawl
करके
you.
कौन
And
हिट फैलाता है
there could be a world where they come out of this timeout and make some
और भाई
slight
कैसे हो
adjustments
सब
to
बढ़िया
that rebel attack, because if they can't prove they can beat G2 there, you just kind of lose this side of Lotus.
Yeah, it is a huge point to fight for. What's been the difference?
बिग्स
What's the
भाई वहाँ
adjustment?
पे
You
पीसी के
can't keep
स्पेक्स
doing
क्या
the
है
same thing
मैं
and
आज
hoping
तक
for a
वहाँ गया
different
नहीं हूँ यारो
outcome. This is a broken purchase too. It ain't pretty. There's still gonna be those stingers there, but they do have 3 rifles, one being a bulldog.
देख मेरे
Yes,
हिसाब
but
से
still,
300-400
go
FPS
again
मिनिमम
into the
240 हर्ट्ज
battlefield.
मिनिमम सब रहेगा
Repeat.
अभी तो
Utility
अपग्रेड होने
power.
वाला था मेरे को
A
पता
little
नहीं
bit
हुआ है
more
कि नहीं हुआ
restrained to
ऑलरेडी
fake teleport this time around, getting ready for the quick re-clear.
Yeah, this is nice. Now, surely G2 have considered this as well, right? We've got that Teho drone going through B. Gonna see nothing. Re-smoke and Valen now.
अब
He's
गया
starting to
Valen।
just get played in. He plays it early as well. Stunned up. He still comes out swinging. G2. This is their part of the map. I don't know how EDG are meant to make it through. They are being massacred towards A.
I can't stress enough how different this look of G2 is. Not just from the last time they played against EDG, but how they
अब गए
played
तो
this
देख
map
बस
of Lotus.
सच्ची
You
शो मैच में
never see
MVP
this
तक घर
team
जाएगा
fighting just like this. But their prep coming in told them EDG like to fight for this space. Josh RT said, don't let them have
अभी
it for
6 भाई
free.
क्या
They
language है
pretty
ये
consistently forced the issue on Rebel.
And again, we were kind of complimenting it even in that round. The little tempo change there from EDG, showing a little bit of patience, not going into the util early, not wanting that early scrap. But G2 still just spamming into the smoke, winning every fight. This feels like a shutout. It is
भाई
crazy
फिर
to see
से
this. EDG, keep in mind, they won the pistol, got the follow-up. These are sort of things that add to the scoreline.
Going back.
Do you know the whole definition of madness thing is doing the same
Okay.
thing over and over and hoping for a
No,
different
no.
outcome? Surely there is a
Baap
difference.
It's a little better. It's the
Ray.
fake TP again, except this time instead of the re-clear, it's going to be a quick B pivot. I love this look from EDG.
We liked it before as well. We liked it even when they went through Waterfall. We liked a lot of this. And I'd like to see a bit more. EDG. Are they going for the plan here? They are, but close by, G2 are waiting. Nobody lucky, but flashed in. Proactive on the play. Takes the swing, takes the trade. Better.
बाकी बोलते हैं।
EDG winning out their fights, but Valen tipping the scales right back
ओमेन
in.
को देखो,
It's a
ओमेन को
scrap
देखो,
through and
ओमेन
through.
को
This is a
देखो।
bloody battle from start to end. Down
ओमेन
to
को
the
देखो।
2v2. G2 win back the site at least.
There's a late flank coming in from Chichu as well.
ओमेन को
There's
देखो।
one in main, but Chichu is on the hunt.
There's no way. Chi-Chu, your timing is everything. They thought about it, Leaf thought about it, but Jor on the other side! He's got it! A safe pair of hands for G2 today! Exactly what they needed.
You just can't discount Chichu in a spot like that.
No, you
the
can't.
collective holding a breath in this arena. Because
मैं
every
बोला था
other time he's in a
गुड़वा
spot
लो,
like that this tournament, he
उधवा लो
has won
छाती
it.
पे,
Finally,
जीतेगा।
someone
ना,
steps
ना।
up to take him down.
बंग्स भाई नो हेट रे लव यू डोटा के
G2 really
क्या
were
लैंग्वेज है
challenged
सौरभ
on
भाई
this
ये
retake again.
फ्रैंको
EDG
द
getting up in
100
their
रुपीस
face.
मेरे जान के डोडे
God, this, I keep expecting one team just to slow it
Love you,
down.
Bang.
slow
Memberships
down
are
the
fun.
pace. It's just
Yellow, bro.
trading
Love
back
you.
to
Thank
back to back.
you.
It's crazy watching these two just
Thank you,
fight
the
this
40.
out the whole way.
It's a bit heartbreaking for EDG because once again, it's a pad buy.
भाई ये भी
Once
जीत
again,
तो
out of this
सकते थे
timeout,
बे
it's showing us
डीजी
some
राउंड
presence, but not going into the space. But clearly, the adjustment hasn't resulted in much of
भाई
anything for
पिस्टल
EDG.
जीतने के
Yeah, Luke's been
बाद
chilling.
भी
He's
6-4
not
है
much still on this side of the map. He's relaxed. He might not be
I
now.
kind of forgot C existed, I'm not going to lie.
Certainly early round. At the very least, Kung going to be lucky to be alive on 40. Whoa! A flying leaf looking like a force of nature. Goes back in. What on earth are you thinking? Audacious play. But G2, again, showing their willingness to fight on these sites.
Health bars were looking bad
लोग
for
ने
EDG,
ठान
but
के
it was
लिए
mostly
लगता
the
है कि
decay
लड़ना
damage.
ही है
Now EDG, what do we do? Still one off from a
Huh?
breach ultimate. Nothing else really to play with. But you know they want to get aggro.
Pretty hungry for this one too. Oh, not pretty for Smoggy there. That's rough. Forced away. Now the site starts to constrict. Starts to feel smaller. Starts to feel uncomfortable.
Smoggy!
More HP. Job done. Simon and Chichu. We say when Chichu stands, it always feels like there's a chance. But this is a lot to ask for. It might be. Oh my God! It is still Chichu. Hold on. There's a man diving behind. He had no idea about it. Jogamo bounding through the map. And G2 with another. EDG without a response.
EDG have to figure out something here because it's starting to slip away.
Uh,
G2 going on a run here, up
क्या
to
करें?
7. Yes, it comes off the back of 2 half buys from EDG, but it's the manner in which it's happening. Their game plan being deconstructed that is the most concerning.
बचने अपने वैल्यू टीम के बारे में
Not been able to find an
किया जाए
answer to these early fights. They've started shying away from them, but even then, G2 were
अब ये
so much more
कौन
success in the
है
post plants.
This feels deranged. We're going
ये
back to
कौन है
A
अभी
again and again we go.
अरे काहे कर रहे हो ऐसा अभिषेक भाई हेलो
He fancies it, but here comes the fight. We've seen it before, and it looks like we'll see it again. This
वेट बताएंगे उधर 29 भाई पहली बार EDG जीता है
It
यहीं
ain't
पे
over yet. Trent still here. Slows down the roll, backs away. The first time this fight has gone EDG's way.
ये सब नहीं लिखने
It's
का
going to be a bloodbath. Simon has the rolling thunder. There's ults on John, Trent, and
Abhishek
G2 are
bye.
moving quickly.
Yeah, they want to get back in. Jaw fancies it. He wants to have a little bit of a biff on this
Yeah,
one.
he did it.
EDG,
Yeah.
he's seen everything. Calls for it, forces them forward. Leave with a 1-2 punch. Trying to find more punish. It's Trent down to the 2v2. But
भाई
nobody
क्या
is following.
खेला EDG ये
Bring EDG around.
EDG are right back in it. Just an explosive round between these two teams, toe and toe throughout this opening
शुभंकर
half.
भाई love
It's a
you
different feeling in the air, but this series is already shining up to be a good one.
पहले ये फाइट जीते भाई ये टेक्निकली हारना चाहिए था लेकिन कुछ ज्यादा क्रिस्पी शॉट्स लग गए बे स्मॉगी के मस्त मारा ना
Had it
स्मॉगी
with
ने
your old phone. We've got you. At Verizon, trade in any old phone
क्या
for
लड़ रहे
iPhone
पे
16
लेकिन
Pro
दोनों
on
हेवी
us
लड़
on
रहे पे
any plan.
हेवी लड़
And get
रहे
iPad and Apple Watch Series 10,
मजा आ गया
all
देख के।
3 on us. That's up to $2,000 in value, only on Verizon.
बिंग्स में प्रेडिक्शन लिख लो आज कोई भी जीते फाइनल्स में G2 वर्सेस EDG होएगा गारंटी वो नहीं पता आज तो EDG जा रही है Chichu currently holds highest KDA in Masters. कांग का प्ले देखो स्लाइड करके जो 2 मारे ना उसने नेक्स्ट इज इन बैंकॉक यस सर चिल्ड्रन लैंग्वेज क्या गाना बनाया मजा आ गया DJ Binks Crazy music लाइक्स क्यों नहीं हो रहे क्योंकि मैं बोलता ही नहीं हूँ मैं छोटे हूँ चाहे जो भी लोग देख रहे हैं स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो फट से
pistol rounds versus each other. Currently, EDG have won all 7. They're coming into the second half trailing, but for G2 to come home and take this series seriously, they've got to be able to show up in these early rounds.
Spot on. And that scoreline could rattle a lesser team. But as you said, EDG have the strength of the pistol round. That's something that sat with them well throughout this matchup and this specific head-to-head. It could be enough to close the scoreline up. But can they stick true to the stats?
That's the ultimate question here on the opener. And honestly, I think I might get a little bit more of a respite. Hold on, Smuggy's dodged away from some of this utility down to 5.
Lucky boy. I don't think they know the damage they've
Baapre.
done, but still, damage done.
और भी नहीं हुआ वो
Crazy
लेकिन
that Kong Kong's just been left completely alone, but Simon has fault line to support him on this fight.
He's gonna need help. Someone help him. Kong Kong is so alone.
What?
It felt disjointed. Maybe a misread here. EDG
चलना आया
looking a
था
little bit behind the
थोड़े
curve.
एक सेकंड लेफ्ट
Look
राइट
at where
हुआ
Leaf's gone to. Simon trying to be subtle with it, but there's nothing subtle about it. Easy light work for Valen. This looks, for the first time in a while, like EDG are completely behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's certainly a way to win a pistol round. Just 2 free kills to start things off.
हाँ
My eyes are on Smoggy on the flank, but again, he's on 5 HP, so unless he's shooting Jaw in the back of the head, and look at those nades! What?
No way! That is a absolute tilter of a way to end it. And Smoggy was the one who was just like battered and bruised from the start.
लुइस अय्यर ने लिखा है मोबाइल गेमर को बुलाया आपको नहीं। वाह 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 वाह, क्या ही प्यारे शब्द आपके भोसड़े से निकले हैं। वाह, मजा ही आ गया। दोनों एक ही और के हैं, मैं उतना ही खुश हूँ उसके लिए। हाँ, आपको पता नहीं क्या प्लान्स है राइट को मेरे लिए, लेकिन लिखना है कुछ तो, बराबर है, कुछ तो लिखना है। राइट मेरे को कितना सपोर्ट कर रही है तुमको पता नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ तो लिखना है आप। बट कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू योर भोसड़ा, आपने कुछ तो लिखा।
I won't say a bad performance, but we know his.
हाउस इज बंक बाय टोरंटो वाली टूर्नामेंट में कनाडा आ खाने और रहने की सेटिंग मेरी तरफ। भाई कनाडा में बहुत फैंस है यार हार्दिक भाई। देखते हैं, अभी तक कोई प्लान नहीं है, देखते हैं। लेकिन हार्दिक भाई लव यू।
Looking at ultimates, they haven't done a stellar job so far of scaling those up, although Trent on 3 right now. If they slow play this round,
नेक्स्ट
play
है
more of the
बैंकॉक
plant,
गर्लफ्रेंड
they
से
could certainly
मिलना।
get close.
ये बात सिर्फ मुझे पता है।
Real nice end stuff, but look where the spike's heading. Thank you, observers, you absolute beauties.
So G2 and EDG are very different teams. EDG on their attacking side fought A.
मास्टर्स
at
मुंबई
1 minute 40
बंक
seconds.
क्या
I think
होगा
every
फ्यूचर में
single
मास्टर
round is
मुंबई,
just
पता
about
नहीं यार,
take
उसके लिए
G2
ना
play a lot slower, moving
बहुत
under
सारे
the C
क्राइटेरिया
side,
रहते
but
हैं।
EDG have
ऑडियंस
done
कैसे
their
है वो सब
homework.
देखते हैं।
They
यहाँ
got a
पे
point
इवेंट
going,
पे
yeah,
लोग
that
इतने
gets shut
जाते भी
down,
नहीं है
but the rotates
विजिट
are
करने।
in, and G2
पता
only
चला
have
यहाँ
30
पे
seconds to play
मास्टर्स
with.
कर
They're
लिया
gonna wait
लोग
and
सिर्फ
see.
I do get
एक दो
nervous
टीम
when I
के
see
लिए
these
गए वो,
rounds go this late. There is that one sheriff with
अच्छा
Kong
भी
Kong, so
नहीं
that's
लगेगा। लेकिन
basically
आई
where
होप
my
कुछ
mind
हो
goes
जाए बड़ा
towards it.
इवेंट
Oh my
यहाँ पे।
god, forgive me, Simon.
अभी तक
I
एक
didn't
ही
think
हुआ है
University could do that sort of thing, but apparently it can.
जो
18
कन्वर्जेंस था।
seconds now.
कन्वर्जेंस
Getting a little
फन था।
closer. Jonah P on the case. Trying to secure this
मैकल
one.
भाई
You
क्या
know
बोले?
the temptation would be to try and work through it. Chichu has a go at it, doesn't work out.
इधर है मैकल।
Kong Kong down a little low here, and all those opportunities fading. G2 very.
मैकल ने मेंबरशिप भी
I
नहीं
just-
लिया है, नकली है
the
बे।
composure is impressive. Again, they were discussing that.
कौन है बताओ जरा, बंक मैं सीधा करवाता हूँ उन्हें।
Play a little bit
एक्सक्यूज मी,
slower, almost be a little
टीपी
bit
तो
more
बदलो मोदी
methodical
जी।
about it. And so far,
यो
it's
भैया
going
व्हाट्सअप
through.
हाउस
Again,
इज
that's
मैं
really
सब
like
बढ़िया
the
आदिति
itself.
हाउस
Yeah, you
योर्स।
know, we can get on the edge of our seats just a little bit, but Valen thought that by sort of going for all these early active plays, rushing in the
नकली मैकल है
calls, sort of
भाई। तुम लोग को
letting
लगता है
EDG
7
play
लाख
the
का
game
पीसी
style that
जिसके
they
पास हो
wanted
150
to.
का
So
मेंबरशिप
I
नहीं ले
think this half
सकता।
is going to be a
नकली है
lot
रे,
more
गाली दो
G2
इसको।
true style, slowing the rounds down,
गाली
leaving
दो गाइस नकली
embeds
मैकल
over
को।
towards stairs into mound. And EDG without a sentinel of their own are going to have to do good work to recreate
मजा आ गया एक
space.
गली में लैंग्वेज रैश।
Fast openers like that, you can't complain there.
लैंग्वेज
Take those when you get 'em.
कोई सीन नहीं, बोनस है
The rest of the map.
यूट्यूब का। मैं
EDG
किसकी तरफ
having a
हूँ भाई?
walk, having
हाँ
a
अच्छा मारा
wander,
ईडीजी ने।
stretching the
कभी
legs.
कभी मैं भूल जाता हूँ, याद दिला देना
That's
ठीक
the
है।
one.
लव यू बंक्स भाई, लव यू साउंड।
It's starting to feel a little bit nervous if you are Chichu. And then again, it is Chichu. Maybe I'm talking
Nice
absolute
blind.
nonsense, because this man's been an absolute monster. Not now. Trent bullies him, takes the site. G2 have control on this now.
And they have the read as well, going up the zip line. I think they realize EDG, they would have hurt them already had they been coming to fast retake, but instead, that flank, the drone doesn't actually see any players. EDG might be able to creep up on Jaw.
हेलो बंक्स भाई, कैसे सब बढ़िया?
For it though, he's looking towards his smoke. He's got a good idea, but Smoggy succeeded.
भाई
Takes away
स्मॉगी नहीं
Valorant,
मान
and now
रहा।
they can start getting that
कौन
struggle
जीतेगा? EDG।
going. Jaw falls. It's down to Trent and Jonah P, and they're looking in trouble here. A really hard post
Cross
block
तो है।
already. That's a trade,
भाई
but it's
blind
not
की
quite
वजह
good
से
enough.
पहले नहीं मार
No
पाया
more to be done.
यार।
EDG proactive on the playback.
69
here,
shout out
taking
to
that
you,
walk
love
through
you।
B, and will get themselves on the board now.
EDG
I
जीतेगा।
wouldn't be surprised to see EDG
What's
go
your
for
favorite
more
new
looks like
lineup?
that, right? If you're worried
They
about
will
G2
go
leaving
Ascension next
inserts
year. I have
and
no
late
idea. I
works on
just
you
want them to do
non-stop.
good
Just push
for
out the
now.
flanks, no problem.
It's the first step. First step पे
That was
सीधा gold
probably
medal
the best time you could possibly find.
expect
Nice shot
करना
there too from Smoggy.
from my end will be very wrong,
He was
but
the
I
sole
hope they
presence coming
do
into
good
his own spot.
and
He
win the
falls,
gold
it's
medal.
much easier for G2 to turn around and focus on those flankers. It was really the turning point in that round for EDG.
मास्टर्स मुंबई में
Okay,
तुम्हारा
so bonus
कमेंट्री
round has been navigated. EDG, get what you'd kind of expect, right? If it's a traditional game. This feels
कुछ
nothing
गलत
like a
बोल दिया
traditional
ना
game,
सब
but
जगह से एंड हो
we're
जाऊंगा
looking at Trent already there. Big progress.
गलती
They've
से मेरा
dropped
माइक
two
बंद
away.
करना
On the
भूल
other
गए
side,
ना वो लोग
nothing mega close yet.
समझ रहे
Maybe
हो?
Smoggies is on the horizon. But it's certainly not there right now.
It's a pretty low
माइक
commitment
पे आवाज
default
आएगा
from
अबे
EDG.
काम
You've
तो
got
मैं
nobody
मार
throwing
सकता हूँ बे
a
समझ रहे
haunt
हो
from B
गलत हो
site
जाएगा
that lands over towards rubble. You've got Kong Kong sort of eyeing
बंक्स
that
में एक
space
बार
and
कल
a
का
one-way
टिबोन का
towards C,
6
but
स्प्रे देखना
not giving
गाइस
G2 a lot to move on.
मैंने 6 का 8x स्प्रे भी देखा यार
Clear
उसका
out this space, realize Baby Door is in
PUBG का
front,
बोला है
and
ना,
speed
पता
up
है।
into B site.
Yeah, they fancy it now. The temptation beckoning and snaring the senses, making that B side look almost
कभी-कभी off
tantalizing.
stream भाई को
Plants
देख
in
लेता
there.
हूँ मैं।
You can see the Prowler from deep. They're very paranoid for EDG that someone could be lurking towards that A side.
This fight here is everything. Jonah P gets in the corner.
Oh my god, the Professor!
कैसे नहीं
Absolutely
किया
TGS. One
चेक
takes down two, but a good trade. Now, Chichu, nobody and Smoggy have a long way back in here, though. Valen gonna be caught in the decay. Nobody now takes the next step forward. This is perfect. 3v3. Nice from Chichu. Takes away Jaw. A bit by bit. EDG unraveling G2. Leaving Just Leaf. Oh, but maybe it's not Just Leaf. Hold on. A 1v2 ain't easy though, smoked off as well. Beckoned forward by the spam, by the tap on the spike. He's got to go! Nice try! But better from G2, but the timing.
मस्त तुम्हारा भी लिफ्ट में टाइम है
I don't think so.
Oh my god
0.07.
God damn!
G2 just steal around on time. Why not? And what a fashion to do it because EDG, they're in a numbers down situation.
Yep.
Right? And then they win every single 1v1 they take.
Yep.
Nobody.
क्या
Chichu,
खेलते
Smoggy on the point.
बे
Feeling like an EDG round, right?
And if Leaf can't get that kill just slightly faster on the reactions, then Chichu. That round belongs to EDG.
They don't look too fussed about it, but I'm feeling the pressure now.
Oh,
10 to 6, double digits made early. G2 looking to try and...
कोई ना अपना मैप नहीं है
Gee. Okay.
समझ रहा
They've
Out
got
of the corner.
no guns, but the power of friendship, I suppose.
That's how long men last तू गया बे तू गया
Hong Kong's got a
Huh?
bulldog. I don't feel like this might be the one that works for him. You know, it's one of those weird rounds. Okay, I've been talking absolute nonsense.
तेरे
Jordan
साथ
got
भी यही
Hong
होता
Kong.
रहेगा ना
Leafs identified that
वो
there was some
बोलती रहेगी
pressure on
you are
the
not
side.
the
He
MVP
does get outdone though, and that's a
I
recovery.
would like to apologize
Into the hands of Chichu,
I'd
no
like to
less. So
apologize.
what does Jogmo have to do? Has to pop the ultimate, clear out this A site. Right now, it's just Simon playing up inside of this smoke.
I'd
He's
like
got
to
a
apologize यार
bulldog in
Ooh,
hand.
Doesn't get spotted either. They don't
Shit.
know about Simon here. Now they do. Quick little get out of jail free card there for Jaw, but still, Plant is in.
Heavy offsite post plant for G2. Not over forcing like they did the last
Yeah,
time
man,
around,
it's
but really
sorry.
it's Chichu with the rifle in hand to try and break this round open. He gets the first.
Oh, it's stunning from G2. More.
Oh.
No, Jonah P on the trade. Paranoia comes in, and now the numbers starting to fall. This is looking rough. You can see the util being poured on here. Trent even going to claim one, going to put the ult on top. They're
भाई
taking no
time ही
chances.
नहीं है
Smoggy had his
भाई
ult, but doesn't feel like he's going to get the chance to use it here. G2 on the verge of 11, but Smoggy giving a damn good go. Jonah P having none
भाई
of it.
प्रोफेसर तो
G2
है
make it
जोक
out,
तो
even
जोक
though it
की
got
तरह
a
लो
little bit
गाइस वो लोग
dangerous.
जोक की तरह
It's
ले रहे
11
टेंशन मत लो
nonetheless.
You know, they had to throw a couple
But
ultimates
still, you
into
are
the
not
mix.
the
G2
MVP.
aren't going to be thrilled about that,
I would like to
especially as
apologize
EDG
again.
have a great ult cycle of their own coming on through. And ultimately,
Michael तो मोड़ था ना यहाँ
I feel
पे
like if
आपने
G2
Michael
be
का
able
भी
to
मोड़
find a
नहीं था
second coming, there's a world where he gets 3 kills and can
जब
steal
तक
that
वो
round
रेडिएट
away.
नहीं बनता
You know, he's had a lot of these spots where he's always good for his one kill,
mod नहीं
but in
बना था।
other days, he is
वो
having
चुतिया बना था
montage
वो।
performance. He's getting
Rating
those
नहीं बना
3.
था, वो
That's
चुतिया
the
बना था।
EDG that blew G2 out of the water.
Rank
If he
भी
can
खुला है
have
क्या
this
उसका
timeout,
ये?
tap back into that, it's going to be a lot more threatening.
एक साल
as we
के
close
अंदर
out this
रेडिएट
first
जाके
map.
दिखाऊंगा
EDG pumping the brakes, and I think rightly so here. It's not been a
तोड़
good
के
first match for
apologies
them, really.
स्टाइल है तेरे भाई
The string of
का
rounds alone. I mean, we're looking at it. You guys can't see, but it is looking real G2-sided as it stands. So, for now, I guess we could kind of put this in context. This is G2's map choice.
Right.
Right. They've had time now to plan how they want to approach this. They come in with a lot more information in their own minds, and they come off a very good win as well. These are things
तेरे
that
से कब होगा
should
रेडिएट
be
मैं गया
in the
मैं देखो
forefront of their minds.
जितना
Now,
भी
of course,
गेम
they
खेला
did
मैं
get
टॉप रैंक तक
absolutely
पहुंचा
put to bed by EDG in the
मेरे
first
को
time they
प्रॉब्लम
met.
नहीं है
That
मेरा
first map,
अचीवमेंट्स
banger,
एक
brilliant,
बार
amazing.
अनलॉक हो गया तो
The
हो गया
rest,
बात
probably soon, hopefully forget it, right?
Yeah.
But here, it feels like G2 have a plan in mind that's working. EDG, I've rarely seen them look like a team without an answer.
भाई मेरे members on the पे copyright वो आ रहा है यार
EDG can
music
find
का
those
claim.
answers in just the stellar performances
Yeah,
of their
मैं वड़ा
individual
पाव भी
players,
निकाल सकता
especially
भाई.
in a comp like this, right? You don't lock in the clove and then not put up big numbers. Smoggy's doing well for himself, but so far we haven't had that lights-out superstar performance. We haven't had that one guy to step up and say, today's the day EDG are winning. It's something they've had every other match they've played this year.
It looks like a very simplistic start, but there is a default being held on both extremities here.
Stun off of the breach could open up that door and fight into B main, but G2 have a chance to pinch themselves going
Members
for
पे
one
कौन
way.
सा गाना बज
But it's going to find so little, I think. It's Jonah Beats nice. Smoggy going to force the res, but it's G2 being played in here. Deals with Jaw, doesn't fall foul to it, but a diving Jonah P puts him to bed. It's down to a 4v4. Jonah P is an absolute
क्या हो
monster.
गया
Trent
Jonah P
going to
को?
find Simon. Why does G2 make this look easy? This is EDG. These are the reigning champions, and right now, G2 are walking all over them. I can't believe it. And you can get one, but one is not enough. G2 are there in numbers.
Match point.
Kung Kung, if there was a player to do it, to deny the 12, you'd argue it could be him. Right now, G2
भाई गेम जल्दी
looking
हो
like
गया
they're
मेरे को
on
ऐसा लग रहा है
another
जल्दी
level
हुआ
of utility there to stall the time being bought. And the first man has a go, Belief's just toying with him, playing with his food. Kung Kung can't get past the go signal. This is wild. It's not that it's just a win, and at least in my mind at 12-6,
Huh?
it's the fashion in which G2 are making EDG look out of
भाई
sorts.
G2
Almost that
फाइनल जाने
systematic
वाली है
destruction
नहीं
in every
नेक्स्ट में
single
BDG
opening
का
pool
रुको
table.
रे रुको
EDG
ना
have to play the
रुको
brawling
ना
style.
भाई मेरा प्रेडिक्शन
They
अभी
sell
भी
it.
है रुको
They do. But
2-0 नहीं है तो क्या हुआ 2-1 EDG
You know, his teammate gets taken down, so he trades them out. Door opens, instantly ready on the swing, on that 50-50.
Cutting through.
It's only map one though, right? Things will change, you'll get closer. 12-6 we go back in, and it feels familiar, right? This feels like we've been here before. But G2 stake their claim over towards Rubble.
EDG keeping two players tucked in close behind that
तुम्हें
wall.
अपना AC12 Valor
Waiting for
रोस्टर
the
ज्वाइन
reclear.
करने का
Nobody
कंसीडर
finding
क्या
that
नहीं
pick into mid. That might encourage G2 to keep
Not
fighting
even
forward into A.
0.1%.
They have no idea about how many players are around this corner though. They could walk into this. Yeah, Kung Kung this time is fired up. And then
मैं तब भी और के लिए
Just
खेल
see
के
what's
सैलरी और वो सब
What are
लूंगा
they
जब
looking at?
I don't understand what I'm seeing.
मेरे को
This is
मालूम है कि
EDG.
मैं
This is
justice
not
कर सकता
a second tier team. This is one of the best in the
मेरे
world.
से वो नहीं
arguably
आता
the
फ्री
best
का बैठ
in
के
the
सैलरी
world.
लो
And right now they look asleep
परफॉर्मेंस
with the
नहीं दो
wheel.
चलेगा वो सब
G2
नहीं
just
आता
driving forward. We're going to need heroics to save this round. Maybe it's nobody's time to shine. G2 there,
हाँ
Smokey
साहिब
there.
भाई
Valiant and Jonah P
हाँ.
to claim, but Jonah P has been a
नहीं नहीं आपके बारे में बात नहीं कर रहा था
nasty in his work.
हाँ रखता हूँ
Valiant in the smoke. Chichu catches. Nice from Chichu. That was better. But that felt bizarre.
भाई साइमन ने
halfway through
सेक्सी
that
मारा
round.
ना लेकिन
Left scratching your head for a moment there. Even though EDG had done all the great opening work, nobody finding the pick into mid.
मस्त मारा है देख
First kill towards Rubble
मेरे को
too.
मेरी दोस्त की याद आई
Got a little bit diabolical.
We need someone like Chichu to heat
Pinky!
a bit here, right? Chichu, give me a little something, because we've been singing this guy's praises, you know? On for the MVP, the big man
कृपया
kind of
करके
taking
G2
all
को
the
सपोर्ट करें
limelight.
एक्सक्यूज मी
These are
EDG
the
जीतेगा
games we need you
भाई
to show up in as well. He's not doing badly. He's 14-15, but you know he's a superstar. So we go again at 12-7.
हाँ
G2 held
कुछ
off
नहीं
from that 1-13. Smokey, big shot.
Whoa!
Big shot.
Whoa!
Just a third
रिएक्शन के लिए
potentially
बुलाया
as
था
well. He waits.
हाँ
This fight into front B is going to be everything. As Smokes
Try
come in,
to
Trent
play
tries
it.
to fight his
Don't
way
do
out,
it.
carve himself
तो
a way on through.
Yeah, but Smoggy, he's still on this one. He's still
He's on
there.
that
They're still
one
trying to
already.
battle it out towards B, but Smoggy's controlling so much. You are a lucky boy, Smoggy. The gods smiled on you this round.
भाई
But
क्या
Valorant
मारा
in a
उसने दो वन टैप
1v3. Got
Huh?
strike, got ult.
Plenty of time too. A paranoia, a couple of smokes. He's got a hunt
तीन
out the
1v1
first kill
है।
though, and getting spotted is brutal.
He's got 1v1s on basically every single site he wants to go to.
ए स्ट्रीम
Now,
स्नैप
do you
मत
fancy
करो ना
Johnson and
मैडम
Smoggy, who's kind of 1v4'd your team?
Kind of killed everyone this round, so I wouldn't like that personally.
Do you even invest your paranoia to
3
clear
one
this
taps,
close
हाँ, 3
corner?
one
Do you
taps, sorry.
back him
तीसरे में
still
मैं
on it?
बात
Because
कर रहा
Smoggy
था
certainly does the setup here.
अभी 4 रहेगा 4 वन टैप्स
Knife's edge, and it's Smoggy. What a
W.
stunner from him. 4 kills and a step back.
In this replay, I want you to watch Smoggy. Of course, excellent gunplay, but Chichu is the one that bails him out. Smoggy gets stunned back here, but a paranoia catches both of these players. There's the clone and the Yoru. That's what gives him the chance in the round. Then he has the one way, those BDCs running on through it. All the gunplay after that, just clinical.
Binks भाई अभी रिमेनिंग का शेड्यूल बता देना मास्टर्स का बस कल और परसों मैचेस है
because there's something
परसों हम लोग
special
को
about
फाइनल्स
EDG,
मिल
and
जाएगा
I feel like we
कौन
haven't
है
had much of a chance to talk about it in this game because G2 were the better team
परसों है
so
ना बेस्ट
far.
ऑफ 5
But at 12-8, I still get nervous when I
Let
look
me
at
check.
EDG because there's
इसके
still
बाद दो
that
ही
chance
मैचेस
you
बचे
get
दो ही दिन बचे
around from Smoggy.
Oh yeah,
And that's without talking about Chichu.
Second
So,
को-
I mean, you go down the
they're
list.
terrifying.
सेकंड को ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है तो परसों ही हुआ ना परसों ही हुआ
15 rounds.
Mm.
Now they've got a little
एक
bit. They
दिन का
went
gap
2
है,
in a
किधर
row.
है
G2
gap?
call a timeout. The things I'm
Half
looking
में
at
gap
right
है इधर
now
है.
are a little bit
Sorry.
spooky. Yeah, okay. G2 have a
Talk to me.
buffer of
What's
4
spooky?
rounds.
What's spooky here?
Well, I see 5 stingers for G2.
भाई
That's number
सुनो
1.
एक
Number
इंसान
2,
बहुत कम सो रहा है यार
Kong's decided
बहुत
to go
पट्टी
for the
का
operator.
महीनों से
And honestly, when I've been
थोड़ा
watching a
माफ
lot
कर
of the
दो ना।
early fights that EG have been doing well, they've been leaving Kong sort of on an island to take those isolated fights, fighting a lot more around Smoggy and Chichu. So I think putting the op in his hands could
मत
just
करो
work.
यार
Sneak away a few rounds towards the end of regulation.
But I've heard a thing about Americas with stingers. I've heard these fables
भाई
about
एक्चुअली
it,
मैं
right?
टाइम देख रहा
They
था
work better out there.
They're
टाइम
a little
देखते
bit wild.
देखते
It's crazy.
मेरे
the
से
Riot
कॉमेडी
Shield
डार्क
way,
होने
but
लग गई
We'll see. Okay, EDG. If you want to make a game out of this,
Hey,
it starts
time,
now.
shout out to
Make
you.
this look clean. Make this look like you have the perfect purchase up against a bunch of stingers. Show me what you can do here, because already G2 have a plan. And Jaw,
डीप जॉक्स
I don't think you come out of this alive. You don't, G2. Put him
ए
into
कमबैक
the
लग
blender.
रहा है ड्यूड
And G2 held
मैन
on the door
ड्यूड
here. EDG don't need to stick
चलेगा
around
ये
too
राउंड तो
far.
बाई नहीं है मैं किसके तरफ हूँ
Trying to
बे
work back
My
in,
God.
but yeah, EDG can just fall back into a nice crossfire. It was a great counter stun from Simon into the blast that took out G2's duelist, and now the stall is just about endless.
G2 not going to get the opening move they wanted out of that. It was a nice little idea. I like the approach, the mentality. Doesn't really stick the landing.
And the worst part is G2 needed that to work because that would open up the lurk for Leaf to move into the A site, but because they weren't able to make much headway, well, Kong's op is still back towards stairs, so Leaf moving forward would be absolutely mental.
Here we go. Could be an X factor here.
देख मारना तो फिक्स है इसका चाहे कुछ
Up,
भी हो
G2 move in. Now focus through
चाहे
towards
कुछ भी हो
Tree.
मारना तो फिक्स है इसका
Kong doesn't really get much play here. At least not yet. He'll be a little nervous when Trent's around. He's been sharp, but Kong
This is a bit early.
he's feeling brave on this one. He's feeling quite bold, actually. Kept secured by the smoke, but only for a second. Look at who's closing in on the other side as well. So just a centimetre apart. Hello, Kong quick with it. Support from Simon, and G2 left in towards the ult.
Bro,
It's
don't
down
tell me.
G2. They're going to force out the ult as well. Simon taking no chances here. They want to bulldoze forward. Oh, I told you about these stingers.
Oh
And maybe it's true.
God.
Smoggy has to pull this off
Smoggy
himself.
Smoggy
And the
bhai,
time
please.
is ticking.
Oh
G2.
my
The stinger in hand, more
god
than enough to
टाइम
close
टाइम की
out
बात है
that
वंश
one.
भाई लव यू यार नंदिश भाई
I can't believe it's going down like that.
कुछ
G2
भी बोलो
on
टाइम
5
है
stingers in a 4v5
मस्त
no
चीज
less. Pull away the round, take map 1 in this series to
Cute
determine who
और
is
funny
headed
चीज है
to the
टाइम
grand finals.
At your party,
I'm with the gang.
it's gonna be a robbery. So take your gun buddies.
Aw. I'm a gun buddy girl, I'm sorry.
पांच फिंगर से जीत गए 5 फिंगर से चढ़ो 4 on 5 जीत गए टेक्निकली 3 on 5 की ओमन भी मर गया था कांग से ए G2 है भाई कुछ भी बोलो भाई है G2 है ठीक है इसके बाद अगर आज कुछ भी लेफ्ट राइट होता है मैं पहले से बोलता आया हूँ कि आई लाइक जोगम्बो भाई तो अगर G2 फाइनल जाते हैं भाई आई एम गोना सपोर्ट द फक आउट ऑफ जोगमो समझ रहे हो जोगमो को भाई इतना सपोर्ट करेगा ना वो खुद चौंक होगा कि भाई बिंग्स भाई फैन कैसे बन गया मेरा ऐसा समझ रहे हो तो फिलहाल के लिए हम G2 भाई को सपोर्ट करते हैं उसके बाद देखते हैं ठीक है, ठीक है। एक सुपर चैट कर दो, आंसर मिल जाएगा। नहीं यार, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है सुपर चैट करने का। क्या बोला वो उसने? एंड को ओके भाई थैंक्स। इसका क्या आंसर करूँ मैं? हैं? इसका क्या आंसर करूँ? ओके भाई थैंक्स का उसके पहले कुछ लिखा था तूने क्वेश्चन। आई वेलकम ऑल द गुड क्वेश्चंस। अच्छा ये रहा। Sir, as Miss is in assistant roster, but he's a very small content creator right now. How did you get to know about him? Or how did he contact you guys for roster? Because I'm not a creator to reach teams. Creator और professional is very different. हम लोग प्रोफेशनल लोगों को उनके यूट्यूब इंस्टाग्राम ज़रूरी नहीं है उससे कांटेक्ट करें। बहुत सारा जो लिस्ट है तुम लोग को प्लेयर्स का पूरा डिटेल्स तुम लोग को बहुत सारे डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर्स में मिल जाते हैं। तुम लोग को ट्विटर पे मिल जाता है, तुम लोग को सोशल मीडिया पे मिल जाता है कौन कौन फ्री एजेंट्स है, कौन कौन नहीं खेल रहे अभी, कौन प्रोज थे, कौन एक्स प्रोज थे। VLR पे दिख जाता है, वो लोग का स्टैट्स दिख जाता है। फिर उसके बाद तुम लोग को खुद का एक लिस्ट बनाना पड़ता है कि इतने सारे लोग अभी फ्री एजेंट्स है। वो लोग पहले अलग अलग टीम्स में थे, अभी वो लोग कोई टीम्स में नहीं है। Tier 1 हो गया, Tier 2 हो गया, Tier 3 हो गया। फिर उनका स्टैट सर्च देख के अगर तुम लोग को लगता है कि ये बंदा इज और कैन हेल्प द टीम, फिर हम लोग उनको कांटेक्ट करते हैं थ्रू उनका ट्विटर या इंस्टाग्राम या यूट्यूब या कुछ भी। ऐसा सीन है। What is your opinion on STL Valor lineup? It's very Gucci. It's very Gucci. It's very nice. People are very nice, which I love the most. People are very nice. As a player, कौन कितना grow होता है from here on out, we have to see. हम सब एक ही कम्युनिटी है, हम लोग साथ में देखेंगे क्या गलतियां कर रहे, क्या अच्छा कर रहा है, कैसे लोग ग्रो कर रहे। We will all make notes. Let's not spread any hate. देखेंगे क्या है, समझ रहे हो? और जो लोग हेट देंगे वो लोग के लिए तो है ही एलिफेंट्स, ठीक है? तो एलिफेंट्स का बंदोबस्त किया जाएगा, टेंशन नहीं है। लाइफ इज गुची, सब अच्छा हो रहा है इस साल। STL आगे बढ़ते जा रहा है, सब आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं, तो इट्स अ W। मिस क्रेजी प्लेयर है, मैंने देखा।
Alright, good luck and thank you.
Hey, good news, Josh. You broke the trend. You're good.
Hi.
You're good. All right, welcome back, everyone. Now, G2's undefeated
Excuse
streak-
me? Huh? Yunsu madam? हेलो? मैं इतना कम सोया हूँ क्या भाई?
क्या हुआ?
युनसु का आउटफिट देख।
युनसु क्या है?
युनसु, ये युनसु है।
पागल है क्या?
वहाँ पे दिखा है।
Ideas were superior,
Yeah.
and they knew what was coming because EDG
मेरी
been playing
friend
this
है
comp
ये,
since
देखो
July.
A lot of
लैंग्वेज।
those rounds there you were seeing, like, there was a lot that was being asked
देखो
of
चाय लेके आया मैं।
in those initial fights,
अब
where he was
क्या है,
pretty much just
कपड़ों के बाजू
isolated
में
because
देखो
of the
क्या
sheer
लिखा है।
amount of utility that was just being dumped on
इसके
them at the
नाम के
beginning of
नीचे
those rounds of
युनसु
Rumble.
लिखा था।
Absolutely, and so many different combos, so many different uses of the stuns, the paranoias, the salvos. So difficult for them to actually find something. On the other hand, Valen with the TPs, we saw so much variety in such little time. And G2 understanding and preparing also how EDG played this map on the attack. It's very beautiful to see.
Yeah, sometimes they're committing the utility right at the beginning. Here, EDG go for like a late re-clear over towards Rubble. G2 are still ready for it. They've still got people posted up. Valen's there, ready and waiting. And also that set them up for some nice retake scenarios where they were able, you see here, EDG only winning 5 out of 9 of the post plants because G2 often had like one player advantage from the Rubble fight where they were able to get that slow, disciplined retake working.
Yeah, they were just so good at cycling the utility, making sure that they had what they needed each and every time. And in fact, that actually brings us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the match. And this is going to be G2's round 13 because, Josh, once again, we were seeing some really cool ideas with the utility and how they implemented it.
Yeah, I mean, here's a little flash salvo combo to catch Smoggy. He took a lot of damage from this one. He just walks back
He was
into
also
it.
flashed. He was like, there's a lot. It's land sound, so
Poor
there's
guy.
a lot going on. But I think that we were talking about it in the pre-show as well. This receiving utility, this utility that just keeps coming back, this combo with the stun and the salvos in a round like pistols, you cannot survive. We will have to keep tracking how many kills Trent has been getting. We need a leaderboard of the salvo kills because it is so beautiful to see and so absolutely consistent. Hopefully it will get nerfed soon.
Hey, that's real. That's real. I respect it. And look, without a doubt, Taeho is so powerful. We've been seeing it implemented in pretty much every single map. That actually brings us to map 2 because we're going to be taking a trip over towards Split. And you got G2 on the defense first here, Kakuka. Now, there are a lot of opportunities here for some good combinations on the compositions because
yes, exactly.
G2 only played this once.
Exactly. They've only played it once. We heard it in an interview. And as we were also mentioning, it wasn't pretty. But here, I'm looking more at the side of ADG. Maybe G2 changes or not. Very important what the coach was saying about there's a lot of tape because of the composition that they play. I love that they still have the jet. But thinking of EDG starting on the attack, the other day they had a 10-2 start. 10 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful way to start a second map if they can.
Sideshow, before with the game started, or before map 2, we were talking about it, and you said that there's a possibility that while this one went very well for G2, that it could easily seesaw in the other direction. You want to elaborate a little on that?
Yeah, so it definitely could, but that is because the only time that we've seen G2 this year play on Split, they got smoked actually, 13-4. And so if they haven't changed anything, if they come out with a similar kind of performance, EDG might steamroll like you saw them do against T1. But I have more confidence in G2 to turn things around. We've seen this team pick up new compositions like they've done on Bind, and they've managed to retool. They look really good with the Breach Taeho combo. I think better than EDG do, and this is a map where they're going to be playing both of them. But Kankan can be an X factor on the jet.
All right, well, of course, the world champs have their backs against the ropes. Let's actually go ahead and hear what Coach Muggle had to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Hello again, Jen Lee here with Coach Muggle and also Luna for translation. Now, Muggle, thank you for joining me. I just want to ask you about Lotus because it's a map that you guys have been kind of struggling with, even back in the CN League, and we see nobody switching back and forth between the Sova and the Fade. Do you feel like this was the solution to make your Lotus stronger, or was it just the lesser of two evils?
那其实我们可以看到莲花古城这张图，可能在新赛区的时候，我们就有一些挣扎。我们会看到 Nobody 可能在 Sova 或者 Fade 两个英雄之间去做摇摆。那你觉得现在是我们已经想出了这个解决的方式，还是说还在继续的调整和商榷当中？
这个图主要是打的太少了，就是基本上没有跟就是前面几场比赛基本上是不会拿出来的，所以说优先级没那么高。调整是有的，就是但觉得今天打G2那个阵容的话，就之前觉得这个阵容可能能打嘛，然后现在看来还是太湖的等级会更高一点。
Seems like we didn't play that much, like in the few days ago during the matchup, and seems like we thought we could beat G2 with these comps right now, but seems like Taeho is much stronger than we thought.
But next up is Split, so 加油!
Thank you, Jen, for that. And talking about the Taeho there, because that was something that when we were like in the green room in America's watching like the China footage and stuff like that, we're talking about it. We're like, we don't really see a lot of the Taeho out there. And they learned today why that agent is so strong.
Well, they were trying to play a little bit of it, but it was always Simon playing the Taeho in China. And even then, the pick rates weren't high, like you're talking about. And at this tournament, they've swapped it up, so nobody is almost always playing the Taeho, because now they're playing much more Breach Taeho. And I think there is a bit of a gap here that Trent can exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I agree. We see the synergy, and I think it's getting stronger. And most importantly, we were speaking about them learning from their losses and the way that they can win today, and especially on that Lotus, knowing that they have a composition that is going to fight and fight and fight. They still relied on their strengths. And as we jump into HSLN, the only thing that is going to change for G2 is Valen going from the Astra onto the Omen, which makes a lot of sense for Split, especially with how good Leaf has been defending, and anybody can be with those one-ways.
My eyes immediately go over to Kangkang. He is going to be on the attack side with the jet, and he went 2 and 8 in terms of skills.
Let's go!
Now that's because he was Neon, that's because they had a bad game plan around the Rebel fights, but he needs to be able to find entry success for EDG to win. And I think G2 are going to be throwing everything at him to try to shut him down. We saw what G2 was able to do to somebody like Durka. Made him look mortal despite the fact that he is an MVP candidate. Can they do the same to Kangkang? Can they make today a bad one for the MVP of Gems.
That is going to be a tough one for sure to deal with if you're Kong here. Can this one go the distance? Will G2 sock him with a right hook, or will Kong and the boys manage to hold on? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Ender for the call.
EDG मत बोल, EDG जीतेगा.
This is getting wild now, right? It feels like there's something in the air here. There's a real opportunity for G2 to somehow 2-0 EDG, right? The map 1 approach that G2 had felt like a slam dunk. They had it read, they had it executed, it was perfect. This is a different situation. We are now into EDG's map choice.
Oh, भाइयों ये सब चीज़ से भूलना मत कि हम लोग को 2 प्लेयर चाहिए अभी भी. Hello.
EDG definitely the favorites coming into this map specifically. Also G2 haven't really made serious changes coming on through. They got beat 13-4 versus Sentinels the last time we saw them play this map this year. They're going to need to make some pretty big changes because EDG have looked good here on Split.
Let's see what G2 can do. Right, this is a big thing for me. If we're going to be starting to see this map veto adjusting like this, I want to see if they can really stand up to it. It'll be.
We have wingman, क्या? Where? Huh?
That shot, so quick with it towards Kong, but he goes a little too early on that. Simon gonna punish him, forcing him. Hold on. Do they still check? Do they still do their due diligence here? Leaf could get played in. He could have a monstrous impact. No, it's Simon to shut it down so quickly. That's a 4v2. Trent, I mean, he was
map है याद दिलाओ.
G2 looking
इसका map है याद दिलाओ. कौन लिव किया? Vim और Simmer पूरा टाइम निकल गए.
Speeding up through mid.
Vim को सिर्फ फिल करने आया था.
And then EDG, yeah, okay, Kong gets shut down by that Jogamo position in backside, but after that, he didn't even blink, didn't even flinch on this entrance.
There's nowhere to get to.
Yeah, the stun combo.
Yeah,
catching Valen. That's what gave him no chance to escape from the missiles.
Teo quite strong apparently.
Yeah, turns out.
Who'd have thought it?
Oh. Nice!
Like a little bit of a fire lit under them now. We were talking about their pistol conversion though. EDG have been winning the vast majority, barring 1, I believe, in that previous map.
That's 8 of 9 pistols now.
Yeah,
across the games they've played G2 in.
Beyond that though, for G2, we're looking at them maybe trying to get those ult orbs up, or maybe just trying to get a little trap going here for EDG. The buy's relatively decent, as long as Kong doesn't lose that van.
That takes an order there.
I think mid might be a little bit weak these last 2
rounds. Order there, one second.
This time G2 ready with the flash on the refight, but those missiles give you not a lot of room to fight in.
Wingman kitchen मेरे लिए please.
How did Trent get 2? How did he go 2 from
Wingman
that is
kitchen.
outrageous from G2.
रुक जाओ, गेम होते रहेगा, रुको.
G2 just
order कर रहा, रुको.
Vandal being dropped, let alone every other weapon.
Eco है.
G2's having to come back in on cleaning duty.
Hello, Eco था ना?
In middle. You made an absolute mess.
Replay देखेंगे, रुको.
Smokes on smoke.
Yeah, what it, good luck.
Wingman,
Have fun.
Wingman kitchen.
Clear holding.
देख रहा हूँ ना, रुकना तू side.
Leaf suddenly being a little shaken here. But Jonah P's still alive.
T-shirt मंगा, hoodie मत मंगा, इधर गर्मी बहुत है.
They're waiting for this drop here.
Size M.
G2, you are outrageous! Saving EDG from what could have been a nightmare of a round.
G2 decided to wake up 5-0 with the Red Bull clutch.
But G2 are not meant to be able to do this.
No.
Come on, look at Trent. You are so damn good.
And look, Trent and Jonah P on light
Fuck, मैं देखा नहीं यार, मैं order कर रहा था.
Whether it's a Stinger or a Guardian,
Game भी देख ले, sorry. ये last round है, last round है जो मैंने miss
किया. Here. We were talking about him not having big impact in map 1, right? He was a bit quiet compared to his traditional standard.
अबे 1v3 था ना, hello?
Of a start. However, we do have G2 in a nice position now with this purchase. This should be comfortable.
लेकिन उनके पास guns आ गए थे.
G2
के पास.
I think only heavy armor on a couple of players, Chichu and Kong. But you know, you see Chichu step up like this, that's great news for EDG. But Kong sitting at 0-2, that's now after a 2-8 performance in opening fights, he's been taken down very early in these 2 rounds. EDG without him at the top of his game. It's been hard to see them compete with the best in the world.
Quite like what Trent's doing here, very passive in approach, not giving away too much space.
Oh,
and Leaf kind of
short
working
believe.
off the negative space that was kind of assumed to be in the territory, and Trent still delivering. This man looks so sharp on the tail. I can't stress it enough. And now EDG starting to struggle a little bit.
बेचारा सैंडविच हो गया था रे. Gifted miss का Mowgli bye. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Love you. I'm sorry. Love you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. जिसको भी gifted मिला है Mowgli bye ओके हो जाए.
Now, can Simon or Chi-Chu get under their skin? Can they cost them any of these weapons?
It's going to have to be Simon with the Vandal in hand.
I see.
5 HP though, getting swung out on the side. Now he knows where the first is, but as Trent falls into
अब कुछ भी करके guns नहीं गिराना है
are
लोग.
being taken away from him. 3 on the round. It's just
Clean
excellent.
round, clean round.
Really nice. Now again, it was a
Trent
bonus for
किसकी तरफ
EDG, a lighter purchase, but still
Man,
seeing that composure,
content,
Trent just looking
Marco
super
content.
solid. I like to see it. Jonah P, similar things, at least in map 1 here. Trent kind of picking that space up.
It's really good awareness and sort of play from Trent and the support of the missiles
Bus.
coming in.
किसका camera bus?
Leaf and Trent, because you know Leaf's getting pinched. Players walking out of mid, they're going up ramp into his shoulder there. And it seems like EDG really want to punish these.
अरे कौन सा इनका
rounds
जर्सी
they
पहन
fought
के आ
into mid
रहा
pretty
है
aggressively. Now going for the pinch look. G2 are going to be on their toes consistently through this half.
This is the big round, right? This is the one you want to really keep focused on. And have a look at G2. Walkabouts towards A, taking a lot of that space. A good
भाई
response to
इसको
someone
कोई
whose high
बोलो ना रे
priority is
इसके
middle.
कीबोर्ड में बाकी
Teleport
buttons भी है.
Jogmo goes back into B site, and that ult is going to try and push these EDG players away. G2 still hold on to A, have in control.
It certainly stalls them out, but there'll be a question mark by Vent. They're going to know that that's been available for some time. They put their eggs in the basket of pushing through A main to get that information. They get these lovely positions off the back.
Very important
Mid
question,
is
Gaurav.
worrying, right? G2 now feeling like they're playing in the dark almost, blind
जा
to what
सकते गेम के
EDG
बीच
are
में
up to.
मतलब राउंड के बाद जा
That's why I
सकते
think G2 want to re-clear up towards B heaven,
Tech
look into
pause.
mid, using that drone in towards A as well. So they realize EDG are putting their eggs towards this B
भाई
side.
W round होने वाला है EDG का. Full घुसने वाले भाई.
Trent's taken. This feels very readable here, but it's still hard to hold this
W
side.
round
Very
baby.
middle of this
Mowgli
area.
thank you for the 5 more gifted मेरी जान के टटे.
Leaf in the corner, already looking like EDG are suffering on the way in. Nice fight back through. Oh, Smoggy straight through middle. A surprise they didn't expect, but the positioning coming out from Trent is probably not something they're going to expect. We've got to look at Jonah P as well. Gap closing towards middle. As a look towards rafters. Now Trent can start taking steps as well. EDG dedicated towards site, finding their own piece of security to play from. But oh my god, the timing! Trent just about to come back around here. They're putting it together. They've definitely put this together. Kung trying to find a corner as well. Jonah P with the stun. Everything's starting to get harder and harder to hold here. Kung trying to do the dance, but it's Smoggy.
W round. भाई ये जीत गया बेड़ी.
Just chaotic rounds
ये
here.
जीत गया. मैप तेरी चालू करो चलो.
EDG sneak away with. I loved what they did. Smoggy was just hanging out in mid for the entire round, just about.
भाई क्या spot किया ना Trent को?
Jogmo gets caught completely off guard.
I've got to say, Smoggy feels like the bailout player there because G2 had everything red, right? You had Trent literally in their spawn. They had all the
अब vibe में लग
info.
रहा है.
But that was so valuable for Smoggy's timing to come
अब
through
लग रहा
there.
है.
Jaw was doing damage from up in here.
Pillar dance क्या language है भाई?
EDG's game plan. They are testing the gaps in G2's defensive setup, knowing there's no sentinel. To find out where the weaknesses are going to be, and catching G2 as they maybe over-rotate sometimes with the Yorwalt. As they abandon that space in towards mid. I mean, even here, they've done effectively nothing, hanging out towards mid.
G2 जा रही है इसके बाद lower bracket.
That's going to be the drone already cleared from Trent, and that's G2's best info tool. It's their only
एक
info
तो
tool.
prediction right
apart
होने
from
दो ना,
Jogno
please.
jumping out into the open.
हाँ?
You can see the cause and effect
Please.
of that. You've now got two players rotating away,
तो
right?
अच्छे
You're going
tweets
to
करो
have
कभी जिंदगी
Jaw
में.
leaning away from this Jonah P. This puts Trent in a really tough position. Now, he's got a good amount of stall, right? He's Teo. He can buy time for players to come back in. But Kung wants to disrespect it, but Jonah P then isolating the player behind. Can't control sight, though, as Kang is going to succeed on that one. Outdone, outnumbered. G2 flood back in early. They take the fight, and they take the heads of EDG. It's just Smoggy. A 1v4 necessary. Lovely on one, spots a second. Some more for us here, Smoggy.
W Trent!
There from the start and there at the end. G2 control this A site hit very well.
क्या थोड़ा right
Had a
stuff.
couple of great rounds so far. You'll see it on display here. Jonah P started off with a stun, and that sort of gave this window for Trent to sneak out of the smoke. The teleport Jogmo had put down very early into seeing some presence. Just after the Viper Orb had been thrown onto ramp, comes up in a big way too, because he can flood into sight and trade out his teammate that had already been taken down.
These are some big rounds for G2 as well. The timing that they're starting to hit here, it's feeling a little reminiscent of map 1. Now that's a very early call, and I expect EDG to look more comfortable here and have more looks to go to than in map 1 that felt almost crazy to find that same repetition that was a big question mark
4-1
for
देख
us.
के मेरे को किसकी याद आती है मालूम है?
Miserable for EDG, but
Astra की याद
Kong
आती
was
है
given
यार.
the orb in B main. He's got knives now. It's going to be an operation to challenge space in towards mid.
सारे टीम
EDG
यही
will
मेटा
note
करते
that the
थे.
fight
4-1
reached
फिर
on
बाद
was
में
shown
मिड
towards
में
the
आता
A
था एक
side.
बंदा
It's
3-2
gonna open
करते
up the
थे
green
फिर
light
बाद
for
में एक
Kong
साथ
to go
एग्जीक्यूट
diving into
कर देते
vents.
थे.
I like what Saicho was saying, was can
Good old
G2
days.
put Kung Kung in a box, right? Can they deny this man getting building? Now they did it to Durka, but Kung Kung a different beast altogether.
This is a way more developed attacking side than we saw from EDG in map 1. Right? That map was all about the opening brawls. Now they're slowing down the pace, really challenging G2 so that they're using the dimensional drift on an anti-eco.
And already you can see them slipping away. Kung Kung was
so nice.
This almost wastes the ult, right? Well, to an extent, it gives you some info, but nowhere near what you wanted. You're gonna have the drone coming out now.
ये ड्रोन सुन के उनको मालूम पड़ गया कि दो बंदे यहाँ पे.
Towards B, it's all a fake. Valen, the blind in hand, the paranoia primed is countered. Kung Kung blinded, but gonna go forward. Still feeling bold, but Chudi, you can see the floor littered with explosives. Finds a corner to play from. Spots out Trent. Dealt with. Put into a cage. The beast from the east not having the time to shine, and now those sheriffs feel like there's just no bite to them anymore. That was meant to be the big ace up the sleeve.
Blue round by blue round. चले गया इको था.
G2 unfazed by EDG.
That's the clean round G2 fans
भाई
were
मैं
hoping for.
साहब गेमिंग को
So
गलत
building up
जज
the
कर रहा था.
econ,
जॉर्ड एजल है.
especially because
एजल
we are
जॉर्ड है.
about to go into some full-on chaos rounds.
गेम कभी कभी है कभी कभी
They're
नहीं.
gonna
मेरे
be
जैसा.
online. I like too how G2 are consistently playing into backside. I think realizing that because EDG aren't playing
तुषार भाई
they
थैंक
have
यू
that
फॉर द
double
मेंबरशिप.
satchel.
बाय
They
द
don't
वे
have the bleach
जिसको
to
आज
push you all
गिफ्टेड
the way
मिला है
backside,
जो
so
नए
they're
मेंबर
throwing
बन
these
रहे हैं
smokes
क्या
sometimes
करे?
halfway through sight. They're moving players back there.
सेल्स वुमेन क्या करना है?
लाइक करना है.
जिनको
5000 लाइक्स 5000 वाचिंग 2000.
सेल्स वुमेन जिनको 10 गिफ्टेड मिले हैं और जो मेंबरशिप ले रहे हैं उनको क्या करना है?
ग्रुप ज्वाइन करो यार.
कौन सा ग्रुप ज्वाइन करना है?
व्हाट्सएप.
यस यस वी आर
और
क्लोज
कैसे
टू
ज्वाइन करना है?
400.
डिस्कॉर्ड में यूट्यूब लिंक करो, फिर डिस्कॉर्ड रोल मिलेगा. डिस्कॉर्ड में आप वहाँ पे वो जाओगे, उधर लिंक मिलेगा डिस्कॉर्ड में. ठीक है, वो डिस्कॉर्ड लिंक अपने को ज्वाइन करने का है उससे.
बराबर. Also we are close to 400 in our cute WhatsApp group.
हाँ आ जाओ.
हाँ.
The sentence, I didn't think I'd be saying
Multiply
anytime
मत करो.
soon. He's been quiet here at 2 to 5.
YouTube बहुत
It's
ले
been
रहा
a
है.
tough day for him, not just this map, but map 1 Lotus as well on the Neon. He's gonna have to start.
ये चैनल का नाम भी
G2
पिंक्सिस
or
कर लो
EDG
अभी.
rather have all the ultimates they can
Language,
possibly ask
language.
for, right? But I don't think this team wants to overcommit them on an actual site hit. I think what they
सोच रहा हूँ
need
सारे
in
mods हटाओ,
post plant
एक ही
is
रखो.
heaven control. They're going to be fighting into this mid
सारा
space
mods
early
का
on,
काम
can
टिक ही नहीं
maybe move
करते.
back into a G2 lurk. The real challenge is, can they actually push Leaf out of this space? Because it doesn't seem so likely.
Leaf's got control here.
And they don't think they can either. They're full on bailing from it.
Trent consistent in this check, but we know that he doesn't back away from this space. And rightly so. EDG are backfilling that now off the timing of that drone going in. But he has been the headliner here for me. Trent, that's info. That's surely he spotted a player on that one. Yeah, Jonah P ready for it. And we're going to have the util pour on. Kung Kung again finding no safety, no comfortable way in. But this time, Simon saves him. Jonah P goes down as Kung Kung takes the side control. Chichu deals with Trent towards heaven. And suddenly, EDG have a pocket to play from.
And in the post plant, a rolling thunder as well. So G2, they need to act quickly or EDG are going to take the fight to them.
First time in a while, EDG look like they're on the money here. Jaw, though, still having a glance. What a shot. Couldn't follow up, but now it's all on Fallon. Too much on the plate.
फिर भी दो ही जन बचे. भाई सेक्सी खेल रहा है दोनों
break down
टीम.
the door this time and stick the landing.
Huge round from EDG, right? They lose that, they're back on a bad buy again, and they only had to use the one ult. Tail ult's going to be out of the picture, but they've still got Rolling Thunder. It's all because Simon found that kill. Jonah P, I think, took a great time in trying to push through.
I don't even blame him in a way, right?
कौन सा वेजिटेरियन हो या नॉन वेजिटेरियन? आई एम नॉन
Wasn't going to be
वेजिटेरियन.
ready for it. It is only because Simon
तो
is
गलत
full
क्लिप
spamming
दिखा दिया
playing
वो
through the
नेक्स्ट
stun
मैच के
that
लिए.
he can get a kill, that
Production.
EDG are actually able to get out into the site.
Operators out for Jaw as well. They're all coming this way. Oh my god, this could be be a massacre. Jonah P sends the statement early, sending Kang into next round. Simon as well taking a boatload of damage, and they don't know about Shaw. A missed shot.
मिस कर दिया वो यार, वो move कर दिया
And now we
वो.
should surely reset the tempo a little.
We'll see. EDG, now that they've dealt with Jaw, maybe thinking the coast is going to be clear, because G2, they're walking 3 players down into mid. Jonah P is playing it relatively safe back into screens, but he's being pinged out.
They've got to know about him, right? Oh my god, he's taking the time.
Thank you Mowgli bhai, thank you for the 10 gifted.
Boy, Jonah P.
This is a crazy
और
just
थोड़ा
holding your breath
400
and have a look
500
at the flank,
gifted
look
हो
at
जाते.
Look at this. This feels unbelievable. Who blinks first, right? So tense between these
Binks
two.
bola.
Heaven control, EDG.
Thank you for the
Bit of ramp
shout out.
pressure now coming in as well. Jonah P has not played this position.
Contacting him.
Language
Nobody
Rishabh.
doing this with the operator too has not been revealed. Jonah P can hold this. The gap is closing. The vice is coming. G2, they're right behind you. Leaf tears them apart, leaving just the two who are up
पूरा
towards heaven
advantage का
earlier. But
easy
they've got
आने
the
की कर
spike.
दिया.
G2 and Smoggy. They've got TP on
ये
Smoggy,
round
but
तो
does Leaf
गया.
let him leave? He doesn't. He keeps them tethered. He keeps them down. G2 smothering EDG.
Oh, that's just nasty from Leaf. The walls
That's kinda
closing
nasty.
in. After this crazy opening of a round, they showed so much of a fight into A. Then Dogmo hit whiffy on that. I mean, just by a pixel, he's off. But as soon as the round slows down, it takes a guy like Leaf to see that window to go pushing fully through.
भाई मेरे जैसे fit है बे कोच लो.
Big flank.
They've broken the money again.
And it's the 3rd round in a row Simon's had ult. He hasn't had a chance to use it.
Well. This was after the timeout as well for EDG. They've had theirs.
Hello.
What's going
on?
It looks
Ulti.
that's normal.
वो है कांगकांग का औरा. औरा है वो जो कोई संभाल नहीं पा रहा है. कांगकांग औरा.
He's got them the side. He bullied his way through heaven. Oh,
Gaya.
Trent! Trent is on another level here. Going to play this back through, but there's a late lurk in towards middle. Going to be needed here now as well. As already G2 closing the gap as Simon put on notice.
Shot.
Oh, back to back. You got another for a Simon.
आई कितना close था.
Gets the defuse and takes G2 another step away.
Simon is trying so hard to be the guy to step up for EDG. Narrowly misses out on that one.
Mowgli bhai, thank you for the 5. आ रहा है क्या 400 ऐसे 5 फेंक के.
He's had some big moments earlier today as well, but all right,
Love you,
G2,
Mowgli
want
bhai.
to breathe, get the round.
बचपन में मैं कितना देखता था
Pass
Mowgli.
those shots from Simon, it's okay.
वही चड्डी पहने बड़ा दिया है.
This is a heater of the game. Operator still there now for Jaw as well.
Hopefully Valen can put himself back together too.
जैसे जैसा एज बढ़ रहा ना ह्यूमर एकदम रिवर्स में जा रहा है.
Are they going for another biff? Yeah, they're having a brawl again.
बराबर आ रही है
Oh my god, Kang has to just get out of there, get out of dodge.
डैश भी खत्म,
G2 are
अपड्राफ्ट भी
really
खत्म.
turning the screws here on EDG.
But this time they're expecting EDG to move
और
back.
दोनों
in.
यूटिल
Look what
वापस
Jaw's
आने
doing
वाले
now.
वो लोग.
He's fully cornered off
Very
the
balanced.
wall. Now he's opening up. Early on, he was just having Leaf bait out that early shot so he could swing for the second trade. But now that no one's here, it's okay. 2 rounds ago, we were allowed to fully walk into this space. Can we get away with it again?
Ooh, the drone did find contact on A as well. So this is now getting a little bit uncomfortable. The timing. Yeah, Leaf, every day of the week. They're making this map look small, right? This EDG now, their hand gets forced. They have to force this A fight. They can maybe consider a pivot through heaven, but you got to play it forward now. It's all going to get messy. Trent still alive here. How is he standing? I don't know. But this is just an absolute battlefield.
क्या चल रहा है भाई? What the fuck?
We're still in a 3v2.
Trent ने
EDG are
कितना
trailing
यूटिल
numbers,
डाला है
but they have
भाई?
the plot.
G2 in heaven. He's got a beautiful timing here, looking down into G2, but Jogmo takes
भाई
him out.
जॉगमनो में
G2 shut EDG
जॉगमनो
out of the
फिर भी
round.
मारा रीड करके आए वाले को.
I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is getting better and better,
भाई
closer and
ट्रेंड
closer.
क्या यूटिल मारा ये राउंड.
G2, another step now, up to 6 here. EDG held on that 4th, and they burnt the timeout early, if I'm not
G2
mistaken.
नहीं EDG
So
का
for
मैप है.
them, they've got to find the solution on the fly, and we've given them credit in the past
EDG.
for this. But I've got to say it, G2 looks so good on this map.
Oh yeah, they've realized now mid, well, EDG were playing into it a lot early in the rounds.
Shot
Now
be.
they've left it open. G2 are starting to punish into that zone. using the ultimates too.
मुझे
To
कहे
stop
थोड़ा
out ahead,
love
just
your bank
always trying to flood
big
into the
gilly
sites,
chummi
and now
on the
Jogmo's got his ult
सही
back
के
on up. He's still going to be rocking the operator. He's still going to be looking to play into mid because EDG didn't see that last round.
Very good point, and especially with a Viper's Pit through it too.
We're opping in a Viper's Pit. I mean, G2 come up with some creative ideas. This might be something.
औरा दिख रहा है कांग का औरा दिख
Kong.
This shouldn't be happening. That shouldn't be happening, but he gets away with it. It's so unorthodox.
And now a drone goes through A, sees no one in sewers. Jogmo posts up on that line, so the quick reposition while the rest of his team fully shifts into the B site. EDG, they've got time to work with, a full-on minute. And so often nobody will be the lurk for them.
यार 5400 लोग हैं जिसने भी स्ट्रीम को लाइक नहीं किया कोई बात नहीं यार तुम्हारा दिन बहुत अच्छा जाए यार लव यू
And Jaws had his number, but Valen now looking control towards B. The rest of the map feels like it's on lockdown. And Trent here stalls him out, makes it hurt.
I don't know if you play this round. Look at the money.
It feels like a 30-second save, right?
Yeah, EDG have nothing. I mean, okay, you've got the knives going into the next.
Save.
Well, he's been trying to play this angle a couple of times, but now it's not going to be there for him. It's got to be the save.
रिस्क नहीं लेने का रे बाबा
G2, they got to start feeling that, right? There's something about seeing this scoreline, how they got to it as well.
रिस्क नहीं लेने का रे बाबा
Pistol and everything else. Something feels like they're on the verge.
विश्वजीत भाई ये क्या लैंग्वेज है
And not only that, eyeing up that grand final. Now it's only the first half, right? But you got to look at how they're playing right now. They forced EDG into the corner, and not many teams have done that. Again, yes, they were one of the only teams prior to Jaw joining them to take a win off them long time ago in champs. But now, you got to go off that recent result. EDG looked that step above, but here G2 back in fight up. And look at that!
What's that round? Even getting the snake bite for the Volt. For the
मुझे
extra
क्यों नहीं
damage.
मिला मेंबरशिप रैंडम है किसको
That
भी मिल
one got a
सकता
little bit out of hand for EDG early, but they closed out the first half of Lotus in a big way with some huge ultimates.
हेलो
They are
कौन
one
जीतेगा
off the
एडीजी
breach
जीतेगा
and the
वो लोग
tail.
का मैप
They've got
है
a
वो लोग
bye.
जाएंगे
Kong Kong
डिफेंस
has the
में
knives.
मैप डिफेंसिव है
EDG,
7-5
it's time to
स्विच होएगा वो लोग
show
पिस्तौल
up
जीतेंगे
here.
7-7 होएगा उसके
Losing
बाद
six the last 7.
बटर ऑन चीज केक वाला गेमिंग
We do
होगी
have the double operator out as well. Leaf on this. He smoked
समझ रहे
off.
हो
Oh dear.
Kong can't get around. He can't get into it round, and they can't evade the operators. G2 are looking primed to close out this half near on perfectly.
All EDG wanted was to be able to run an exec, get the ults online. G2 aren't letting them have anything.
No, they are lethal. They are looking like killers, right? They know their win con. They're making it hurt. Dancing around, and G2 looking like a step above. As said, it is a very small club of players who can do that to a team like EDG, but right now,
कांग का और
they
जरा लीफ बाय पे
absolutely
दिख रहा
are.
है
Nobody and Simon in a world of trouble. It looks like there's no way out of it. Simon going to do what he can, as he can, but there's nothing to do but die. 8-4.
No, thank you for the membership.
This map, I was worried. I thought the third was surely beckoning. But
बोला था
G2
कि नहीं
have a
8-4
point to
आएगा
prove, and it might be proven on map 2.
यार बेचारा हंस रहा है लेकिन फिर भी हाँ फिर भी हंस रहा है
Red Bull gives you wings.
क्या लगाना चाहे
क्या भाई ठीक हुआ
ठीक हुआ ना थोड़ा तो
हाँ 19 पे है वो
ठंडा आ रहा है ना लेकिन
कहाँ से ठीक हुआ है
मेरे को तो ठंडा हुआ आ रहा है दरवाजा बंद कर
तो 19 पे रखे 24 पे रख उसको
24 पे क्यों रखो जब ठंडा हवा आ रहा है 19 पे फेंक दिया मैंने रिमोट
बिल की तो मालूम है तेरे को
बिल का क्या टेंशन है कोई टेंशन नहीं है बिल का
दूंगी रिवॉर्ड दे
नहीं
रिवॉर्ड दे
नहीं अरे मेरे को पता ही नहीं किधर है दरवाजा बंद कर और वही दरवाजे से छटको
4.
फोन
Map
करके क्या
2
बोलती हूँ?
on
इधर ही
the
किधर
half.
है?
G2 firmly in the lead. Now I have to ask the question, what will it take for EDG here? Because they've been held on 4 rounds.
It's been ugly so far, but the easy one is a pistol round, right? EDG still have only lost 1 pistol, the 9 they played against G2. But deeper than that, looking to actually come back and win into this map, they need a guy to step up and dominate in the server. EDG always have a player that's going to, you know, be that top performer. It's been Chichu all series long, all tournament long.
Yes.
This series, it hasn't been the same. Kong currently sitting across 3 halves of Valorant. 3 kills, 3 first kills, for 13 first deaths. Sorry, it doesn't even make sense coming out of my mouth because this guy's been the best player in the world. For him to not be doing that, not even in a grand final, is just shocking.
बस कुछ कर अभी पिस्तौल जीतेगा रुको ना रे बाबा आउरा दिख रहा कांग का
G2 on the verge.
नहीं बे किसी और पे क्या हो रहा
against the odds and get a pistol as well. To do it when it truly matters would be absolutely magical. And the first man to potentially be challenged, Kung.
Come on.
I said the stats weren't looking kind, weren't looking pretty for him. Oh, but he sticks around, he fancies a go at this one. He's feeling brave, and maybe not rightly so. Catches one on the cross, but does get traded out.
EG quickly moving to heaven, but they're pushed off the angle. G2 haven't quite gotten the spike down, and now that the smoke has gone away, it's a little bit uncomfortable. Choosing whether or not to go for the best plant, the yourself open, or go for the safe one. Forced to play on site.
Binks says Fireman is a big fan.
But trying to buy a couple of seconds, maybe
Oh,
hello,
Shivam bhai.
Nobody's still alive is a problem.
Andi Mandi address लिख के दो.
They're getting a little early on this one. They even dropped down from heaven. Trent's got an opportunity here. It's Jonah B. It's Valen. EDG walked into the G2 trap, and they made it look easy.
Next time कभी है तो hi hello बोलने जरूर आ जाना.
Out of all of the pistol rounds, EDG have been winning them, but when it matters, G2 have converted.
That's just excellent poise from G2.
मैं तुम लोगों को बोला था कि नहीं.
Fake tap, pulling back, dodging all the utilities. There was a stun, there was a paranoia. Flying on in at them. But they took these fights so calmly, so precisely.
And I love it.
हरा दिया बंक्स भाई मान गए पावर को. क्या लैंग्वेज है?
Right. G2 are turning this place into a library, and I absolutely bloody love it. Let's have a go at it, G2. Let's see if we can keep this going. The EDG fans are being real quiet now. G2 putting Smoggy under pressure early. Can he somehow survive? The most primal urge to try and just simply live, and Jaw's already taken away his support system, looking for a bit more, gets a bit more. Smoggy's still standing. The last one to try and do anything in this. This has been an outplay, and normally these rounds EDG might get a little bit messy, get a little bit naughty, but it's G2 up to 10 already.
And EDG have to be thinking about the next few rounds here, realizing no, because they lost these early ones, you're not going to have the money to force an early off for Kong. That can always be a difference maker.
10-6.
No. They're going to be
10-7.
They're going to be on region shields. They tried to go for some sheriffs in this round.
उसके बाद का बात का देख.
Anything for them.
10-8 तक होने वाला है. That's my prediction right there.
It's good news when you can be up there on stage and be singing in a qualifier match to the grand final.
13-6, let's go.
Bye is in for EDG. Everything is on this round.
इसका अलग ही चल रहा है, इसको इधर मार दो.
You got to get past the bonus, right? So G2 have a Bulldog, they have a Phantom, a couple of a Stinger, which is honestly basically a full rifle in the hands of someone like Jaw. And they're going to go for a high priority focus towards pressuring middle.
Yep, good nades to push Chichu off the angle. He's very comfortable in this position, but now there's the threat of, hey, players could have walked up in towards V Heaven. Right now it's that's going to be watching into Heaven. Back B site. That's excellent baiting.
Speaking of baiting, Trent's trying to feign out towards A as well. I like this. Trying to keep those 3 players on this, but it's on Smoggy, right? This is all on Smoggy's shoulders. Do they clear? Does he wait patiently? Only with 1 though.
Kang bolte.
Down to 31 HP. Trying to play off the back. Gets a fair fight. Takes away Valen. It's still a bonus. This is still meant to be clean. It's a 3v2. If they lose any more, it's a problem. Leaf try to make Maybe a low percentage play to try and help out.
Shot, Chichu!
Shot तो अच्छा मारा था.
मैंने predict किया था Chichu is still
That was a
alive.
nice setup, and that was Kong Kong finding those open
Sanjay
kills,
bye, thank you
Been
for the
waiting
membership
that.
for
Now
Jan
he's got
के
a rifle in his
today.
He gets that kill,
ऐसा
dancing
डिक्की
around,
मैं
pillar
कभी
baits out
डालूंगा
his
ऐसा
teammate.
view
Now
के
Smoggy
साथ.
only gets the one, but that'll be enough. EDG have to continue finding these different setups where they can punish G2 on their execs.
Gilroy किसी को भी कुछ
Only
भी
then
करता
will
रहता
we
है.
start to
अरे
believe
आपने
once
ऐसे
again
तो
in
ऐसे दूसरे
EDG
को hit
clawing
नहीं
this game
देने का ना
back.
तरफ.
Has to be round by round. It
Asian
has to be
नहीं है वो
step by
China
step
है.
now.
Pacific is
Finding 10
different.
so early for
वो
G2
क्या
is
बोल रहा
heaven
है?
sent.
तू क्या समझ रही है? तू क्या बोल रही है? मैं क्या समझ रहा हूँ? मत करा.
Work this map step
But
by step.
Pacific is
Kong Kong
different,
is
no.
on this
But
side of the
he's
map.
saying
Double
अपना
swipe.
Asian है ये
Yeah,
रिजन.
forced slightly further away.
It's another bait and
Region
switch
अपना
setup
नहीं है.
on B. Kong Kong and Smoggy clearly trying
South
to play
Asia
nicely
is
with each
what-
other. Get these shots working. Now Jaw only one orb away from the ultimate. And not too keen on getting spammed out through the smoke, so he'll TP on out.
And I quite like these
दया बहन चुप रहो.
rounds. League gets stay
That's
unrevealed.
the
He
deal
does.
there.
Now it's a little bit of an indicator that maybe someone heard that util going through, but you look at a Jaw dipping around the map now.
It's a really nice audible from G2 because they know that drone was sent from up in A heaven, so making the sound of the teleport, putting some pressure on the heaven players as they gear up for an A split. You can see nobody doesn't want anything,
Yup.
doesn't want to play for heaven at all. Instead, regrouping with his teammate on site.
भाई वो लोग का तो रोटेशन ही नहीं है एडीजी का. दो बंदे कैसे संभालेंगे?
It screams. Nobody can be forced away. Smokes up.
ऐसे
He still takes one
संभालेंगे
down.
भाई,
That's
ऐसे
Lee gone.
संभालेंगे.
Still can't help Simon though. Simon is on an island.
blind
here.
went, दो,
You need
मारो,
help from someone else, but
मारो
maybe Simon can do
spam.
it all on his own. Sean's going to take away nobody. You can see the damage, but G2 punch for punch, blow for blow, decimating EDG, leaving Smoggy in a 1v3.
Let's go
Jonathan is on 10
Jagamo!
HP. Trent
देखो
28.
उसके
We've got them
उसमें
on
से
no
आग
HP
निकल
here.
रही है.
Smoggy, if there was a time to shine,
Sorry, धुआं निकल रहा है.
it would be now. First hurdle. Might have seen the barrel. He's got him. That's Jonah P gone. Two more though.
नहीं होगा.
Trent has been monstrous.
नहीं होगा.
Wait for it.
Chogamo.
नहीं होगा.
I mean,
Wait
he's
for
no
it.
pressure, and Smoggy's starting to get into his own head here. Takes the TP. He now knows.
बोला था
Almost
नहीं होगा.
यार.
मैंने बोला था.
Another
Almost
step
था.
closer. 11 rounds now.
Oh, it shouldn't be that close,
किसको
but
support
EDG
करें?
always make you believe just that
मैं तो
little
बोल
bit
रही
extra.
हूँ, तू क्या है मास्क?
Honestly, the hold from Simon and nobody was excellent. Having the stun from backside worked wonders, but there was like 2 or 3 different players that got dinks against the G2 players through walls or whatnot, and then got traded out instantly.
Hey,
EDG
Patel,
must
bye.
feel like
Thank you
they
for the 5
got
gifted.
robbed in that round in a way, because they were the ones that sort of
अब
shot
क्या हो
better
गया?
at
बहुत
the start.
सेंटी हो रहे. 5-5 फेंक के जा रहे मुंह
नहीं
पे.
मेरे चार पे आए हिम भाई. मेरे को
Frustration.
दिया. Five.
Focus.
फिर किसी और ने 5 दिया तो
Real
उसमें हिम भाई
disparity on either
Ah,
side. Just
yeah.
seeing the
Focus
difference
का
in
ख्याल रख
emotion.
रहे
They're
हैं
stuck. in
लव यू एम
contrast
बटरफ्लाई.
to
थैंक यू फॉर 5
EDG.
गिफ्टेड. जिसको भी गिफ्टेड
burning
मिला है
the
एम बाय का
timeout now.
पकड़े
They
और
know it's
थैंक्स
back
कहे और
to the
व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप
wall.
ज्वाइन करें.
Got
थैंक
to.
यू.
Look, no one goes home in this game. You go down to lowers.
बात तो है.
There is a grand final waiting for one of these two. And for
बात
EDG
तो
to
है.
face a G2 like this is a terrifying prospect, if that's what's going to be waiting for you a couple games down the line,
Yeah.
if you get that far.
If you get smoked too low, you're facing off against the double ban as well. G2 potentially proving that Split is a map you have to fear as well, which no one was expecting was going to be an issue.
Absolutely not. We all thought, I think a lot of us thought, bind, surely. Split just not looking in that map pool, not looking there. But it's now looking like 12 could be coming home for G2, right? You're looking at this now. The buys,
भाई पैसे के
shoddy
लग
at
गए
best
यार.
for EDG. They're on the ropes.
Yeah, that turtle not approving of the EDG buy, that's for sure. It is grim for them. One orb away from Kong Kong's knives. That's got to be the difference maker if they're going to steal this round from G2.
EDG टाइप मार
Ultimate up
देता
into
है
mid from Jogma, fully trying
तीन
to clear
चार
away
बार
this
तो
B
बेचारा
side. Actually
unlucky मरा
snapping
है
it is
Kong Kong.
crazy.
Yeah, it's pacey, and you keep your eyes on the spike. You keep your eyes on where that's going. Simon the Guardian trying to hold it down, gets outdone. Jaws
एक
on the
साथ
side,
3-3 यूरो
Spike's on
दिख
the
गया
way. They're being kept back here.
सपोर्ट
EDG,
करो और
no way
ऐसा
through these smokes. They
वो
can't
क्या
disrespect them
हाल
right
होगा
now.
आपका.
The
मत
pace change, the
करो
tempo.
यार.
Unbelievable! G2 want him dead. They want him buried. They take all the space away. They turn up the tempo. That next step Jaw dips out,
तो साइलेंट
forces them to diligently re-clear now.
How mobile are G2? Just
तरह में
everyone on the map at the
छुट्टी
same
पे
time.
जब मैच
EDG now
चलेगा।
forced to go on to the retake. They have no clue where G2
Good
are.
idea.
They've absolutely no idea, but they're going to get their best bet. Kangkang with the first step, looking for the follow-up. He takes another
Kangkang
straight
bolte हैं।
in now. Dealt with Leaf, back of the zone! Control from Leaf, stunning from Jaw. It's 12 for
Smooth.
G2.
Smooth.
G2 one round away from the grand final.
You are the only gaming stream I genuinely enjoy watching, man. Love you, Kanis bhai.
Is elite. And G2 have talked so much about the work they put in to getting Jogmo to become an expert on this agent. Not played much of it previously, but him and Josh RT have worked so much on the individual mechs, on the entry pathing. They're the fake ult through mid into B, snapping the TP onto A.
G2 looking
And all of a
strong.
sudden, after a
12-5
mid ult,
comeback.
he's diving you an elbow.
Pillar.
It's just
तेज भाई काहे
terrifying.
टट्टियां खा रहे हो?
Still got one more to get. That fabled 13th, the one that books you into the grand final, and Kangkang is waiting in your way with the knives in hand, and Icon himself still gonna find Trent, sets up G2, it ain't over yet. You can never take your eyes off the prize against EDG, but
कैंपेन
G2
टीम
still
में
with
भाई
three
ऐसा
standing,
नहीं रुको
still with a chance to do it now.
अब वो गया ना
Kangkang,
सीरियस
how badly do you want
कांगकांग
this?
को मौका मिला
We
तो
hold them
चौका
back
मारता
here.
है
G2 fancy their odds.
टीजर
They fancy a
जगह
goal,
मिलेगी
and
अगर वो
Kangkang
क्लबिंग से
is
फ्री हो
still
जाता है
firing.
ऑब्वियसली
He's still fighting.
उसके
He's
लिए तो
giving
भाई
EDG
पूरा
the chance.
नया टीम ही बना
Desperately trying to
दूंगा
hold on, but Jonah P, you got a
बाय द वे
1v3.
टाइगर भाई कौन सी टीम से खेल
Not
एक्सक्यूज
right
मी
now. Nobody denies. EDG
क्या लैंग्वेज है
up to 6.
If that
13-6.
Kong can play the next 6 rounds, EDG can come back in this.
ओटी
We've been missing that all day long, but even having the
मेरा प्रेडिक्शन इज
sense
ओटी
to switch the stinger there for the spam through smoke back into the knives, that was
क्या करती
pretty.
रहती है तो तू ऐसा 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 करके अपने रैंक पे जिंक्स करके
Close
रैंक
enough
अप
that
क्यों
it's
नहीं
brought
करती
G2 right down to the stingers again, but do remember how Lotus
मेरे को नहीं
closed.
करना तेरे रैंक को जिंक्स
Erica's
किया
players
गया
with
तू
some stingers and a bit of a
Radiant.
dream.
चुप रहो
तो गया रे
एकदम
Case again, but up against them a well-invested EDG. Odds looking like EDG would convert this round, but
13-6
against
हो
the
सकता है
odds,
ओटी जाएगा
G2 sometimes shine.
Teleport ready in the backside. Here goes G2.
Smoggy, nowhere to run. Tries to get out of there, sends a paranoia, buys a couple of seconds, goes back in. Jonah P on the trade, however. It's down to a 4v4. Oh, Kung. Okay, he's found some room to play and he's just puffing out the chest, trying to hold this back, but you've got to
हाँ
be
मान रहे
careful.
भाई
There's still threat. There's still danger when Jonah P does that. Surely no more. Surely
Shit!
no
बच गया
more.
जिंक्स
Kung,
किया इसने मेरे
a
जिंक्स
heartbeat shown.
लव यू विशाल भाई देखो तो 5 मैच ओटी आ रहा है
Master. Pistol.
बीवी से
Marshall,
बहस जिंदगी
Guardian,
तहस
it
नहस
does not matter. The low buy, that is where he can show
That's
up
fine.
in a big way.
Well, that's still
इको
इससे मस्त मारा ना जोनो पी ने
There was
दूसरा
something about
शॉट
John Peter's like being up there, just kind of like loose about it almost, just taking crazy
Abhi
fights.
मैं बोल
But
रही हूँ,
it's
30
forced
day.
G2 into a timeout, right? Because we've suddenly seen what can happen when Kung has a round, and he's had 2 of them.
It's a
Kind of.
back-to-back
13-8.
3K there
Right?
again.
जा सकते हैं
Which
टेक्निकली
now,
वो लोग को सिर्फ
traditionally throughout
3
this
गन
game,
राउंड जीतने का है
G2 have handled him
बाकी तो एक को
really
जाएगा
well. They've
समझ
really
रहे हो?
given him very little room to play with. He's carved out a little bit of space now to play in. Still not positive, keep in mind. He's 16 to 17.
Get there
This
close to
has
4k
been an
lag
uphill
जिसने
struggle.
lag नहीं किया lag करो
But again, for G2, they've got all the timeouts in the world to play with.
Yep.
Take their time, settle in. That last round is always the hardest.
It's also worth noting that with 5 rounds to work with here, G2 don't have to send everything into this next round, right? There's
आज
still
तो
a
जल्दी
few
फ्री हो
ways
गए
off
बंक्स भाई
of
देखते हैं लेकिन
three
रात का
orbs and
स्ट्रीम
also
का
off
मैं
the tail, so
गारंटी
they
नहीं
could play
देता
these next
देखते
rounds
देखते क्या
slowly.
सीन
Okay,
बनता है
if
देखते
Kong picks us off early, we can dive back into a save, play for the orbs, and start stacking those ultimates. Because ultimately, as you said,
यार आज
it's
तुम लोगों
just
को पता है
one
मैं
round
मस्त
that
सो रहा
they
था बे
need. They can wait
इसने तो
for
मेरे को
the
लात मार
right
के
moment
नीचे गिरा
before
है अभी
overcommitting.
बेड से नीचे गिरा हूं मैं आज
How many more
करने का था मेरे
times?
को
Someone like Kung be in the right
लात
place.
मारने का
Find that
देखो,
level
दो
of
बार उठाए,
elevation.
Binks.
Because we've had Leaf
Binks,
doing it, we've had
panic.
Shaw doing it, we've had... I mean, at least the whole roster again for G2, it has been a collective effort. Now, looking like they're eyeing up this A site.
The way Simon plays on site is pretty annoying. Getting that vertical
I
stun
hope
line to
Supreme
push
Court
G2
by
out of
देख
that
रहे हैं
space,
सब।
put down the smoke, and EDG have crept into mid quickly.
And Jonah P could be on a platter. I don't know if he's figured it out. Something's made him question mark it, right?
Oh!
Smoggy, that's a head removed. And now G2 pick up the pace.
G2 really just have Simon waiting in their way, and he gets pushed off by great utility from G2. Calls in the reinforcements. EDG have no one on site.
EDG are scrambling. Kang Kang, it's not good enough. Leaf outdoes him. We're down to 3. Chi-Chu, Simon, nobody. Might have to face the music. G2, 2 kills away.
From
Nobody has a glance. Has a look, gets given nothing. G2 on the verge of taking down the reigning champion side. But Chi-Chu gonna take one back. He's got a whole lot more work to do. The ult on the site. Valen takes away nobody. It's all on Chi-Chu now. Ults upon ults. It's so difficult for Chi-Chu. And the time.
Save करे बाद में finals में काम आ सकते Chi-Chu भाई.
And he knows it. Time to face the music. Time to face that 13th round. Make a go of it, sure. Make a stand, sure. But you're not going to take the round away. G2, the Ascension Dreamers, reaching new heights, locking in the grand finals.
'25 has been a year of redemption for G2. In America's last year, make back-to-back finals and lose, go to the global as the second seed. But in kickoff, they win it. They come in here with higher expectations than they've ever had before. And they live up to that. Again, riding the wrongs of Shanghai, now going into their finals. G2 look to bring a trophy back to Americas.
What a roster, what a performance. EDG, the ultimate opponent today, dealt with, revenge served. Stunning from G2. What are you meant to do with that map veto now, right? We're talking bigger picture. They're grand finalists, and their map veto looks rock solid.
Yeah, now they can get the fracture out of there. Their Lotus is looking untouchable. Their split looks...
भाई कसम से बोल रहा हूँ, G2, you have touched my heart. Touched it. समझ रहे हो? Finals तुम्हारे सामने कोई भी आए, I'm gonna support you, buddy. Jogamo.
गया G2 हार गया. किसके साथ है finals इसका भी?
किसके साथ भी होने दो. Matter भी नहीं.
I am not supporting G2 anymore, guys. Breaking news.
मैं G2 को support करूँगा तो करूँगा. It's finally time to support my dear Jogamos and teams.
He's slippery when he plays and he's explosive.
G2
had his number today.
Shame
They had
on
the
you.
whole team's number. And the fact they've grown like this in the space of a couple of days and a couple of games to be able to elevate this much.
I mean, this team was so hyped coming into the year, right? They did so much last...
क्या?
Vitality जीतेगी अभी.
भाई T1 को support करेंगे भाई. Pacific on tops बड़े. बस ये आर्गे जीत मत करो यार ऐसा. Hey, Pacific on top, buddy. Let's go. Can we have some T1 open in the chat?
On the dimensional drift into mid, diving into elbow to basically close out the game. That is exactly what every G2 fan was hoping for when they saw this offseason. Him to be on the team, leading them to a grand final.
He's done so well here. And the rest of the team, same thing, Trent to me. I mean, the impact he had throughout map 1 and map 2, looking like the ultimate Teo player. So in control, such an anchor as well to hold things down, to be secure for, you know, a real backbone for the boys. Lovely to watch them all play.
The supportive utility between him and Jonah P is that backbone, you say, that makes Jogamo and Leaf look so good.
Well, we have a treat for you, and it's going to be Trent waiting on by for the Verizon post-match interview.
And it's going to be G2 in the grand finals. Everybody give it up for Trent!
Yay!
Huge congrats, Trent. I mean, G2 this year, you guys seem unstoppable. This is the furthest you guys have ever gone in an international tournament. So what do you think allowed you guys to make it this far to an international grand finals?
I think we just are very well prepped for this moment. We've had a lot of experience, so we've kind of just taken everything in and we're executing it very well.
สำหรับคำถามนะครับผมคำถามแรกสุดเลยนะนั่นก็คือว่าทำยังไงถึงมาได้ไกลขนาดนี้ในรอบชิงชนะเลิศของการแข่งขันแบบ international หรือว่านานาชาตินั่นเองนะครับคำตอบเขาก็บอกว่าง่ายๆเลยนะฮะก็ค่อนข้างที่จะเตรียมตัวมาดีแล้วก็ทำแบบที่ตัวเองเตรียมตัวไว้ได้หมดนั่นเองครับผม
Alright, just a simple question. How do you feel about making it to grand finals? Unreal?
It feels good because this is the first time we've made it to grand finals, like you said. We fell in short like third or fourth a couple times, so definitely feels good, and I think we're ready for it this time.
That doesn't seem like it needs translation สำหรับผู้เล่นทางบ้าน
crowd तो W है यार सबको support किए crowd ने यार
ที่ได้มาถึงรอบชิงชนะเลิศแล้วของรายการนี้นะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบก็เลยบอกว่าดีที่สุดแล้วนะครับผมนี่ก็คือโมเมนต์ที่ยอดเยี่ยมที่สุดแล้วจริงๆนะครับผมในการ
ये wingman है spike वाला
Okay, and as for the rest of the teams, who do you think will make it to grand finals and face you guys? And do you have a preference?
I think it'll be EDG again, and I think that'll be a good match for us. So yeah, I think EDG, and I like to play them again. I think they're the best team here, so I like playing them.
สำหรับคำถามสุดท้ายนะครับนั่นก็คือว่าคิดว่าใครในทีมที่เหลืออยู่จะได้ไปเจอกันในรอบชิงชนะเลิศนะครับผมซึ่งคำตอบของเทรนด์นั่นก็คือว่า EDG เพราะ EDG ถือว่าเป็นทีมที่เก่งที่สุดแล้วในสายตาของเขานะครับก็หวังว่าจะเจอกันอีกครั้งหนึ่งในรอบ Grand Finals หรือว่ารอบชิงชนะเลิศนั่นเองครับผมเพราะว่าเป็นทีมที่เก่งมากและเขาก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นทีมที่ดีครับผมแมตช์ที่สนุกครับ
Okay, looking forward to a rematch, but good luck in the grand finals and
कल
congratulations.
मेंबरशिप लूंगा सैलरी आएगी तो डन सिंह मुराद भाई अपन इधर ही है बस इंडिया में क्राउड सपोर्ट होता होएगा यार बड़ा बड़ा इवेंट्स होएगा बहुत इवेंट्स होएगा सब होएगा यार इतने सारे लोग देखते हैं यार मेरे को इसका 10% भी वहां पे पहुंच गया ना डब्ल्यूज चैट देख मेरा वाला हल्का ऊपर हो गया यू सेड समथिंग मैंने क्या बोला कोई तो बोला था पोल में खाली ईडीजी सही का हिटर बस मैं 150 रुपए दूंगा आप अगला 2 घंटे के लिए T1 का नाम मत लो सुनो 10K लाइक्स या 10,000 गिफ्टेड मेंबर्स ये दो में से एक कंडीशन पूरा करो मैं T1 को नहीं करूंगा सपोर्ट समझ रहे हो कम ऑन बेटी कम ऑन लेट्स गो
ये अच्छा बात बोल
ये अच्छी बात अच्छा मैच था लेकिन बहुत मारा है जीटू ने अच्छा फाइट दिया पहली बार ऐसा लगा कि हेवी लड़ रहा है करके 10 रे 10,000 रे अरे बेसिकली मैं ये बोल रहा था गिफ्टेड तो होने तरह लाइक तो करो स्ट्रीम बहुत सीख लो
लाइक करो ऐसे बोल रहे हैं
सुबह मिस ने पढ़ लिया क्या हो गया काहे चिल्ला रहे हो क्या गरम करके आया बोल
यार तुम लोग में से कोई नहीं गया उधर जा तुम लोग गए हाँ 2 दिन गए देखो बंक पर चढ़ी बोलो रिक्शा ये तो रिक्शा है मेरे को जाना है यार तू जा सीधा प्राइवेट जेट है लैंग्वेज गाना तो Sujit, hello. Hi, excuse me, language, maybe. Next one. अब आएंगे ना सेफ बाय और स्टैग्स बाय Jackson bust.
What's up, guys? Who's the best team in Korea now? Who's the best? 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 Guys!
Wow.
The mixtape's dropping soon, people. Now, of course, welcome back, everyone, to day 7 of Masters Bangkok, and it's time for the lower bracket semi-final between T1 and Team Vitality. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside with Kakuka and Sideshow as we break down this massive, crucial elimination matchup. Top 3 is on the line, and the sad thing, guys, is that no matter what happens, we're sending a region home today, which is, it's heartbreaking, but it's always cool when we have all 4 regions represented at the top 4 at these Masters events. But this is a bittersweet one without a doubt, Kakuka.
Oh yeah, exactly. Of course, advancing for any of these 2 teams, even to that top 3, would be massive, but also the way in which they arrive into these matchups is light and day.
Yeah, and I think the expectations are also night and day between these 2 teams as well. Even though they were both built to be super teams, to be rosters that are capable of getting to an event like this and going super deep, I think there are more expectations and more weight onto Vitality because they're pulling from a larger player pool. They've got people from Americas. They've gone global rather than just being Korean.
Yeah, and that is the part that, you know, when we talk about these super teams, how do they bounce back after these big losses? A lot of conversations definitely going to be happening with that as well. But let's actually move forward here and talk about, you know, some of the other big factors that we're seeing here, or rather some of the big moments that we've been seeing from both of these teams, because we know, Kakuka, that it's more than doable for Vitality. Yeah. It's more than doable for T1, which honestly, I did not think was possible, but yesterday made me a believer.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, this day is all about the rematches, because this is a match that we saw right at the beginning of Bangkok. It was Vitality getting the win pretty clean on 2-0 fashion. But things have changed ever since then. That was obviously the last loss that T1 faced, and well, before what happened yesterday. And of course, Carver was playing on that matchup. I think that Vitality also suffered the loss yesterday, which I think is going to change them. But even with all of that, that matchup was really pretty evened out, in my opinion.
There were some big moments from both teams. The Durka clutch should never have happened. That's a major mistake from T1. Stax had his moments as well, and this is what the map pool looked like. I was so disappointed looking at this map pool the first times that these 2 teams faced off, because you didn't get to see the Lotus, the Haven, the opportunities where both of these teams index super heavily into the ISO, into the double duelists. There is a potential for this match to be an all-time gigabanger, and last time it was just a bit of a meh. So today I'm looking for something more, something different. Yeah. And I think the onus for that is on T1 because they're lost, so they're the team that's probably going to change something up.
Very true, very true. And a big difference from that first time they played, you touched on it briefly, Kakuka, is that Sylvan is in this lineup. And Sylvan has had some moments, so, you know, there's definitely a lot of hype for this guy.
Absolutely. He had a couple of quiet games, the first 2 that he played, but he's been ramping up. He's been putting up his individual performance. This 1v5, it was not just an ace, it was a proper 1v5.
A sick ace, 1v5 to get the lead back down to just 4-12.
Yeah, but we're not talking about T1, we're talking about Silva, okay? Let the man have his moments. When you think about the expectations and everything that we are mentioning, when you have this swap in the middle of the tournament, you know that the eyes are on you, because if you do not perform, everybody is going to say, oh, they would have won with Carpe.
And something to keep in mind is that when Sylvan got that 1v5 ace, yes, of course, it was for a 12-4, but that did actually give T1 some motivation to, like, hey, we can do this. We can stand toe-to-toe against a team like EDG. And even though it didn't work out for them, let's not forget, they were just 3 rounds away from being in that upper bracket.
Yeah, and it's a very difficult situation for somebody like Sylvan. We don't know why. It's very opaque what's going on behind T1. Autumn has been signed away to an NDA somewhere. He won't tell us why they're swapping Carpe and Sylvan, but it's a tough situation for a player like this because it feels like his job's on the line every time he steps on the stage.
Yeah, but hey, he has been quite well for himself. Let's see, though, if it'll continue forward. For now, though, let's send it over to Jen Lee, who had an opportunity to chat with Meteor ahead of the match.
Now, Meteor, Vitality was the first team that you guys played here in Bangkok. Now, for one of the teams, tonight will be the last game that they play. So what do you think you need to do differently this time around to make sure that you get to stay and they go home?
Confidence.
Confidence, that's it?
Yeah.
All right, confidence. You got this. You got this, little buddy.
Confidence is key.
Cute है मिटिया.
Didn't strike me as confident in that
Side
situation, but I'm gonna go with his word.
It's because Jen carries the situations.
It's very true.
Jen's interview media is just there more than
All right, well, let's go ahead and move forward to Meteor's opponent. You have Vitality, who tasted defeat for the first time this season when they fell to G2 just yesterday. And, you know, we talk about how these super teams sometimes adapt in the fly when
गुस्सा नहीं मैडम.
fan. This is Sideshow going to be a bit of a challenge. How can Vitality bounce back after their first loss?
I think they have so many different learning.
UBSF मतलब upper bracket semi-final, UBSF मतलब upper bracket final, GF.
But going up against a team like
ये
G2
वही है
or
जो
even
तुम्हारे
against
पास
T1,
नहीं
you
है.
have hitters like Buzz and Meteor, Itsu's having a great game on the other side.
Grand final,
Sometimes you
मतलब
need
मेरा
to double
grand
up a bit
final.
more,
भाई
play
ठंडा
off
तो
each
हो
other,
रहा है
try to trade out and go for stuff like that rather than just relying on
बताओ,
individual skill to
उन्नीस
win the
ठंडा
duel.
तो हो रहा है.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily agree
क्या
with
किया?
that, just because of what happened yesterday
Gas
against
डालो
G2.
उसमें.
Like it was
और
in the macro level.
कुछ
I do
change क्या
think
circuit
that
है?
they were like if pound for pound. Depend on what moment in history,
Who
I
are
could
you
make an
supporting?
argument
I am
into
supporting
Vitality versus
T1.
G2. I think that it was the macro and actually the forcing you into a situation that you do not want to be. That G2 was better off
दूसरा
yesterday.
कब
But
चाहिए अभी
is
बोलो.
a humongous record
लोग
for
बोलते बहुत
for the entirety of the year. And many people have questions about how they're going to perform after having the loss. But I honestly think the G2 were just the better team yesterday.
Yeah, and what we saw from the EDG matchup as well certainly paints a very, very unique picture there. But, you know, one of the things also to keep in mind is that this is a big one for EMEA. I mean, granted, like Pacific too, let's not forget that. But EMEA have not had an opportunity to raise a trophy. It's been a minute since we've seen that. So a lot of pressure here for Vitality for sure.
Pointing at me, I know.
A
The
lot of
last one
pressure.
was in what? Masters Tokyo?
Your thoughts?
A couple of years ago. Yes,
Durka.
last year it was a good year for every region
Plus
but
one,
us.
plus one.
We know it. We're
Plus
on
one.
it. It's okay. We're working on it. It's work in progress. Okay.
I promise I was not coming
That's
at you. But you know what, though? There's a lot of pressure here, but I do
Safe
believe
को
that
support
this
करो.
Vitality
ना.
lineup has so many tools, and one
Safe
of those
को कर
players
देता हूँ, उसने
is
photo लिया.
Trex, a guy who is cool under pressure. Let's hear what he had to say about T1 and yesterday's loss in this Omen player moment.
I'm Trex and I'm from Team Vitality. I mean, it's our first loss in the team. I think it's good that we lost, so like in terms of like actually gonna learn
मत
now,
करो support.
because
Language.
it's hard to learn from the wins. So from the losses, it's always good to learn something. So yeah, we're gonna learn, I think, for sure.
Just reacts off to the side, but wasn't expecting that one. And okay, Sheriff, quick word. Yes! My goodness!
Now we're gonna face T1 in our bracket, and yeah, it's a comfort.
Thumbnail में handsome कैसे दिख रहा
They
है?
have good players. Now they're playing a lot of double duelist comp, like double dive comp. So I think they lean more towards aggressive playstyle, which we like as a team. So yeah, we basically adapt to whatever people are
Anna
doing
Rakesh.
against us. So we're like,
That's
we
true.
can play aggressive, we can play slow. Like we know how to middle ground it basically. T1, good luck.
Of course,
इतना
there,
calmly
Trex,
कोई मेरे
you
से
know,
बात नहीं
even
किया
though a little soft spoken, it's good to hear from him, right, and get his perspective about this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, they definitely can play slow. I believe that. Absolutely. Yes, they can.
Yeah, well, all right. Let's look, though,
Sarcasm
at the duelist
बोलते हैं.
head-to-head, because you got Durka going up against Buzz, the face-off yet again. Two legends in the game, Sideshow, so it's great to see these guys going toe-to-toe, even to this day. Back from the
नहीं रे
DRX
पटेल.
days, the Fnatic days, and now look at them here.
Yeah, you're looking
हमें
at so
thumbnail
much
वाला bump
historic
चाहिए,
footage
excuse me.
here. This is their 10th time, both of them attending a global
हर
event.
region से
This
एक-एक
time
team
the
बची
first
है,
in
just
New
saying.
jerseys for either of these players.
सारा region
They've
जाएगा
gone up
आगे.
against each other so many times in the past. I gotta say, when we've historically seen them though, Durka
भाई
has been
लेकिन
the player to
Masters
get
के
the edge
मैच
out
ऐसे हो
over
रहे
Buzz. Even though Buzz
हाँ मास्टर्स के मैच ऐसे हो रहे जब भी चैम्प्स आएगा क्या होगा ना बे प्रॉपर एक दूसरे को काउंटर वाउंटर करके नया मेटा वेटा लाके पता नहीं क्या करेंगे उसके पहले हल्का सा तेओ नर्फ हो जाएगा ना मजा ही आ जाएगा लाइफ में Bro, your mods are so immature. Can't handle real shit. चलो इसका real shit देखते हैं क्या है इसका real shit क्या है भाई किधर है mods क्या बोला रे इसने मेरे को तो दूर दूर तक नहीं दिख रहा। जूम क्या बोल रहे इसने, किसको पता है क्या? रिव्यू करते हैं। ओ मट्स रिव्यू करते हैं जरा। क्या बोला जूम भाई, जरा बताओ वापस।
You won today, Durka. You beat them once.
करके बोलते हैं।
From beating them twice.
Ourselves.
Okay, so don't throw. You're good.
Yeah.
Good luck. Don't throw.
Excuse me.
Hey, Durka, I think will be okay in that regard.
W
And
mods
he's
है,
even
पता है
got a
W
great
mods है।
backline behind him that's going to be supporting him. One of those players, we got to talk about our America's compatriot here. It's Les who's stepping in this team here. And look, he had some great moments against G2 for sure, Sideshow. So there's certainly a little bit of an expectation here for the former world champ.
Les is going to only improve more and more over the course of this year.
Yes.
Because at the moment, his English level is where he's confident, but he's not immediately quick. Hearing all of the information that's coming from the
मॉड
rest of
बना
the
भाई,
team,
6
it still
साल से
takes
टीम
him
देख रहा।
a
राजन भाई,
conscious second
मनराज
to
भाई का
pass,
बहुत और
translate,
पता है तुमको?
and make the play. And as soon as he gets more
उसे
comfortable with
कहते
that,
हैं
you're going
mod।
to see him play even better and better, like he was with Loud.
I do not want to see this team hitting their ceiling just too
Bunks
quick.
पे आप
because,
पहुंच दो यार,
having
ऐसा
their
मत
having
बोलो
less
यार,
players
नया
that
ही
have
नहीं
been so
मैच।
successful and so incredibly smart individually should be the kind of thing that, as you're saying, throughout the year, even if they lose, no matter what happens throughout this tournament, they have to be able to bounce back and always do it stronger. We've seen it in interviews, in press conferences, how, as you're saying, Les is feeling more and more comfortable, and actually everything is happening very fast, including his learnings.
Even if they did lose today, it wouldn't be that bad. This is a new roster, and placing fourth.
कोई मनराज पाजी का वॉच आवर्स बीट करो, मैं उसको मॉड बना दूंगा। खुला चैलेंज।
Also a new roster, I think sets it in a different light, because making top 3 now, I think, should be a minimum expectation for Vitality. They're going up against another team that was custom built for success, but Vitality had a wider pool, arguably better players as well. We're talking about people that have lifted trophies multiple times before. So I think Vitality almost have to win this game to justify what they've done in forming this roster. And that's a crazy expectation to have of a brand new team.
Oof, but that also means that, you know, T1, they genuinely like that.
ये देखो गाइस, मनराज पाजी ने 1700 घंटे मेरा स्ट्रीम देखा है। उसके बाद है मिहिर भाई जिसने 1600 घंटे देखा है। ये भजन सिंगा भाई पता नहीं किधर है, इसको मेरे को ढूंढना पड़ेगा। ये कौन है जो मेरे को सुमड़ी में देख रहा है, मेरे को पता नहीं। क्या किसको पता है ये बंदा कौन है, किधर है? भजन सिंगा भाई, हाँ क्या किसको पता है भाई? उसके बाद आकाश भाई है, गौरव साहू भाई है, और ये बाद में लास्ट में जो है वो पीटर जॉन। ये दो बंदे कौन है भाई? वो भी मॉड है, लेकिन है किधर वो? और आप मेरे को डाउट कर रहे हो लैंग्वेज। ये पीटर जॉन और भजन सिंगा भाई है किधर? जो हारा है इसमें से वो घर, वो नहीं आता। अब उसके आवर्स तो बढ़ रहे हैं।
They are the best team in Korea.
They got such a great upset win over DRX, and it looked like they were almost ready to take down EDG as well. Overperformed there, and I think they're going to need another overperformance to take out Vitality. This squad is so strong.
And here comes the juggernauts known as Vitality. All top-tier performers from different regions coming together to make this super team. Whether or not they put it together here, Kakuga, is going to be the challenge for them. They tasted defeat, but the question is, are they angry?
And today is all about the rematches, of course, as we
नहीं
go
वो
into
मेरे
the map
वाह।
veto. This is something that we've seen already in this tournament. Fracture and Bind played for both of them. But
Also
again,
guys, we are
Sylvan going back on
we
the
are close to 330k subscribers. कितने बचे पता है? 330k को बचे हैं 800 subs बचे 800
to top of the tables when it comes to Lotus. Their rubble fights are second to none. And Haven, a Yoru ISO mirror. I can't
चलो
even think
सारे
of
गंदे मैप बैन
It's never happened. I don't think it has ever happened,
That's
Josh.
crazy because they're two different regions.
two different
Yeah,
And they're
regions.
playing the same comp.
And it's not even
Same
Fnatic.
approach.
Fnatic invented that.
But that is here, yeah.
Yeah, we got Durka representing. I mean,
This is
this.
something.
But what about Split?
How
What
many
about Split? though?
pieces can you change in the boat so you can still call it a boat? You know.
सारे अच्छे मैप
The
थे yes
ship of Theseus,
sir
when the ship of Theseus gets to Split, I don't know, we'll have taken chunks out of each other by that point already. Look at the duelists, look at
Kind
the
भी है
form
उसमें
that
अरे
they're in.
मतलब वैसे
That, I
नहीं
think, is a really important factor.
Yeah, well, there was your Omen map select. We'll see what ends up happening as the series plays forward. And, of course, the compositions, we were talking about it before, what we were expecting to see on Lotus. But now you know this. If you're Vitality, you know that this
Absolutely.
is what they're going to run.
Not only that, they had the opportunity to steer away from the double duelist and choose something else that is not the Haven, and they want to do that. They want to have that mirror, probably bringing back the confidence onto the players. We assume that Meteor is going to be playing on that ISO, and I love the way that he combos his utility with the rest. It's not
Crazy
like he's just going
chat
to be
rate.
sending it in and just
Yeah.
going
Chat
for
rate
the fight and just caring about anything else. No, they actually make it work at a macro level.
Best
300
part
का
about
chat
all
rate
of
चल
this,
रहा है
I think, is that in this series, both teams are going to be able to play their
200
comfort,
हो
and
गया
it
जिससे
really
बोला
is going
ban
to boil down to who's better on this Friday.
Take a look at this attack composition from T1. Buzz double blast packs into a smoke that Sylvan puts down at rubble. Meteor throws his shield to take the space, and they
Crazy.
brawl like this. It is such a sick composition. It's so difficult to anti.
है
We
बे।
haven't seen anyone successfully do it yet.
And to stop all of that, we have to look at Kicks, we have to look at Trex comboing his utility as well, because he's the only one that can go across all of that.
मेरा एलन वॉचर चाहता है वो है
Regions
वो
are
है
on the
वो है
chopping block,
वो है
and
देवेश
we've
भाई वो
got
है
just the casters for this high stakes matchup. It's none other than Achilles.
Let's
and
go
Favorite.
T1
Thank you very much, Des.
मारो
Yes,
मीटर
it is
बाय
that
मारो
time, as it always comes around here at these international events, to send another team home. T1, Vitality, both the last
ये
representation from their respective
म्यूजिक
regions,
के
and only
उसके
one can
वजह से
stay.
वाइब्रेशन
Absolutely,
तो
this is a
कैमरा
very hype matchup.
ब्लर हो
Two
रहा है
teams
भाई
that
हेलो
squared off at the very beginning of this event in the openers of the Swiss stage. T1 looking to get revenge as they were bested by
चलो भाई
Vitality
Pacific come on
2-0.
man
But very different maps this go around.
बता दो
So it's gonna
number
be
2
really interesting
Pacific
to
is
see
better
how
than
this goes.
EMA number 1 come
And you can
on
see there, Durka, Meteor are the only two remaining Masters winners. Yes, there are other Champions winners, of course, but they are the only two remaining Masters winners at this event. So one way or another, one is going home, and one is getting a chance to face EDG tomorrow.
Two looking for that shot here at a second Masters trophy. Sideshow just trying to tee it up there on the analyst desk. This crunch that comes through from T1. On reveal out on it easy with Buzz as well. Going to get caught up as Durka able to find first blood.
इक्वल हो गया
Answer one back is just frantic spraying through all this smoke. Less so on a forward lurk, ready to try to collapse in. Should this be a pivot over towards that B side? Stacks for now though. Gonna get caught unaware. Sylvan taken down. Meteor.
One enemy remaining.
No clue. In hell. As Izu, 34 HP. A 1v2 reads the wraparound from behind, but it has to be headshots from here on out. Just now 3, 2 left here in the mag, and there's the double face, and there's a 4K for Durka to start things off.
Yeah, this is a really interesting start for Vitality. One of the things that gave T1 fits, first of all, is Durka getting first bloods. He does it here again off the back of that great haunt. However, the problem becomes is that if you can't control
T1 को सपोर्ट ना करे भाई करना पड़ेगा भाई Pacific on top से
utility off the beginning, and this is a good read from Vitality.
मैं
They commit 4
nepotism
over
की
here.
वजह
The last time
से
Vitality
बना
played G2
वो
on this
है
map
वो
in
है
their pistol, it was a 2-2-1 split
वो
with
है
the two
that's
players
true
being on
that's true
C and
एक
B,
आध
not
चलता
A.
है
They
कभी
gave
कभी
up that space intentionally. Here they fight for it, catches T1 off guard.
A solid start. Meteor's still going to be looking to bring forward a Sheriff here. Armor. Some poking and prodding outside of Binks. He's going to be thrown there by Trex.
Binks भाई next month न्यूजीलैंड से वापस आ रहा हूँ बताओ क्या चाहिए आपके लिए रजन भाई कुछ भी चाहिए फैमिली के साथ मस्त टाइम स्पेंड करो मेरा स्ट्रीम भी देखो
They're going to give up some space. They're going to have that vice there on A to try to slow you down. I think this could really give T1 some difficulty.
कभी T1 जीतेगा आदि भाई नहीं कर सकता. I am a Pacific fanboy.
Razor vines and other things a little bit further forward, slow down some of those fast, pacey executes and nullify some of that ISO utility and other things that we see from them. That's a really good shock dart from Stacks.
On the money there for Stacks. Stacks does get rid of those thorns, giving them a little bit more of an easy access to the side.
Oh my God!
Safe and Trex absolutely obliterated in the blink of an eye.
That is unreal.
Hello?
Surely T1 doesn't
What
continue
the
winning these thrifties.
fuck?
We saw the chaos just yesterday. Round's not over yet. There's still firepower, but Buzz with a recovered Bulldog puts less on the floor. Kicks, finding back for one. Durka spraying through the smoke, not finding much purchase. Buzz gets rid of the enemy Omen, and Durka with the Phantom is likely gonna have to save. Buzz doesn't want to give him the opportunity.
भाई
She's up over the top.
उसने क्या
See
मारा
if they
एक
go
बार
hunting,
दिखाओ
but this round goes the way of T1, pulling off a thrifty round 2 effectively and getting all of the weapons out of Vitality's hands. What a reply.
फैंटम भी मिल गया
Just absolutely
भाई
crazy stuff from Meteor here. You really need him to come online for T1. And when he's on this ISO is when he has been at his best for this T1 squad. That first shot, unbelievable. Gets the second headshot as well.
फर्स्ट शॉट छोड़ो
Smoke
किसने
is
सेकंड
blooming.
शॉट देखा
He finds the timing. From there on out, you give Buzz that Bulldog, and he's able to knock the rest down. Crazy
क्या
stuff to start this
मारा
one.
बे बंदे ने
Now here's the biggest question.
Yep.
Vitality, can they do it right back to them? Do we just continue with that back and forth?
I'm fine with that.
Get
I had
MasterCard their money's worth.
I had a lot of fun yesterday.
भाई शॉक
See if they
डार्ट
can
भी
pull it off.
डब्लू शॉक डार्ट था
Three
बे
Sheriff's a stinger.
ठीक है अगर वो वहाँ पे
here
खुल
in
जाता ना तो हो सकता था वो शॉट
Once
ना
again.
मार पाए
There's the pacey hit. Shock dart. Believe
वो लोग
previously
कूद
locked
जाते
in
थे
either way.
हेवन से नीचे
Clear out. No, rather just go ahead. Push forward and clear it themselves.
Love that deep trip, though. It's really nice from Izu. Of course, this is a classic one.
TP last pack over the top of it.
I'd have heard
But
it.
the cam set up from Izu. He's all the wiser for it, but he still can't find the shot. Durka able to put him down. Showstopper now online. Things could get very messy from here, but Kicks just trying to jiggle in, get that weapon. Takes an immense amount of damage. 50 health between he and Durka.
थोड़ा सा डर लग रहा है
Boombot sent out the scout, tuck in behind the box. Paranoia connecting here on a Stacks, tucks forward, gets in behind the tree, and this is unread. Kicks gets knocked out. Buzz able to find one medium playing forward into the smoke, the spam across the box to Stacks.
स्टैक्स बोलते
Damn good effort
बाप
for
रे डर लग
Vitality.
रहा था यारो
Looking like they were gonna have it. But the round still
बैठो
goes with
बैठो बोला
T1.
उसने
Yeah, some really good ideas here for Vitality to get around those
बैठो।
trips that Izu had set up. They had been identified
बैठो,
in the
बैठो।
pistol round by less. And this time they have a good answer for it, and they're able to catch Izu just enough off guard. Durka winning a huge battle there with that pistol, 6 and 2, like you mentioned, has a showstopper, but Stacks, great work again. Remember, he got Paranoia the last time they played this map.
एजेंट वाइज कौन स्ट्रांग है एजेंट वाइज
By the baby
देखा जाएगा
door,
तो
he was able to clutch out
वाइटलिटी
a huge
अच्छा है
round.
तुम्हें
Once
वाइपर भी
again,
पसंद है
good
और
micro maneuvering.
वाइस भी पसंद
This
है
time, Vitality are going to be the bullies at the rubble position.
बट
Take
आईएस
firm
एक ऐसा
control.
एजेंट है कि कभी-कभी
Give
मतलब
them a little bit more comfort leaning towards that C site. Vice
बहुत
ball is
ही
going to be
मारता
set up there as well. This
स्पेशली
time
अगर
around.
अल्ट वो हर राउंड जीतेगा ना अल्ट
T1
अल्ट का
wants to
फाइट
do.
तो
Just
बहुत
make some
बड़ा
noise.
एडवांटेज हो
Hold it.
जाता है
Look for a fake TP there.
Yep.
Do ping this out. Well aware of Kicks' likely position. Question is, can they get the catch?
कैमरा इज हाइडिंग किल फीड
Can you deal with
ना
Durka
कैसे
too?
ऊपर हो गया
Meteor has the ultimate online. Kill contract could come through. For now, it's just going to be the drone trying to scout here.
It's you and me.
And there you go. There's the grab, and it is going to be Dirk on the opposite side. Buzz off screen, able to find Kicks. Meteor finds the headshot. Reset on the double tap. Tricks gone as well. T1 now looking to run away with the round. Saves position going to be noted. And it looks like the jig might be
Aye.
up for them. As he rotates back.
क्या सीन है
2v5, not something that you want to try to play through, especially when your economy is about to be broken down. So looking like a
Yeah,
save
seen
here
chat?
from the side of Vitality. T1 moving up 3-1.
Just
हेलो
great patience from T1. This is more of what I want to see from
सब
them
लोग आज
in this
on
event.
point
One
clean
of the
दिख
things
रहे
I've
हैं
been critical of has been their inability to sometimes work the map, to kind of change directions, change pace. This time around, show a little bit of presence at C, wait out that early rubble control, that take on A, have a good read on the positioning of Kicks and Durka. You're able to isolate Durka. That's one of the biggest threats that T1 had faced the first time against Vitality. Knock him out of the round with the ultimate, and then work your way through from there. Well, Les is going to claim one. Buzz down, swings out the doors.
Able to rotate out. Safe putting a couple shots there into the shoulder of Meteor. But now both players' positions widely known as they are widely surrounded. Let's here into the corner. Just trying to play protective enough, and we'll be able to keep himself alive. Sylvan as well, similarly going to get taken down. So some decent damage in reply. Some additional charges towards those ultimates.
It's great understanding. One thing that they love to do, that Vitality loves to do, that a lot of Omens like to do, is get up on top of that Rubble position, and they'll trick you out with it. Sometimes they don't throw everything in the kitchen sink at the Rubble fight, and they'll still TP up there. They'll just use a boombot to lead the way. Try to set kicks up to try to obscure the fact that he's up there, to try to confuse you that they could have gotten to that position with the lack of utility they committed. Vitality, though, this time on a push out towards Mound. Just to clear with a Sheriff. This is where Vitality was able to start turning things around with the Sheriffs against G2 on this map the last time they played it. See if a few of those can ring true. Of course, there's still a couple rifles carried over. Stinger for safe. Les gonna be trying to watch this long angle. Gets us a peek, but
is it work or studies, brother?
T1 gonna keep pressing forward. Izu so far up there. Forward for Buzz gives him the showstopper as well.
Elimination match, yes sir.
Leading in towards the site here now. Turns, checks back. It's a spot onto one. Izu now. Planted here around the stairs. Showstopper pop.
Which team are you supporting? T1, buddy.
Keep them back at bay, but Durka now going to be eliminated. The neural theft is well layered into this. T1 not wanting to allow for Vitality to weasel their way back into this round. Hunter's Fury crashing across in through stairs. Shots not quite connecting here. But it's all working to delay this approach.
Look at this cam.
Out of one, Izu still hovering around. Buzz going to be taken down, less able to find one, but Vitality, if they want to get this retake going, they're going to have to start moving, and Izu continues to draw some attention back over towards Rubble. Meanwhile, back here on the site, though, Sylvan to peek out from Tree. Finds Trek, stacks up over the top, finds two, doesn't read that there's one directly below him. Celeste does come away with a free kill, a second, third overall in the round. Similarly, cannot find this round victory for Vitality. Gonna have to turn and sprint and see if he can survive. Get away from the blast radius, but he cannot. Nothing carried forward. T1 now.
Time out aayega.
They're being really diligent right now. T1, they're so confident on this map. They're able to just slowly work their way through the lack of defenses. Vitality had set up on the other side of the map. Just a simple clear of a recon dart.
Light thoda overwhelming hai for this camera. इसलिए मैं on नहीं कर रहा.
Let's just go explore Rubble again. Izu holding the line at the door. Does a really nice job to find that first kill.
Bhai strong lag raha hai T1 bro.
Of course, he could clear space with
double
just
duelist
Buzz's
going
ultimate
strong.
alone. But he gives you such a good
Pacific का है
read
ये
of
double
positioning.
duelist वाला फंडा.
You're able to set up those crossfires, work that Rubble angle as Izu.
पूरी दुनिया double duelist में नहीं है. हमारी दुनिया इसका W दबाती है ना, इसका W दबाती है. दो duelist मांगता.
Going to be very lightly defended. A B hit being anticipated. Kind of a hard read coming through for Vitality, but now got safe, shifting over. Ice wall still in play. T1 really just taking their time. Vitality will get aggressive on this map. They're very happy to try to push down some of these lanes. And that's where they had some of their biggest moments against G2. So again, good diligence, good awareness being shown by T1 so far. Safe under pressure. Stack's trying to bait the wall.
Stack's been
way through there. Does he? Decent bit of damage here. It's just already there with that paranoia, decides to just go try to shift away, but no, does get paranoid in his own right. Take it down, Trek at the same time, able to find Izu. Just a stray shot. Remain here on A. Paint shells to try to clear the way in towards B. Just continue to shift these players back. I think the pivot call might just come through, but Durka still here, still with that showstopper. And now he's gonna look to send it. Buzz, however, finding the headshot, able to trade 1 for 1.
फिर भी मारा रे बस ने सैचल में हवे में
3-3
मारा.
One cut noise for a brief little moment. The plant now coming through. A brief reset. The bite thrown down. Meteor looking to try to disrespect it. Pushes across, but Sylvan collects 2 kills. The swing out from Les. He will not be rewarded. And T1 looking right as rain here on Lotus.
I thought Vitality might be able to take this round. They had a pretty good read. They corralled T1 very nicely. And they were coming from a bunch of different angles. Good reaction here by Buzz to get that first kill and the second onto Durka as he pops the showstopper. That's huge. Able to knock out that Danger Man, and then Sylvan so aware on the flanks. I could see it right away. As soon as Izu goes down, the game plan changed. Stack says, I'm going to push pillars, make sure we've got a little bit of flank control. You guys are in towards B. We'll crunch together. We'll get the plant down. And Sylvan, Johnny on the spot, watching that link control. So nice.
इसका मैप है वो छोड़ो भाई T1
and I know we continue to iterate
जीत रहा
on
मेरे
this,
सपोर्टर्स से
match over match from T1 ever since the swap back.
लेकिन
what a level up
clean खेल रहा है यार
so far. Yes, 4-4-4 in this match so far.
clean खेल रहा है
T1 I think is the best way to summarize his performances. His assisting utility has been phenomenal in their last couple series, even with the loss just yesterday to EDG. He's still so omnipresent for T1.
And for people who don't know, Sylvan used to be a clutch master as well, and we started to see that the other day. That 1v5, even though it was kind of in a situation where it wasn't as, you know, impactful because of the scoreline, still, he has that experience, that capability to bring you rounds that you don't have any business winning because he's that good individually, and it's on the back of everything you're talking about and more. A great game sense, and he has really stepped up. You know, some players might crumble after being benched, they might get salty about it, but he has come right back in with something to prove, and he has damn well shown up.
Now,
भाई 161 उसके बाद एक कराउंड अगर 7-1 हो गया ना भाई खत्म है भाई
expecting a bit of a change up
comeback का चांस भी नहीं है
favor their odds over on A off the back of the timeout. And couple sheriffs in hand. I mean, we talk about that clutch factor here from Sylvan. We know that these players here from Vitality absolutely have that in spades.
So fast from Vitality.
Durka now here at the back of sight. The cut going to be sent through. Reveal onto one. The push forward. Durka here on his flank. Puts him down. Barrel to Temple. Finds that kill, but saving kicks. Falling in the blind. So it's steadying the spray. Finding another. Well, Sylvan is tagged up. Single stray shot here from Les would take him down. There's still so much more to do.
Spray control की बात कर रहा है spray control की बात कर रहा है थोड़ा bullet मार के थोड़ा ही aim down कर
jump.
Language Samyak.
Throw a weapon, grabs it up. Only 6 bullets, however. So favors his odds with that sheriff. She stacks on the shoulder. Has to go for the reload. Jiggles out now. Knows Buzz's location. But this time it's just working against him. T1, likely not going to try to give the fights here. Nearly gets that kill on the stacks. Economic damage. But Buzz with 3 gets T1 to 6.
And this is just good coordination with T1. Something that was
कुछ अलग ही देख रहे हैं यार अपन आपकी पावर और को अंदर का नहीं पता वरना आज नहीं हो जाता एक्सक्यूज मी
doing a great job. Buzz gets seized. Sylvan immediately steps up, knocks down 2 players.
प्यारा खेल रहे
हैं ready to peek that corner. This is everybody knowing their role, doing their job much better than the last time we saw them. Again, different map, different T1 than we saw at the very beginning as well, with Carpe being switched out for Sylvan. But still, you have to like what you see.
But here's the change up, and here's what teams have struggled against. Sturka with that operator. It's a monstrous roadblock for them before. To get that connection, Meteor down to 33. Still does have the shield available.
And that's something I was thinking might lean really in T1's favor. Another big problem for them was shutting down Durka's op. One of my key points coming into this was finding ways to deal with it. Well, the ISO's got some ability to do that in and of itself.
मेरा wallet भारी है वहाँ से स्कैन करके वो भेज दे मेल आईडी
really deep at tree just outside of the doors.
They widely want to just try to escort Meteor around, get these orbs. He's now 1 charge away from that next kill contract.
Deploying drone.
There's a bit of a spot there on the stacks. He's gonna let the drone fly. Send a little bit of presence through. See if he could clear any of the Vice utility. That wall is way deeper than normal. Quite interesting there from Vitality. Want to see how they play around it if they do.
Big change up, and it also has the thorns right on top of it. They're really trying to just pin you in. Showstopper out, less able to avoid the damage. Now those thorns just whittling away here at the HP bar. Does mean that this waterfall side a little bit more opened up in Meteor. Instantaneous with a headshot, sends out the ultimate. Gets a grab here on the safe.
Oh my god.
Time ticking down, 10 seconds remaining. Aligns it, gets the reset. Meteor right back into the fight. The team keeping his location protected, ensuring that they can't scale forward and get that free kill. Now swings onto the corner. But given the opposite play, a glass cannon purchase here, they have to back away. Vitality with the timeout
कैसे
call are not going to be able to
भाई
stem this
क्या
bleeding.
बंदा है
T1 successfully avoid
मीटियोर
Durka.
I mean,
30 HP में
Meteor
मारे
has
उसने
been unreal in those situations, in those ultimates. The
7-1
kill contracts are nearly
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहा है
confirmed for him
T1
every
को
time. I think it's over 66% at this point, so he is so fearsome, even with lower health, no fear. Leading the charge
Hey,
there with
bae.
that shield, kicking doors in for T1. Again, he just looks so comfortable on ISO
पर तो T1
for
पता
this squad,
अब
and the way
कैसे
they
हो
can
रहा है
play
अरे
up the back of him, the way they
Bro,
can
क्यों कर
combo
रहा
the utility. We haven't even seen, yeah, right there, there's that leg shot, but we haven't even seen some of the cool util combos that they'll do with like the vulnerable into shock darts and things like that, or the vulnerable into the stacks ult, like we saw the last time they played this map, stuff like that. Really is annoying, and T1 has been able to play it pretty close to the vest, frankly. They just kind of work their way through to sites, set up for post plants, set up crossfires, knock Vitality down.
एक सेकंड ना
Buzz now with a judge. Quick little wall. Send out over here towards A. Smoke off onto
हेलो
main.
प्लीज सेंड योर ईमेल आईडी एंड अ कलरफुल प्रिटी आधार फोटो
If he gets in,
मतलब पीडीएफ
could try to just beat it out. Made. Gonna be lobbed. Buzz bouncing forward. Seeing the paranoia, trying to get the kill. But has to fall back. Breaks the haunt for the time being. Door confirmed shut, confirming that there's no one nearby. This double tap shield about to expire. Meteor now backpedaling here.
तीन सबसे बड़ा अल्ट मारे सबसे बड़ा लग गए T1 के
Able to finish the job. Jump forward. Sylvan gonna be flushed out. Buzz still playing without.
चलेगा 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 ये राउंड नहीं बनता था ये राउंड अपना जीतना नहीं बनता था
Overwhelmed in the util dump. Durka on the corner, narrowly surviving. Finally gonna be flushed out. The defuse already being held. The spray's just a hair off. They can't find it. Vitality will narrowly
फिर
be
भी
able
मारा
to scrape
तीन
by
नया
the defuse.
तीन को मारा फिर भी
Even
T1
with
ने
3K sprayed out from Trex to get their second round win.
Yeah, took everything in the kitchen sink there. T1 thought maybe they could
भाई
use that judge to
सेक्सी
get
मारा
out
बे
of the Viper's
लेकिन
pit.
सेक्सी मारा वो
Never
लोग
really
ने
able to get deep enough to do
T1 ने
so.
लेकिन ये
So
रिटेक
the pick
तीन
comes
बड़ा
through, the
भारी
steel
है
garden
बे
comes through, and Vitality's able to just one by one knock
तीनों
T1
अल्ट
players
ऐसा है
out of
कि
the way.
मैच पूरा साइड खाली
Get
करने
onto this
वाला
fight, get the diffuse rolling. And at that point, you've just got two players at B main who can't really pick
रिटेक
those
तो था
angles
ये
well
लेकिन
enough.
थोड़ा इजी था रिटेक
Nicely drawn up by Vitality.
22 के अल्ट के वजह
They
से
took
गन्स नहीं उनके
everything
पास
they had to get it going.
वाइपर के अल्ट की वजह से मैप नहीं दिख रहा है
Action here. Meteor already finding one.
से
Just
मारा
taken back though
मीटर
by
ने
Trex. Sylvan trying to scale forward. Knows that there's one here in the smoke, but it's going to be Trex who finds the kill in the end. Chaos from the outset. And suddenly,
भाई
it's Buzz and
अच्छा
Izu
एंट्री
now
मारा
at
था मीटर
2v4.
ने
See if they contest here. Holding the angle is Trex.
Crouching. Buzz anticipating, ready for it.
My ultimate is ready.
Hero depth available. The corpse still a world away. Kicks waiting on the opposite side here of this door.
I know exactly where you are.
One here at his feet.
दो ही तो थे
Rather
दो
does get
कैसे
that
थे
big reveal.
रेड वाइस और वाइपर अल्ट था
Safe repositioning. Buzz collecting. A blast pack over the top. Boom bought the check over towards drop. Paint shell available once more. Picks him up, slide down. Does he have the timing? He absolutely does. Izu now. How does he play this? He's already been noted. Slides into the corner as they look to try to pressure him out and overwhelm him. Kicks to the box. Will find the headshot. Very solid round now. For the side of Vitality, getting 2 in a row.
I'm looking forward to this replay. I want to see exactly what happened. Meteor got the first kill. I saw that in the kill feed. Popped the shield, gets one.
Just for the reset, paint shell, I believe, re-breaks it.
Yep. Then they're able to just kind of swing through there. Quick TP up on the rubble and a smoke to follow. 4 kicks. Allows him to skirt the side, kind of cut that rubble control underneath its feet. Gets the 3K at the end through the box to confirm the round for Vitality. So 2 in a row, they're starting to stabilize. What does T1 do now in response? They've been read pretty well. Couple rounds in a row, and it looks like T1 just says, oh, you guys think your rubble control is good? That's cute.
Buzz just chasing the wall forward here. Using a quick little pause in Vitality. Widely and wisely just attacking away. Double lurk up through Mound over on that C side. Cam is set up though from Izu.
He's got 2 layers of defense this time, the trip and the cam. Rex is trying to spam through.
You and me.
Drone not going to get caught, but Safe absolutely will. Kill contract. Last one of the half in play. Looks for the shot, and he's got it. A rare loss there for Meteor, but Sylvan able to get in on top of the Vice. Make sure that they can trade that back instantaneously. So now into a 4v4. More broken, less trying to push forward. Izu getting pressure from multiple angles. It's going to be Durka who's able to find the kill. Now one away from another showstopper. That could be the straw that brings the Camels back here for the side of T1.
TP revealed Sylvan's position.
Won't reveal there on a buzz. Stacks trying to fight forward. Headshot comes in, but they're just plowing into the site.
भाई कहाँ मारा लिस्टने? कहाँ मारा लिस्टने?
Suddenly Vitality. They are on the
क्या
path to
मारा?
recovery. Looking to make this 7-5 at the half.
Things getting a little scrappy, but T1 not able to respond with some of that crispness
कहीं
that we
नहीं
saw
comeback
early
impossible
on.
है,
And this in
impossible
particular
है.
for Izu is a really tough position to be
impossible है
in.
भाई.
He gets
Possible
swamped
है
by
लेकिन
two different
होगा नहीं.
players at the same time, basically. Couldn't find the opening shots.
लेकिन होगा नहीं.
Jiggled by less to reveal his
आप क्रॉसफायर के जनरल में एडवांस ऑप्शन ऑन करते हो तो आता है उसके बाद कर रहा हूं. पता नहीं रात को स्ट्रीम पे आओ पता चलेगा.
Just gonna
try to catch them off guard.
Spam this down. We can see if they could connect with the C's.
Nade at the ready, but Buzz catches Durka in transit. Wow. Blast packed to his doom. Hunter's Fury now. Open up as well as Kicks, able to safely make it back behind the wall.
शील्ड थोड़ा हराम ज्यादा.
Stacks just sending out these Hunter Fury pops. Really looking for something, but now the Odin able to strike. Sylvan going to be taken down. That might just make T1 think twice about continuing to push forward. If they pivot, look at the position here from Les. Not looking to overextend, not looking to get into line of sight of the cam. Showstopper, they're trying to flush him out. It doesn't get the kill, but Stacks is there. They keep him covered. Buzz, however, still going to be down to 21 HP.
मारा लेकिन किक्स ने फिर भी मारा है.
Opened up.
टैग सेक्सी खेल रहे लेकिन भाई आज.
Les pushing forward over towards Rubble, safe down the stairs.
ये हारा तो बार, ये हारा तो बार.
Already they're going to be for less. I think he snuck past after Izu died. Door is going to reveal it. Yeah.
Keeps that away. Les finds that kill. Safe forward. Meteor not quite ready for it, but Safe wary about a counter swing from the opposite side. The peek now out. The bite about to fly. The swing in. Stacks manages to find them both.
टैक्स है बे आज.
Another 4K from the IGL.
टैक्स है आज. आज टैक्स को उसको हो गया. उसको हो गया बे. हेवी खेल रहा है टैक्स आज.
On to Lotus. We have to take a short break, guys. The second half will be coming at you very soon.
I think उसने ओमन टिप भी देखा वहाँ पे स्प्रे में मारा था. सेफ को मारना था. हाँ सेफ थोड़ा बुलेट मार के छुप गया. उसको मालूम नहीं ना कितना डैमेज दिया उसने.
At Verizon, trade in any old phone for iPhone 16 Pro on us on any plan. And get iPad and Apple Watch Series 10, all three on us. That's up to $2,000 in value. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings. भाई पहली बार ये रूम में ठंडी लग रही है. ठंड लग रही है. बैंक्स ओपोनेंट में डर के ठीक है आज कोई नहीं भाई. ये T1 जीत गया. Any team who lose this is out of Masters. Yes. ये लोअर ब्रैकेट है. जो हारा वो बाहर जाएगा. जो जीतेगा वो लड़ेगा EDG के साथ. What is काश दोस्त? काश दोस्त is membership. जहाँ पे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे जहाँ पे बहुत कम लोग हैं. मेरे हिसाब से 25-30 कुछ लोग हैं. जहाँ पे गप्पे वप्पे मारते. मैं भी रिप्लाई देता हूँ. बातें होती है. Very active group. ग्रुप की फ्लर्ट करते हो वहाँ पे.
Going to the second half here. This opening map of this elimination series. T1 in the lead 8-4 as they shift over to the defender side.
and things generally
क्या लिया
don't get
बंक्स
any
पे?
easier.
ये मैप के बाद जाता है.
4 teams going against T1.
बंक्स पे
on
डर
this
के
defender
मीटर
side
और
because
मेरे
of the
को
way they
याद
can still
रखना.
maintain
रोहित
that rebel
अखिलेश
control.
भाई आपको
Because of
डन
the
सीन
combos,
हमेशा याद रखेंगे.
the really heady play that they have
कुछ
set
कर
up.
रहे हो? कुछ कर
Izu
रहे हो?
can be
बताओ.
really annoying on that C
मैंने
side,
आज
even without a
तक
vice.
10,000
The Cypher
ऑस्ट्रेलियन
alone
डॉलर
does a
एक
decent
साथ नहीं
job.
देखे. जस्ट सेइंग.
But really,
ना ही 1000
it's about
गिफ्टेड देखे.
stacks,
वो भी नहीं
buzz,
देखा मैंने.
Meteor doing just work.
मेरे
over
लिए
towards A. However,
दोनों
this
अच्छे यार.
alignment
दोनों
for
अच्छे.
the
दोनों का
Pistols
अलग
for
प्ले
T1
स्टाइल
a
है.
little bit different than normal. They usually run 3 players over towards A.
डर के कभी-कभी
Split
कुछ
it up. They're kind of
क्रेजी सा ही
anticipating
कर
that
देता
maybe Rebel won't be contested early
एकदम
by
कुछ
Vitality, and
क्रेजी.
if it is, they'll just play for retake. They're going to tuck Meteor in behind this box.
लेकिन मीटर बहुत
Vitality get a
काम
sense
प्लेयर
of
है.
this at
तो
all.
दोनों अलग-अलग है यार.
They try to push forward. Even if they do and they try to get this punished, that door could just open up. You got 2 players on the opposite side at a moment's notice.
नए एजेंट का नाम देखा वैसा. ऑलरेडी वैसा है. वैसा भी आ गया.
Noise made. Paranoia at the ready. Izu able to find one. Durka still sliding forward. Gets the word there off the cam, and Sylvan stabilizing with the
भाई
classic
मेरे को
fast enough.
प्लीज बताओ
Keep himself
क्या
alive.
हो गया T1 को.
Trex still
क्या हो
noted.
गया. कुछ
Izu
बैंटर चल रहे हैं दो
for a
टीम्स
quick little
का.
peek out there. Can't quite find the
किस
punish,
बात
but
का
Meteor
गुस्सा है?
swinging around the backhand side, and he'll be able to do it. Noise made. Buzz finding one. Kicks
क्या
out.
हो गया
On its
भाई?
lonesome spike in hand. An opportunity to try to get some extra cash here for the team. With this ghost, will he be able to close
Please
it? Vulnerable
explain.
here for the moment as the undercut. Crashes across. Rides the rope. Position confirmed here by Stacks. Drifting across the opposite way, but now this trip in his path. Cover going out. Paranoia still at hand, but needs to win out this first fight. Loses vision. Loses health. Loses his life. T1
Huh?
tie it up in pistols. They move up to 9.
Just really disciplined stuff again from T1. Leaving Meteor behind that box for so
Sexy
long.
नहीं चल रहा है
Big opening
T1.
win,
क्या
the
हो गया
double
बे?
headshot from Izu.
कुछ ज्यादा
Sylvan
क्लीन
right
जीत
there,
रहा
ready
है.
and
मेरे को
waiting.
तो लगा तो हो
Off that
जाएगा ऐसा
utility.
एकदम मोटिवेटी टाइप.
Get that second kill.
13, 10,
Buzz
13,
tucked in
11
behind
ऐसे
the
कुछ.
box. Trap plays all over the map for T1 to start. One of those things you have to be so wary
ठीक है
of
बंक्स
against
भाई
this
रोज
team. They
आता
love
हूँ.
trap
आज
plays.
भी आऊँगा यार.
Vitality just could
अपना
never
डांस
quite
इंजन.
suss them out. Looks like they're going to go for
आइडिया दे रहे चिन्मय.
8 hit.
Minor changes on the buy here as well from T1. Spectre coming through alongside all
yeah.
these Bulldogs.
Don't see that every day. Usually it's a pistol for Stacks. A lot of
Yeah.
times he's just grabbing a ghost.
Because of that early undercut that allows for Buzz to push forward. Grab this orb, try to get that showstopper online as quickly as possible. Sylvan lurking, lingering, spotting one. Paranoia gonna be set, doesn't catch on the
The
safe,
blue
but Buzz's
blind.
shots absolutely will.
भाई और
Another
भी बस
headshot
को ही
now
मिल रहा है
built
भाई.
up as he looks for an ace, but he runs out of bullets. And Durka will
ये
be able
राउंड
to
में
put it
उसने
down.
3 किल मारे. एक और बुटाया. चौथा और मर गया. पांचवा और. आराम से.
As Meteor narrowly survives.
क्लोज था.
And this round goes from an excellent start to damn near
डर
catastrophic.
के मार
for
देते
T1.
इसको क्लीन तो लग गए थे 1v1.
Those pistols for Vitality are so fearsome.
ऑलरेडी
They're showing
7
you
और
why
बे
right
बस
there.
के पास.
Just lining up. You know, T1 getting a little over aggressive there. They could have just held those positions a little bit
बस में
longer.
आपका हाइट
Buzz, I
कितना
get,
है?
he's the duelist. He's allowed to go out and just try to get those kills.
पाँच.
Right here, trying to stack up the
11 या
angle.
5 12.
It's a really tough one.
5 11 and a half.
Even when you've got the Bulldogs in hand. Sheriffs, that classic, are going to connect well. That classic T1 hit.
Nate there, Durka eating an immense amount of damage. Fucking in hand from Buzz once again trying to find some value. He's able to find one as Cake Spook can take it down. But it's just going to be a bloody brawl off the rip as 2 players destroyed on both teams. Full shift send here from Vitality. Over towards this
बस बारिश
C
से होता है.
site. Trips there, but
Language.
Izu not present.
They're way deep. They're going to get checked by the Prowler as well. He's going to put the smokes up, try to buy a little bit of extra time for the rotations to come through for T1. Get there in time.
Cuts back. That's nearly going there for that head, but yep. Double swing as well. Coming through, keeping him distracted. Meteor swooping forward.
अभी भी अल्टे
Ult
भाई.
online. Huge weapon disadvantage. Gonna try to drop that Phantom. Nearly
गन चाहिए बा.
aligned for a headshot there on the Trex, but Sylvan here trying to
बच
build
गया.
up. He cannot.
Oh my
Trex
god.
doing well to get Vitality over the finish line here in the anti-bonus, but he's the only one that survives.
That's a ton of economic damage done by T1. Able to punch right back. Losing quite a few guns. Their anti-eco able to have a really successful bonus. I mean, who knows if Meteor could have got to that gun a fraction of a second sooner. Might have been able to best that. But T1 still looking pretty solid, and they're going to have huge ults coming into this round. They have a showstopper. They have the kill contract. See Buzz doesn't pop it right away. Wants to make sure that Vitality commits somewhere before he commits that ultimate. Meteor now rotating to try to help out Izu.
ये round तो जीत गए भाई Vitality.
As the cam's still up.
And on the jiggle, Izu's just going to be taken down. Less absolute heater of a shot. Able to find him, and Turka similarly. Bouncing in like a mad lad.
Fuck साला Jinx करने का try किया था.
This may already be a bit of
Looks
a
like a safe call, yeah.
Yeah. Buzz is toying around trying to see if he can find a free pick. Durka keeping stacks at arm's length, making sure that it's not going to be able to do any further damage. This is a huge round.
Buzz के पास है अभी ulti, ठीक है?
Few of the players, the economy absolutely in the bin. Same with T1 though. So they're going to be scraping the bottom of the barrel a bit. And just some nice
ads on in
shots
ads off
underneath
bro.
Durka. Start fragging out even more. He's 13 and 12. That's not bad, but a little bit more oomph behind this. They're going to keep T1 in check on that pick of Lotus. The good news is for T1 didn't use any of your big ults, so you can keep those into the next round.
There's no opportunity given. It all starts from less. A hell of a shot.
He's so good, man.
Clean marking.
Absolutely on one. Durka with that quick little glimpse knows exactly who is going to be facing him around the corner. Able to just stick that landing. Take him out of the equation.
Now call
now from the side of T1, still up by 4 rounds, but not wanting for that ramp up to come through. Because they know what's waiting for them. If Vitality are able to get warmed up, they know that they're absolutely capable of running this back.
Yeah, no doubt. So I think for T1, you're probably looking at, okay, if we do get rubble control, let's make sure we're pushing some of the extremities of the map a little bit more. Let's make sure, you know, everybody's in sync with, okay, are we fighting to contest these executes, or are we going to play a bit more for retakes, try to go for floods, especially with the ults we have available? Let's be really cognizant of that. Keep working the map. I think one of the things that really gave T1 problems was the way Vitality would push and pull the map. They had really good reads on T1's positioning. Then they were able to kind of swing to one side, swing back to the other, keep T1 guessing, keep them off balance. Made it really, really troublesome. The longer this goes on, I think the more difficult it gets for T1. So for T1, good time to call a timeout.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
you can just knock them out of this, go next.
Look at the ults getting ready to be cycled up here for Vitality. Showstopper, Nightfall. The Shadows, all of those just one charge away. See, side out towards Mound. It's an easy orb for them to try to get a grab on. Undercut going to be sent. Meteor not ready for there to be a second player in that position. Showstopper now out from Buzz. Sends it for the first person that he sees, but it's not going to find anything there. It's smattering of damage.
Well.
92. Still less perfectly safe.
You've established a lot of map control. So even though you don't get the kill, I like the idea from T1. You pedal back. Try to see if you can force them into some crossfires. But Sylvan all alone right now at A. Gonna be under a lot of pressure. Try to win this battle out. Try to get away safely.
Very convinced that this is going to be a C-site hit, but Sylvan will spot out. Tiny little shoulder there through the gap.
Durka does have Showstopper.
Might have to see what his movement ends up looking like. Regen shield will come back through. All in all, 9 health loss. Immediately has to go for the reposition, but doesn't go on top of the rope. Durka, however, swooping around the back, and Sylvan now striking, able to find one, but then less swings in from main. Comes away with that kill. Durka once again snatched up here by Meteor at the wall, about to fall. Breaks it with a phantom shot, but cannot confirm the kill. Meteor going back in.
That was a good try.
Taken down at the same time, still a 3v3.
Ice ball right there, drop.
Trying to just push out, but it's just so heavily stacked here by Vitality. Like you said, the wall in play, Izu needing to try to break things open, now needing to win out the round all on his lonesome, finds the first. Safe swings back around the corner, the push forward here. Rex working his way upstairs. Izu. Does he get a sense of it? Finds the first one. Can't quite get that finish
close
time.
था.
Vitality
Shit,
not
काश
allowing
उसको
that
rid होता
T1
मार सकता
timeout
था.
to find success either. And now it's just 3 rounds separating.
Fuck,
Now the
इनको है ना अभी अपन.
It's going to be really bad.
Close जा रहा
We
है.
having to scrape the bottom of the barrel. Sylvan does well to get one in that situation, but it's more about how Vitality masks their push there. They're going to use that toxic screen to back Sylvan off, and he's not going to be able to understand how many players exactly are coming through. They don't make a ton of noise. 1, maybe 2 guns at most. Get shot at him, so
How
he
do you
doesn't really
see
know
future
until
of
it's too
G
late, and
Bright?
T1 can't get there in time. Love that from Vitality. They're doing a great job working the map again. See if they can keep it up. Despite that early map control that T1 was able to take, they weren't really able to get the right reads in the
Close
long
जा रहा है
run.
यार.
Now they once again have firm A control. They're going to try
घर पे जाएंगे अभिषेक और किधर?
rotate over to the other side of the map. Leave Buzz right outside of that door with that judge. That's the biggest investment, along with the Guardian for Meteor.
The cut set. Meteor getting a little bit of damage here in reply, though. Down to 82. No regen shield available. Buzz still stat here, though. Quiet as
Dollar
ever.
में मालूम पड़ेगा लग रहा है.
Sylvan just some earlier sheriff shots. Another one ringing out to try to sell that there's no one here. Buzz swinging the corner, able to find one. Durka going to be put down, but Buzz as well. Whittled away at 6 HP remaining. Sylvan want to try to peek into him. So they're going to rotate across. Weapon can be grabbed, maybe passed over to Sylvan. Both of them very low on
उससे
health.
कौन लेकिन?
Now we'll see what happens as the Seaside take is ready to come through. Izu playing around the cage, trying to get on a little bit more of an aggressive position. Now going to be locked in place. Meteor, however, swooping back in, able to find one. As less going to be taken down. Headshot can't come in. Izu on the floor.
एक का HP नहीं दिख रहा है मेरे
HP
को.
bars shattered pretty much across the board. Sylvan going to be taken out of the equation here. Stacks tries to do anything that he
भाई
possibly
फेड
can.
का अल्टी ने राउंड जिता
He
दिया.
falls to the wayside with a couple seconds to spare.
फेड का अल्टी ने राउंड
Right,
जिता
this
दिया.
Trex has another
ऐसे
massive
कौन
round.
बच्चा है? अच्छा अच्छा
Not
अच्छा.
allowing for
ऐसे
another
कौन बच्चा?
eco win. Vitality now just 2 rounds away.
A lot of pressure onto Vitality. They just have to get it done with their superior firepower. Good decision not to overcommit to that A hit. Izu trying to use his ability to set up his teammates, but with all those ults available, those guns, T1 just gets a little bit lost in the chaos. Great stuff from Vitality. 4 rounds in a row, really starting to punch back. Now a big pivotal round for T1.
मुझे पैसे के
They
लिए
don't
कैंपर
win it
बोलता है
here.
अरे बोलने
It's
देना
likely to
मार
end up
दो तीन.
10-10.
इसको जो बोलना बोलने दो.
He's on the brink. I have the spike. A little bit of a push out again. They haven't really been able to find success off of that A-Rebel control like they normally do. Vitality's been able to get good reads, good timings. They use their patience nicely. See, this time puts the cam right above the door. Want to make sure that they commit. Stacks there to back him up. Send out some of those shock darts. Needs to a lot of time. Gonna be left on to B. Do have the
वाला
Viper's
tips
pin
and
if you
tricks
can
का
get in
वीडियो
there
ना
for
tips and tricks
Vitality.
नहीं है बे grind है मेहनत है.
Also looking spotted over towards A. Stacks just going to be dead. No assistant util to come through. His is similarly just going to be absolutely torn to pieces. Durka very much coming online, is safe on that linger. Able to find one for himself. Put that shield in play. Clear on the Prowler. Takes out the boom bot. Player up and over the top. The Meteor not going to be snappy enough. Hicks will take him down. Sylvan's position absolutely noted. It's Vitality. On the hunt, Durka swinging around the back. Wanting to take absolutely everything from them, everything out of their hands, and they shall. A 3K from Trex into a 3K from Durka. Vitality one round away from tying us up.
Oh, well, I said I wanted to see more out of Durka, and he's answering the call big time. They know where he is the whole time on that execute. T1 has all the information in the world. They get the spot with the cam, and Durka still gets 2. I mean, that's just
मेरे को अंदर से
unbelievable
feel आ रहा है
individual
कि
talent,
T1 अब
Catches
जीतेगा.
Stacks trying to
Timeout के
avoid
बाद.
the paranoia. And then Izu trying to cover, had the ping off his util. Didn't matter.
Nice,
Durka just stops him.
That means darn.
Yeah, oh darn. Oh, shucks.
Final timeout call here in the map for T1.
Yes, sir.
See what they're going to be able to piece together off the back of this. Mural theft, as well as the kill contract, they are there, but The economy is not to try to back this. Vitality, a pit could absolutely come into play here just to go ahead, confirm that they can get to that tied up scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy part. They haven't even really
Dono
needed
team.
to use it because
Not bad.
once they're onto the site, it's basically round over. And they're just able to break through C time and time again. They don't care about A. They don't care about rebel control. They don't need to fight for that. They know that they
क्या
really
ulti आ रहा
can.
है?
If they can get these good executions,
So
to
race का
roll, they can keep
ulti
T1 guessing enough
आ रहा है तो
towards the other sides of the map.
एक राउंड तो ये लोग
They're
निकाल
just winning on their
लेंगे.
entries.
एक और निकालना है बस.
Just great discipline from Vitality. Great mental composure. I think the most important thing for me coming into today, after both teams suffering devastating losses yesterday, how are they going to be able to bounce back? Who is going to have the better mental? Like maybe T1 was going to be that team, but Vitality punching right back just shows how much experience is on both sides. They've all been in these situations before.
100 Binks यार मेरे को चाय
Know how to
लेके आने
handle
का
the
मेरे को ये खत्म होने के लिए.
Check on the Prowler, doesn't catch anything.
गरम गरम चाय पाई बा.
Back over towards A. There was no presence really shown over here. So you got to be wary of a trap as Vitality, and the trap is a lot further back this time. They shifted Izu over to A. They overstacked
भाई
C.
ये अच्छा है, लोग ने थोड़ा
Vitality
चेंज कर
seemingly
दिया.
guessing correctly.
B ट्रिप पे ही छोड़ दिया पूरा.
Just a little bit of spam from Meteor, but it's just a slow march forward. T1 gonna have to find some good shots, some good timings to overcome this weaponry disadvantage.
ओमेन ब्लाइंड दे सकते हैं यहाँ से कैमरा पे.
They're on the thorns. Snakebite here at Buzz's feet. Sends out the pain shells, looking for just a little bit of damage here to soften up these targets for the rest of his team. But right now, T1 just starting to get a bit overwhelmed on the site. Buzz, Meteor, Izu trying to do anything that they can, but Trix finds one. Durka gets the other. Kick, swings the corner, and timing on the Meteor. Doesn't even know what hit him.
10 हो गया यार.
Stacks now. The last one alive to see
Fuck
if he
man,
put a
एक
dent
मार दे
in
stacks.
Vitality here in
Close
round
आ
20.
जाएगा ulti.
They look for a flawless. They look to tie it up, and they shall.
और
Flawlessly done.
ये राउंड
Vitality
जीतने पड़ेगा चाहे कुछ भी करके.
batting
T1
away.
को जीतना ही
These thrift the
पड़ेगा.
efforts from T1.
और हारा तो ऑफिस
Not
पे से
giving
गया.
them that window of opportunity that they gave over at the start of this map.
T1 looks shaky. They don't really have that same crispness we saw coming out from that first half.
10-4 से 10-10 पे.
Shots just aren't connecting, especially with the Sheriffs. They look a little bit off kilter, and Vitality is revitalized. They are hitting everything they see, and now they've got all the ults.
चलो एटलीस्ट 4v5 होएगा. मीटर के पास अल्ट है.
T1 maybe looking for an opportunity to get some of theirs into play.
The
Izu,
C-site
though.
has continued to be a bit of a weakness here.
Yep.
Vitality set their sights on this once again. Kill contract still available
फिर
here
से
for
इस
Meteor.
सेम स्पॉट से खेल रहा है.
Gets him in hand though, not the Vandal that he often has, but he comes away with those round wins. Durka up and over the top. Meteor swooping out, able to find one. Neural Theft now going to be invested immediately from Izu. Backpedals. It's a reveal onto everyone. Thorns to try to lock him in position. The gun as well. Taken away for a brief moment. Kicks. Snatched up at the kill contract. Shield in play. Meteor able to find it, able to find the reset. Slipping out comes through. Buzz catching a glimpse there. Meteor just taking an immense amount of damage. The wall bank shot.
big revenge!
Looking to replicate that. Pushes up the shorty, drawn out, but it's going to be Sylvan to collect. And somehow T1 only lose one player as they finally break a 6-round
वहाँ
win
पे
streak.
साइफर कैसे सीधा था पता
Vitality
नहीं
was
भाई.
on.
Aren't possible था
Vitality
साइफर.
immediately called for a
उस
timeout.
पे रिवील नेड अल्ट
Stop any momentum.
ललल
that
सब
T1
आया
has
भाई
got.
उस पे.
An entry here that's dodged. Great footwork. Great footwork there. Izu dips into the smokes and Meteor's right there. Izu had maybe purposely revealed his presence. Not sure. Durka saw him, sent the rocket at him, it missed. Meteor puts out that kill contract.
अभी बड़ा अल्ट है ना अपने पास.
A little bit of frustration now shown on Vitality's face. They felt like maybe they were just going to be able to steamroll their way through. T1 had an answer. They're finally able to shut down that C push.
It's 2 ultimates as well expended. Granted, same could be said for T1, but the cycle a little bit closer with things like the showstopper that Hunter's Fury, tools that can be used to counteract the Viper's Pit.
Exactly.
That is still online here from Les.
I mean, I think this is the thing for T1 is you're not super scared of that Viper's Pit. You have so much, not just the ultimates, but in the individual kit as well to potentially clear that out. I mean, you can even just send Meteor in there with the shield up. Try to figure out the location.
बताओ जो वालो के लिए जो टूर्नामेंट में अलाउ हो भाई कुछ ही कीबोर्ड शायद नहीं लेके जा सकते बाकी सब तो अलाउड है 99% कीबोर्ड अलाउड है
Vitality is how do you respond? Do you try to force the rubble fight? Do you just try a quick B hit? It's like that could come through.
Buzz jumping across, really challenging for the fight. TP into the spawn from Kicks off the rip. Tripwire broken there on B. Sylvan just cycling a smoke over. Being well read now confirms Kicks. About to swing back around and Izu doesn't win the fight. Make a damage on him.
Izu को पता था वो इधर है.
Wide open. Izu out of the equation. You can just jump right in.
Buzz hearing this noise. Going to try to intercept. Taps the door, but Turka turns back from sight. He shuts
it down. मैंने God of Goddess vitally जीतनी चाहिए. T1
and this round is completely out of sorts from T1.
मोहित भाई बजट बताओ.
Read, confirming it.
हरामी यार.
And then dropping it on the floor.
मोहित भाई thank you for the $10.
Slips through their grasp. And Vitality, off the timeout call, will keep us tied.
By next round, Buzz ulti है, Stacks ulti है, सब ulti है. T1 जीतने वाला है.
In this second half, like T1 is very comfortable. Izu's had a few slip-ups with some of his mechanics.
Map pick देखो किसका है, T1 का. T1 ही जीतेगी.
Come on. That battle. But T1 has every right to be winning it.
Come on.
And they don't.
Let's go.
Snappy from Sylvan. Ready for
Well
the push.
Defined one. Stacks, middle peeking. Tracks down below. Able to find it. Stacks desperately just trying to hold on.
कितना लोग
They're willing to push him. They already know.
Vitality को support करना है. सीधे इस पे beat करो मोहित भाई को. Simple है.
So he may just be able to survive this. And he shall. 11 to 11.
समझ रहे हो?
Vitality not letting T1 go without a fight.
That was such a creative round. To open up the B site by sending a player all the way to their spawn, knowing it was going to be wide open. It's a bit of a risk.
In timeout, both team can talk, or there are just timeout call team. Both team coaches can talk. कोई भी timeout लेगा, both team coaches can talk.
Looking to try to slow this down. Still enough to buy some rifles though.
तो देखो बस के पास अल्टी आ गया.
Hunter's Fury and the
Hunter's
Showstopper.
Fury आ गया, अल्ट आ गया. आइसो अभी ऐसा करके वल्नरेबल करेगा. सोवा अल्ट मारेगा, रेज अल्ट मारेगा. 5 बंदे डाउन. समझ रहे हो? लो.
Because once Vitality gets through, not much you can do. So T1 commits a lot of resources over there. And again, Vitality working the map safe, saying, let's show a little bit of presence. We know that they have to commit to this because of how much we've been able to abuse that side of the map. Now we can try the other side.
All raising, Sylvan. Paranoia to try to catch here. Pawn cleared out by Buzz. Trying to keep protected here. Sylvan dropping down. Showstopper up over the top, and Durka is over that! But Buzz still able to find one as the Classic gets drawn out. Sylvan, one for him as well, but they quickly get traded back.
चलेगा. Meteor है. Shield है.
Double tap shield.
Meteor है.
In play. Needing to try to get a kill to get a reset. Meteor cannot.
About time.
Hooks into the corner. Stacks. Double setup. Wanting to try to punish this angle here from stairs. Enemy kick still able to find the enemy ISO.
They're going to rotate. It has to be right now. Otherwise, they have to press forward towards A. Time is running low.
20 second bay.
23 health between the 3 players here on Vitality. Noise being made. The Nightfall coming through. Stacks knowing that he's unable to avoid it, but also knows that they're damn low. This really sends out a shock, but will not be able to find it. Hawk going to be cleared. Izu able to find Kicks. The push into the corner, and somehow Stacks!
2 HP पे मारो safety!
2 HP! Now brings it into a 2v1. Izu spotting out the first. Clears the flower. Taps the spike. Trek's going to be eliminated. Save the IGL. Their captain with 2 health remaining. Gets a solid read, but Izu just has every advantage in this situation. Gets to defuse and gets T1 up to map point.
Oh boy. That is so scrappy. And a lot of credit has to be given to Sylvan
OTP,
and Meteor and Buzz for
OTP.
delaying as long
T1
as they
is
did
being
at the A side.
naughty.
Meteor, excuse me, Sylvan hits a really nice paranoia. Buzz is right there to back him up, finds a great classic
Mention
kill.
में OTP बोला?
Meteor just holds that angle for as long as he can.
T1
Gets a
जीतेगा.
little bit of util, gets the C's
Sorry.
to come his way. That
Sorry, I would
allows
like to
the
apologize.
rest of T1 to rotate into position, and they get a ton of
Match
damage along
point
the way.
T1.
Just barely, T1 goes to map point.
मजा आ गया बे, क्या है गेम था बे?
As they look to try to take this into overtime. That pit still there, but also Durka and Op on the attack. 3 charges away from having that
Why
showstopper.
did Fate pick? यार pickers advantage है, तुमको
Now
लड़ना
it's
ही
going to be
पड़ता है.
slow and steady going.
दोनों का HP नहीं है ना, अगर full
Lead on
HP
this,
रहते तो वो लोग
given
up
the
down कर
disconnected
लेते थे.
positions.
They're gambling on it. They have no contact anywhere else on the map. So they're just saying, you know, Vitality might just go back to what's been successful. It's top of the orb, but maybe a change of direction.
तेरा इच्छा पूरा हो गया 13-10 वाला. हाँ ना, close game अच्छा लग रहा है अभी देखने को.
Seeing some heavier presence over here at Mound.
Where are you?
On does get the ping. Bit of a double take there from Sylvan to clear it out. Paranoia does get expended. It looks like ultimately Vitality do want to pivot over towards this A site once again. Op likely to be passed over here from Durka. Swap it out for a rifle. Buzz is starting to drift over in towards B. Sylvan once again on his lonesome. This was heavily punished by Vitality.
Same thing as last time.
That shot connects, and Sylvan down to 55. A little bit of added HP on top because the regen shield.
कौन सा अंडरवाइड खेलोगे क्या? PC में आएगा तब खेलेंगे, पता नहीं कभी आएगा.
The shot is good.
मैंने वो गेम देखा, बहुत अच्छा है.
Gets locked out away from the rest of the team, but now that pit held in the back pocket for so very long.
Okay,
Finally
okay,
comes into play as Vitality. Look to take this into overtime.
OT हो गया.
Back sliding in along the wall, spotting out Trex. Who has no
ठीक है
idea. Everyone now clustered in towards tree. Gun barrel spotted but safe. A bit faster with it. And has the decay advantage. Izu frantically scaling forward, trying to open things up a little bit more, but safe just hidden. Tucked away in the clouds. Helps to guide them
W
into this overtime here. In this elimination match. Lotus is not done.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Vitality.
बाप रे,
Safe once
OT चला
again.
गया भाई.
Dialing up a beautiful play. We saw it earlier in the half. It worked the treat. Said, let's do that one again. They won't see it coming, and boy, do they have no clue at all. Absolutely insane.
None whatsoever, but that extra cherry on top of Durka, bringing out that operator.
Yes.
Hasn't really been messing around with it too much in the lead up there on that attack. And it looks like from the offset, going back over onto the defense. Gonna go for the blast cannon.
And it was a huge reason, at least a
अब
huge
क्या
part of
होएगा?
why T1
अब
was
क्या
able to do
होएगा? मैं
so.
तुम लोग को मूवी बताता हूँ. बंदे ने ऑप लिया, ऑप से कद्दू रिटेक नहीं होने वाली. T1 जीतने वाली है 13-12.
Opportunity to grab it.
Had it once and then
मूवी
Spike
देखो.
just avoided and had it taken away.
स्ट्रेट अप आ जाएंगे, एकदम फ्लॉलेस प्लान रन करेंगे, मस्त
Leaning
भयंकर.
back over towards A. Rotations immediately starting as these players from Vitality just
Go
gonna
for
be
it.
Durka on an island and kicks, just goes for timing through the wall. That's one of the duelists now
कोई सीन
eliminated.
नहीं. प्लांट होने वाला है.
Flash and some presence confirmed. He's pushing up here through the smoke. Double tap, shield in play. Meteor.
Meteor बोल दे.
Get on top of him. Finds that kill, gets the shield reset. Seized in position here for the moment. Just looking to wait it out. Stacks goes for the spike plant. You're frantically looking every which way. Knows that the smoke above is about to dissipate, and he can't get into the cover fast enough. Let's finding one, drops down, finds another. As Izu trying to get here to save Stacks, but he cannot keep him alive. He's now on his lonesome. Another pit built up, unless this time not saving it for a
Time मारना
rainy day.
सिर्फ. Come on.
Running low on bullets. Vitality. Maybe well aware of that, looking for the push. Knows that there's a player close, but has to know that it's being held. Knows that he has to try to get these shots through, and he just cannot! They take the OT, they take the opening round. And now it is Vitality, who have map point in their hands.
And it's less from heaven. Just doing such a great job knocking players down from up top to get that pit. It looked like maybe there was some hope for T1. Meteor able to break through, but then the high lows cost Dax his life. Give Les the pit. And they've got a real darn good chance going over to their attacker's side. Just able to read that round from start to finish. It was an A push from the get-go for T1.
इतना होल्ड करते कैमरा से टैग एक बंदा डाउन ट्रिप में फंसेगा दूसरा बंदा डाउन केज से बाहर तीसरा बंदा डाउन वल्नरेबल चौथा बंदा डाउन
To go, blast pack, just to clear out that tripwire. Playing these mind games, to constantly have T1 having to second guess their read.
Yeah, are they going to double back? Or are they going to try that A again? It's got to be in the back of your mind. The toxic screen can go up. Where are you? Seas goes out. Buzz trying to take some space. But Trex doing everything he can to sell that this is going to be an A-side hit again.
Either way, he's keeping two players occupied here for the moment. Pushes out. He's one. Shots for Buzz not going to be able to come through to try to find a punish. Prowler scouts, and now the bad news. Figured out. Field race here for Meteor. Pusher in the back of the cage. Izu on the floor. Durka takes over the round. Showstoppers online. Buzz slipping the net here, but Sylvan certainly has not. A showstopper about to be in his face. Set. And he'll just hit him from the back. It was coming his way. 14-12. From what was at one point a 1-7 scoreline
10-4
to Vitality's disadvantage. They run back this Lotus and they steal it away from T1.
And 4 Anthony D'Souza, thank you for the 100 to jump today. चैट अगर नेक्स्ट मैच चालू होने से पहले 7K लाइक्स हो गए तो तेरा भाई ठीक है, लेकिन नेक्स्ट मैच चालू होने से पहले ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है, डन सीन। Binks the Jinxer मस्त है यार, लैंग्वेज Binks की मूवी नेटफ्लिक्स पे है, लैंग्वेज। रुक जाओ, आखिरी कप चाय लेके आया मैं, आखिरी कप चाय लेके आया मैं।
everyone, Jenli here with Faded now. Listen, Faded. I've seen both of you play Haven, and I think I like your Yoru and ISO better. So what do you think makes you better than T1?
We have Dirk. I mean, he's the best Yoru in the whole entire game. But I think we got a little surprise for you guys, so we'll see what's up on Haven.
Comp change, possibly?
Who knows? We'll see.
All right. Thank you for your insight, and I'll be waiting for that surprise.
All right, there where you heard from Jen Lee. She likes the Yoru ISO on the Vitality side, and then Coach Faded says, oh wait, we got even more. And Vitality digging deep to pick up this win. Absolute, like, just what you want to see, a recovery from this team, Kukuka. And I'm going to you because I gotta go to you. But this, we were watching it, and it was looking dire.
Yeah.
And then it wasn't.
Yeah, and then it wasn't, but it was looking pretty terrible, right? Like, let's roll back right to the beginning where Vitality wins the pistol. They're not able to convert the second one, and not only that, they go on a rant of just losing and losing and losing. At some point, a 4-10, but somehow they find the pacing and they bring things back.
I mean, incredible. And then, mind you, this was off of some amazing plays, kind of like our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, brought to you by Meteor, as a matter of fact here, because Meteor using that ISO, right, gets that set up there, because this is what's going to allow him to be able to use that ISO ult, as you can see right there. And then, Sideshow, we go to the Gulag.
Yeah, and Meteor's using these ults so well, it's so difficult to play against this. He grabs Durka. Durka's got a defensive showstopper, takes him out of the game. And he was doing this over and over again, winning the duels inside of there. It was 4-1 by what I tracked in terms of his win rate inside of the ISO Ultimates. Hopefully we get to see this moving forward into the next map as well, because I feel like that ISO head-to-head is going to be crucially important. And Meteor was doing everything he possibly could to set them out on a ridiculous lead in the first half.
The way that he min-maxes everything.
Yeah.
But it was all for naught!
Yeah, and that's the part that stings the most, because everything was clicking, Kaguka.
Yep.
It looked like T1 were on the highway to success.
Yeah, absolutely. You see these rounds, you see the way that it all started, but we also have to think that Vitality knew what they were getting into. They knew the strengths that T1 had and the maps that they were going to favor. That is why we saw the Lotus. That is why probably they decided to go on the Haven as well. But we have to give huge props to Les, who has made Lotus his home ground. We saw it yesterday, we see it here today again. Probably one of the reasons him and Derke, they were able to bring this one back.
Les was monumental in the second half. He was getting so many 3K rounds to be able to dig them out of difficult situations, get them into winning spots.
That's why he was put on that team.
Oh, absolutely. Those are the two new players for Vitality, and you see they're already worth the salary. I don't care what they're paying them, that it was worthwhile.
Not enough.
Yeah, not enough. I mean, because they dug them out of the trenches, and that is huge. That's exactly why you wanted to pick up these world-class players, because this is the output. This is what you expect from them in these high-pressure situations.
It's so important, right? Because Les has so much experience on the stage. He's never going to feel down in this kind of situations. And even though he had a slow start of the year, now it's all paying off.
Yeah, well, let's see if it continues to pay off as we move on to map number 2. And the question on our minds is, are we going to see some mirror compositions? Now, Coach Faded had some different thoughts here. So
there's no way we're getting robbed of our first ever mirror match between the Yoru ISO comps.
Which their Brangelina name would be.
हो गया आज रिलीज मॉन्स्टर हंटर वर्ल्ड सब प्लेटफॉर्म में आज ही मेरे पास स्ट्रीम
Beat the way that Fnatic used to play on Haven, and it's quite a niche idea. There aren't too many people around the world that are playing it, but now we get to see two matchup, and maybe one of them has deviated already.
And seriously, with all the compositions and everything that we could see, this is almost besting slots for the players. Like, especially on this map, I don't think I would put anybody else on anything different if I want to get the best out of the best. And as you're saying, seeing it for the first time when it's a composition that has been so entertaining to watch and with so many little things to look at, I'm very sad.
Well, let's theory craft real fast. What would be the change?
5,500 का गेम है हाँ 5,500 का गेम है
on the other side with Coach Autumn as Jen Lee is standing by with him ahead of map 2.
Hello again, Jen here with Autumn, and now Autumn, listen. You know I've been watching you play Haven.
एक सेकंड ऑटम भाई, एक सेकंड। ठीक है, अपन नया गेम खेलेंगे लेकिन फाइनल्स के बाद, ठीक है, जैसे इसका फाइनल्स खत्म होएगा उसके बाद हम खेलेंगे नया स्टोरी मोड गेम। स्टोरी मोड है वो शायद से।
Simple, we have Meteor.
You have Meteor. Okay.
उसका ग्राफिक्स सेक्सी लगा था मेरे को।
Wait a minute, Jen, you were just playing both sides of the field, bro.
She's an absolute icon. We're just living in her world.
You're a savage. Jen Lee, my goat.
क्या बोला उसने?
That's so funny. Also, I do want to preface
आज
this
से
by
प्लीज,
saying
आज से नहीं
that
भाई, आज से
Jen literally predicted his answer. He said to me, she said to me, he's probably going to
ये
say
मेरे वाले फेस्टिवल में ले ले। क्या
We have
लगा?
Meteor, yeah. But it's so funny that they picked people.
Yoru
Yeah.
and the ISO.
We have Durka, we have Meteor, but that might not end up being actually how it plays out. Now, I wonder
Stream करता
whether
है।
one of the reasons that Faded was talking up Durka is because they're still going to play the Yoru in that comp.
Maybe, yeah, they can still do
They
it.
might be running what G2 run, where they run the Yoru, but then they also run it with the Breach and Tejo on this map. So you'd still get to see Durka flex around on the Yoru. It's still super good. We just wouldn't get to see Safe playing the ISO against Meteor.
I love that you bring that up because throughout this tournament, I would love to see Derke even more on the operator, and on the other side we see Buzz that has been
Google Driver Gandhi.
constantly. So I would love to see
Google
that
Driver
head-to-head
Gandhi.
there.
It's really difficult though to opt into a team that's going to run ISO.
Wait.
Like if Meteor sticks with it, it's pretty difficult.
Drive on
I
to
don't know.
Google Drive on
Durka
search
has
करी।
also been able to set up tons of
Basically email आता
different
कौन login करो, एक
cross-map
folder
gate
create
crashes where
करी।
he's able to still reinforce the
आणि
other
त्या
side. He's
video
brought a ton
ते
over
track
from Fnatic and shifted a lot as well.
What gets shelved here, the ISO or the Yoru?
तजुमागिरी
The
top
ISO
right
almost
corner
certainly.
आता
And
असला
you put Safe
give
onto
access
the
to
Tejo
everyone
run
म्हणून।
Breach Tejo. That's
मागिर
what
त्या
I
वैर
would
कसं link
imagine
कसं
is
ड्रायव्हरच्या
going to be going on here. You
त्या
don't
link
honestly, you don't
तंग
even have to run the Breach, but most teams are.
Okay.
Yeah, you can do the double drone, you know, with the Sova and the Tejo is a lot of information, especially with a team like Vitality that like to play so incredibly
That's devious. Yeah.
We're seeing right now T1, the fastest team that we have in the 4 remaining teams that we have here in playoffs, against the slowest one. Like even Vitality is way above the average in the time that they take to execute. So for them, using and actually taking advantage of those timings is actually really important.
And if they have changed their compositions to running the Breach Tejo, that's going to slow the pace of T1 down as well, because you can't just rush in that regard. And I also think if we zoom out a little bit, the teams that have had the most success here at the tournament are the ones that are happy to change their compositions and not stick to what they've been doing all year long.
Well. Even जीतेगा।
DRX were on the cutting edge of the meta, and they were making some small adjustments, but I was thinking in my head more like G2 changing up their bind composition.
That's fair.
EDG changing completely what they were running during Chinese kickoff as well. Like these teams that have been happy to try to stay ahead of the meta and ahead of their opponents.
रात तो stream होगी, obviously होगी भाई।
tend to work.
गांडी मारते
And
तुम
well,
लोग
you
मेरी।
saw there just a second ago what the community thinks regarding who's going to walk away
Once
as the
again,
winner of this one. Resounding
Monster
for
Hunter
Vitality.
Wilds का
For
game है।
T1, this is so important because remember, this is elimination
This
for
is
them.
it.
So if a surprise comes up and they have something prepared for this Haven, I hope it doesn't throw them off.
And we do not get the ISO, but instead a jet. That was not on the bingo card.
It's been a minute.
That was not on the bingo card. I was not expecting
You
that
know,
at
so what?
all. I mean, this composition plays, if anything,
ऐसा
faster.
नहीं है इस बार।
And also, you lose out on the ISO ultimate.
I don't.
Are we just going to forget the kind of I'm sorry, Safe, for putting you in the spot here. He did not have a good Swiss stage in the previous map. Yesterday he had a kind of okay game. First map, he wasn't the
He was a little cool in
brilliant,
that map.
but
like
I'm here for a redemption arc.
Also, it kind of feels like it. You know, you're gonna put the op on the jet, and you got Meteor just gonna take a corner fight.
I don't know what they're planning here. This is going to be super interesting. I assume it's going to be more like setting Safe up for success.
Well, let's find out, everyone, and see if we're gonna get a map number 3. Send it back over to Achilles and Paperthin for the call.
Thank you very much. Yes, some big changes indeed. Big change, I suppose. It's just the one. But it does feel like this heavily impacts the way that Vitality have been playing on this map. Safe back over onto the jet, and as Kakuka was just highlighting, Safe hasn't had the heaviest flagging impact in a lot of their series so far. The IGLing has been great, but he has not been that tip of the spear.
Well, maybe now's the time. We get to see a little bit of old school Safe before he switched into the IGL role, where he's just kicking people over with the jet. They're looking get a little bit aggressive towards the mid part of the map. Bit of a tricky setup there for T1. Sneak Izu behind the door. Sylvan there on the other side, but this is all looking for a B hit in the opener for Save.
Yeah, he's able to find that first kill.
Nice save.
Comes in from behind. Izu striking, finding less. 3v3. This is just a neck-breaking pace so far here in the pistol, but now with the spike planted, some smoke still waiting to dissipate, things will slow down quite a bit.
You gotta win this fight against Durka.
तीनों एक-एक angle देख रहे हैं.
Stacks can get that. They might have a chance.
Frenzy, medium range. Stacks will be able to find the headshot. Correct, swinging out the backside. Able to find one, and now Izu on his lonesome. Quick reposition here from Save after finding that second elimination. Izu trying to go ahead and isolate. 4 bullets left in the
Izu!
A 3K from Izu. Gets T1 the opening pistol here on Haven.
T1
That
is
is a
back,
rejuvenating round for
baby.
T1 and Izu in particular.
Normal
He was
सिर्फ
getting
इसके बाद हो
beat up
जाएगा.
on Lotus in a half that was in the key of C major for the side of Vitality. And he was having a real struggle, but he comes through with a big clutch. This is the Izu we've been used to seeing that goes in his hands on these pistols. He has been devastating throughout Masters Bangkok, and he shows up again when T1 needs him most.
मस्त खेला ना?
There's a way to get that blood flowing off the rip. After a devastating loss in the opening map, I suppose a Red Bull clutch from your Cypher is one way to do it. Somewhat standard buy that we've been seeing from Vitality, but this time it is going to be safe on the Jet bringing that outlaw. We love to have this early investment, try to catch teams off guard. Durka already quite a bit of damage here, just bouncing around trying to escape. He and Kicks both tagged.
Making a lot of
और
noise.
नहीं लेने देंगे.
T1 is scrambling to figure out exactly where this is going to come through. Safe. Get those shots to hit. Stacks takes a lick of damage, but Trip is cleared at B. They bring some rotations over, and you've backed off the main forces. You're going to hide from this Owl drone. You're going to maybe think about a different direction, setting up the teleport from Durka. He's going to get taken down, though.
W.
Runs with an outlaw of his own. Getting the catch there, less just on Trip duty.
Here.
Let's see if he can open things up to get themselves forward into this C site.
रात को कौन से रात को वैलो एक बार वॉच पेटी खत्म हो जाएगा 2 ही दिन बचा है कल और परसों फाइनल से उसके बाद नए गेम
finds the shutdown on the one. Slides in behind the box, the recon instantly cleared out. Paranoia likely dodge. Sylvan finding some stability there at long last. Looking a little bit wonky to begin with, but in the end, T1 pull off a flawless anti-eco.
I had some concerns for T1 after losing Lotus in
कंसोल का
heartbreaking
क्या हुआ
fashion.
है यार कंसोल
But it looks like they're okay. It looks like they've
बैकअप करने का टाइम
stabilized.
नहीं मिला.
Vitality being read really nicely. Great positioning here from Izu, using his
नया
own
गेम मेंबर
smokes
चल जाएगा
to
नहीं
wrap
इतना
around
आराम ही
the
नहीं है
flag
यार.
and find that crossfire angle.
Well,
That is
that's a good
extremely
idea,
smart. Do
though.
not try to hold that link angle from Garage.
Now just one away from the neural. Going into T1's bonus because of the prior investment and not finding much value there. Safe, just going to be a stinger in hand.
Got double outlaws for this as well.
Yeah. Granted, G2.
Didn't try करो इस सीजन
Quite
इमोर्टल
well to
3
show
जाने
us
दो पहले.
that stinger absolutely can find value.
दिखाई नहीं दे रहा माँ.
They're just looking to put a hold of them out of Garage, but T1 quick to go ahead and refill that position. Ensure that they have it covered.
Yeah, they love to try to combo you as you come through Garage. Throw a vulnerable, throw a paranoia at you. Play off some of that contact.
Over towards long. Second shot connects, Buzz.
हे बेटी
Durka in
बना
the
जा.
dirt.
अच्छा खेल रहा है बे कुछ भी बोलो बे. सेक्सी खेल रहा है आज स्टीवन.
Gonna be
पता
able to go
नहीं
ahead
क्या
and
हो
pick up
गया
that
यार.
Phantom off his dead teammate's corpse. Buzz
DRX
continuing to
जैसी
sail
खेल रही है.
forward. Wants to go for the second shot. Swings it a little bit wider. And ends up getting punished for it. Big overcook from him, but Stacks. Second shot not quite going to nail him there. Safe. Does survive with 10 HP. As he finds the kill onto the opposing team's IGL. Media are going to be good for one. Things get chaotic here inside of the smokes. Easy just strafing into the site. To finish the job, but Stacks had started. Kicks now, needing to try to clutch it, but Izu's there on the flank. 7-0 and 1. And pass over the defuse here to Sylvan, and T1 will convert the bonus.
किसकी के तो लग गए.
This is really interesting because you're seeing very different looks in some ways from both of these teams. You're not going to often see T1 bring out two outlaws. I don't think I've seen it all year that I can remember. And then for the side of Vitality, they're playing this attacker side much slower than the last time they did against Team Liquid in the EMEA Grand Finals. It was really aggressive. Like on their pistol, they went all the way into spawn. Durko was setting up TPs that went all the way into his opponent's spawn, and they were trying to just cover the map and keep you confused. Now, granted, that was with the ISO. So it's a little bit different look. Team Vitality trying to lean into what's worked for them against T1. And that's patience, misdirection, taking your time on these attacker hits. But with a weaker buy, might be thinking about something pacey.
Yeah, we're talking about it here. Looks like they heard. Upping the tempo quite a bit. Stacks just going to be tucked away in this corner for now. Smoke cycled out onto Heaven. 3 players on the approach from long. Paranoia sent. Stacks needing to hold his own with the angle. Not quite cleared fast enough. Some spray coming his way. Readjust. Looks for a third. Get the transfer back over. Fantastic readjustment here from Stacks. As Buzz finds value off the operator. It's going to be another flawless round. 4-0 start here for T1.
Just a great hold by Stacks. An unexpected position that isn't checked by Vitality.
They
pay dearly. And that's going to bring out a quick timeout from their coach, Fade. This is nice work there. Saw the first gun barrel. Was able to take down the second player that showed up. Reswung for that second kill. Able to hold the line on the third. And then in classic Buzz fashion, get an off kill, switch to the shorty.
Hey, babe.
Go for it.
Yep.
Hey.
Timeout in play here for Vitality.
Nice round by T1. Nice round by T1.
Narrowly off a couple of these critical ultimates. And Hunter's Fury, 2 charges. Durka, the Dimensional Drift, 1. That combo, not quite available just yet, but on the opposite side, it's there for T1 as well as a Neural Theft. Plenty to discuss. Trying to figure out how they're going to get themselves on the board. I don't think it's too much of a cause for concern quite just yet. This is the map that they've elected to go to.
Yes.
Saw the run back on Lotus.
No. You cannot count Vitality out anymore with what they just did to you in that previous map. And the way, think about all the way back to the EMEA Finals. They were down 2 maps, and they ran it back 3 maps in a row on Team Liquid. So there's no give up in this Vitality squad. I'd like to see T1 maybe try to set up a trap play towards the top of A. Try to shut down this orb grab. See if you can get ahead of Vitality, trying to get these ults into cycle. Kind of use that momentary advantage you have here. You have the op as well, but looks like they're going to be
without your support, T1 wouldn't be here. Excuse me.
Maybe just quick combo, 1 shock dart sent out there from Stacks, seeing if they can get some early splash damage across.
3 mid 4 mid 5 minute पे भी लग गए पे Vitality के.
Durka strafing forward into garage, is able to find 1. Izu taken down nice and early here for them. Solid advantage found. Buzz though trying to get his way forward, but Durka peeks back out. Now that's 2 players dead. T1 not at all getting the read here on Vitality's positions.
This is a hard read.
Sylvan Bhai के पास OP है.
Fast B hit or something. Durka though gonna be diligent, making sure that everything is under their purview. He's gonna use that Dimensional Drift. Find out that B is now cleared. Force a very difficult retake for T1.
I mean, here's the question: do you even really try to go for it? Maybe Stacks if he can find something on this lurker on the back, but looks like he doesn't want to even try to hit that trip. They still have that op that they're trying to hold on to in the hands of Sylvan at the moment with 8 HP.
Might send Meteor out to die, just get another ult charge. See if you can find a couple.
Might have just seen the hat there. Either way, the drone on the opposite side from Stacks will be able to spot him, but Meteor's not ready for the swoop down from Kicks. Problem is, Stacks, Sylvan playing so close together. If Vitality go on the hunt, could be the op lost. There's money to go ahead and put it back into their hands, but still don't want to give the rest of these players that catch up towards these ultimates that are still waiting to cycle back online. So Vitality, a very solid timeout call, will flawlessly get a round win on the board.
And once again, it's Durka stepping up
pro
to the plate
player
with
क्या ले? Oh my God, Bali!
Great chance, a great timing in garage to take
Chat
down
में
Izu.
Bali आया है.
And catches Buzz trying to push through.
Hello Bali, how's yours?
Great.
आगे रिटर्न की उधर ही है अभी भी.
There you go. push out not going to work for
मिला तेरे
anybody.
को वहाँ का green card,
Just a little bit of a
yellow card,
misread there
कौन सा
from
card है उधर?
T1 on what they were going to be seeing in that timeout. Still though, cash aplenty, op still in hand, still got all those ults. See what they want to do this time. Op is going to be in Buzz's hands once again. He's going to be holding garage door. A little bit of a fake push out towards the top of A. Meteor and Stacks waiting that out, but this is all leaning more towards a C hit. Going to try to maybe test Sylvan.
3 बंदे C पे, Omen blind है,
Question
trip
for me on this
है,
defender
camera
side
है.
is, can your sight anchors be more effective than they were on Lotus? We're going to need Sylvan and Izu to really step up, shut these things down.
4
Get the
बंदे
damage
C
done.
पे.
Some spray out, TP to back plat here for Sylvan. Shock Dart clearing that front trip. Arrow line that Buzz is trying to peek off of here. They move into it. Footsteps heard. Tries to go for it. Dimensional drift in desperation. Used to try to escape, but less able to find him. Gets burned for nothing. Yet another overstay here from Buzz.
And they just can't read Vitality. When Vitality ticks off so much time on the clock, T1 makes quick reads. They're so used to teams of Pacific not being this patient, this diligent.
30 seconds left.
Stacks has to come up huge.
Gonna try to hold it down from here once again, but cannot steady the aim. Durka just a little bit faster on the reaction. Izu trying to play quiet, does manage to spray across through the smoke, finding the kill. Spike plant interrupted, nearly gets himself a third. Meteor going for the reset, now the last one standing in a 1v2. They know exactly where he is. See a wall for his util, the shield. Gone, regains it, kicks!
Oh, Meteor! कैसे? तुम्हारे पास डर के अपने पास मीटियर है बड़ी.
He said, Jen asked him, what's the difference? You know, you're Yoru, you're ISO. What's the difference? It's Meteor. Well, no kidding. No kidding.
Steady as all hell. These tense moments, Meteor trying to be the one to guide them. He has the experience, he has the accolades.
Just
unbelievable. He's got the talent.
I mean, he's built for ISO.
Gate crash set up here into the back. The flash is absolutely gorgeous, and Durka is able to find one. Sylvan turns back, does manage to put down the enemy Yoro, but Safe is right there to ensure that they trade this up. This time Meteor not going to be able to get into a position to find these heroics. Vitality, pick up the pace.
Save करो.
Add a bit of chaos into the mix. And very quickly, T1 crumble on that C
यार
site.
Stacks को भी खेलना था ये राउंड यार. C पे भी अल्ट मार सकता था.
Of pace from Vitality catches T1 completely off guard. Again, a nice call from Safe and company. Good flash to set up Durka. TP's right at the perfect time, right after that flash pops. And Izu's just left completely blinded.
एक के बाद एक pick के पता नहीं वो लोग 3-1 क्यों नहीं गया.
Sylvan got one, but that was it before they had complete control over the garage and the C site. Shut off Meteor on the attempt. There you go. Vitality gets up to 2. Love to see it. I
2 is
love
all
the way
they get.
Safe
कौन
calls.
बोला बे?
He's just so smart.
मैं बोला.
You know, and if it isn't for Meteor's crazy round, it could very well be 4-3.
The lob in the perfect timing from Durka.
Vitality कौन सी रीजन की टीम है? होम रीजन, क्योंकि घर पे जाने वाले हैं गेम के बाद.
Such a treat to watch.
That was a funny joke.
I beg for it, but may not see it. We'll see. I'll have to wait.
He finds the opportunity, the confidence for it, or the hubris, depending on the outcome. Undercut. Gonna be successfully dodged here. Let's setting up that trip, covering their rears. If there's any aggressive push out. Now, change up here.
But
Another
there is
attempt
a
on the B
valuable
side
and a
for
sword,
Vitality.
buddy. Yellow, I'm the hunter. Gaya.
Oh, Hunter's Fury in. Kicks eliminated. And vulnerable.
लो एक
He's
और
on the
गया.
back end. Previously missed.
Yellow with
Wasn't gonna
3-5.
Go ahead and find value off that. Safe as well. How's Meteor come away with that?
Meteor uses ult.
Oh. Missed
I'm
that
pretty
one.
sure.
Either way, a little bit scrappy here in the round. Meteor get them back into this one. Durka going to be flushed out. Sylvan able to find that. Trex, solid shot, but not enough to try to really hold his ground. Les going to be noted. Arrives. Buzz on the peak. Take him out with the operator. Diffuse to come through. Try to get that next dimensional drip cycle back in.
Hey,
T1 pull up a team ace.
देखा perfect. Vulnerable alt एक shot में गया.
Far out in front of Vitality.
Oh, there's that combo. Here's the ult from Meteor. Just barely able to best save.
Clean killer, clean
into the
killer,
Hunter's
clean killer.
Fury right onto the plant site. Love the way that T1 draws this up. Give up the site more or less for free. Just the only info they had was to clear the trips, and then
रोज बुक पे क्या लिखते हैं?
from safe.
ऐसे कुछ भी ऐसा ABCD.
buy down to a stinger, but has the blade storm.
ऐसा stars wars बनाते हैं.
We're gonna pop that.
Painting
has a neural
करते हैं
theft.
book
So
में.
does Izu.
मेरे को क्या मालूम? मैं बना है कभी आज
See if
तक
they want to change up the speed here. Get by the vulnerable, try to find the shock.
Little bit deeper there. Still damage not going to be coming through.
I was playing anti-flash.
Trying to. Just
God,
enough to find
buddy.
less. Double tap shield popped, safe up and over the top, trying to get a break there on a Meteor, trying to go for the push here. Toss back out with the stinger, gets a glimpse on Izu. Track to Durka. One apiece. Flash up out of the smoke. Buzz is just diving into
Meteor
his
बोलते
Is this time Meteor not going to be able to pull off a damn thing? Sylvan now in a 1v3.
ये राउंड कैसे जीत गए?
As things start getting very scrappy. Finds the first tucks
जीते नहीं
back.
अभी तक.
Take on the TP.
Spike planted.
Goes for the drop down. Nearly able to stabilize that spray for kicks, but keeps himself alive. Vitality. Continuing to
बस मारा था
fight
बस ने.
It's just a great execute here. Stacks and Izu. Caught off guard enough. Safe keeping Meteor in check with those blades. Meteor tucked behind the box.
एक से देखो चले गए.
Now look at the weaponry for the side of
6 राउंड
T1.
जीतने के बाद भी
The rounds
लोगों
have
को
been
पैसे
so
ज्यादा मिले
scrappy.
Vitality को क्या सीन?
Back and forth. So they don't have too much.
Attacking map है, yes
Glass
sir.
cannon, try to save enough. Able to get that operator forward here into the next round. In the meantime, Durka just sprinting at him here. Dimensional drip, able to get a glimpse of 3 players, now 4. And Izu gonna be taken down, safe capitalizing. Slowly trying to tuck back. Buzz peeking in towards that defender spawn. Gets his head taken off of Meteor, able to see the gun barrel. Less completely unawares, and suddenly this round starts getting away from Vitality. Double push in from behind. Stacks. Meteor slowly creeping their way forward. Trex has no idea, but the shots don't quite connect until the very last one. He will fall. Sylvan. Old TV position, just trying to see what he can scout out. Perched up on top of the box.
Player standing.
And now it is all on safe. The drone to spot. Full on HP, full on armor, but pinged out. Forced into hell, swings, finds one, tries to get the dragon.
पुपन दिया नसीब. नीचे से बहुत पड़ेगा पता नहीं.
T1 as these teams continue to just go blow for blow, round over round.
भाई खेल ये लोग रहे exhaust में आ रहा हूँ.
T1 still up by 4.
This is just a great read from
But
Buzz on the
clenching game
backside.
है
He's gonna send out the clone after he goes all the way into the defender side
ये क्या shot
spawn.
मारा? Excuse me.
Buzz just ignores it, gets the kill, nice and quick. This time, position not expected by Les. They've been pretty good about clearing out garage, but this time around, not able to do so, and that really opens up the map. It opens up the flanks from Stacks and others. And Stacks able to stabilize the Sheriff just enough to get that third kill on the
बहुत
tracks.
ज़्यादा है भाई. बहुत ज़्यादा है defense में, बहुत
The
ज़्यादा.
angles that they need to get that clean retake
भी
going
attacking
onto
map
A.
है. 2 round निकाला तब भी मेरे हिसाब से जीत गए. रात तो बहुत ज़्यादा.
Forward for Meteor gives him that kill contract, and Izu
ना मान रहा.
locking down garage this time around,
ना
not wanting
मान रहा
Durka to
भाई.
get the advantage once
हाँ?
more.
Izu भाई ना मान रहा.
Immediately reveals everybody still staying tucked back over towards the spawn. Spike on the floor. Buzz far forward, gets a connection through the wall. Less fortunate to be alive. This is a cheeky little setup from Meteor. Nicely tucked in behind this tripwire. Safe, however, instant peek, instant kill. Sylvan taking down the tailwind forward, and he's not spotted him! Meteor cannot stabilize for the second kill, but
मार
Stacks
तो
is
रहा है यार
there.
safe.
Has the follow-up, has the covering fire.
One enemy remaining.
And now has Buzz arriving to pressure out checks from every single possible
हाँ उसको लगा
angle.
विंडो टीपी मारा.
T1 get up to 8. They break the economy from Vitality as we go into the last round of the half.
जीत गए मैप 3.
You just have to love the way that T1 is getting aggressive on the map. They're starting to feel some confidence. Buzz is able to push up long A, get a ton of info. They're able to tuck Meteor in that corner. Last time that trip was there, T1 just left that B site wide open. Vitality isn't quite ready for it. They're able to just swing at you from a bunch of different angles, but tons of ultimates for Vitality to play around with. Another Blade Storm for Safe, Hunter's Fury.
Safe is able to push a weapon over to his teammates.
सेफ पे कुछ कर सकता है अल्टीमेट.
Just with full armor and a sheriff.
लेकिन क्या करेगा? कुछ नहीं करेगा. वो बात अलग है.
Ultimates here for Vitality. Can they get into the right position to utilize them?
It's just a standard default from T1. Again, T1, Izu. Sylvan need to step up.
Sylvan looking for the reposition. Safe, keeping forward, but Durka this time able to find two. Breaks things open. It looks like they read this. They should have known exactly what was coming their way. They cannot make it happen. It seems Meteor.
8-4
on the
अपने
ultimate.
फेवर में. अटैकिंग मैप है. डिफेंस में 8 राउंड निकाला है. कोई सीन नहीं.
Be fully upgraded in their hands.
दे दो एक राउंड दे दो ऐसे टाइम पास.
For T1.
दे दो.
Kicks just TPs out to safety. But already clear the push forward here, back into garage. Buzz, some eyes on it here for the moment. Meteor trying to body block. Diffuse out the half, but they just get mowed down.
W baby.
A flawless round for Vitality.
कैसे विजिट के लिए रोड मैप बताओ सपोर्ट करना है. रोड मैप थोड़ा लंबा है. पहले एक एक स्टेप देखते हैं. फर्स्ट स्टेप अभी नेक्स्ट मंथ फर्स्ट वीक से मैचेस है. पहले वो स्टेप देखते हैं उसके बाद पूरा रोड मैप.
Absolutely, this game is far from over. We'll see you guys on the other side of the halftime break.
Nice.
Red Bull gives you
Red Bull gives you wings.
अच्छा अभी गर्मी हो रहा है. मार्च और अप्रैल मार्च 3rd या 4th से इवेंट चालू है. आई थिंक 5th को हम लोग का पहला गेम है. ऐसा कुछ मेरे को देखना पड़ेगा. एक लेट मी लुक एट इट.
We're about to go into the second half here on Haven. T1 once more out in a lead here at the half. As we were just saying, Vitality were able to do well on Lotus to run that back, to take us into overtime and close things from there. They very well are capable of doing it again here on Haven. See how things start.
5 तारीख को मैच है रेकनिंग वर्सेस एसएचयूएल और उसके बाद 7 तारीख को मैच है वीएलटी वर्सेस एसएचयूएल. उसके बाद 9 तारीख को मैच है एसएचयूएल वर्सेस जी एकेडमी. उसके बाद 10 तारीख को मैच है एसएचयूएल वर्सेस रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क. उसके बाद 17 तारीख को मैच है. मतलब बहुत मैचेस है. राउंड रॉबिन है बेसिकली. हर टीम से लड़ेगा वाला फंडा है.
Have to lock in and lock down some of these sites. Try to keep T1 at bay, but this T1 team, you would expect that this is the half where they can do damage. This double duelist comp is built to break these sites apart.
Right now they're getting ready to push in towards
ऐसा करेगा सामने वाली टीम को सपोर्ट
करेगा. Here at the exit of the
पूरा
garage.
power
Gate crash
boost कर रहा है
applies.
इसी event.
Shield at the ready. Kicks, thinking better about sending that paranoia. Turns back over to the side. Is able to find one. Looks for a second, but Izu swooping forward to shut him down. And Meteor collects the enemy Cypher. Safe and tracks now to try to turn the tides of the round.
PBCM क्या है? अच्छा मुझे भी
Does have to be
अरे
broken.
बाली से हेडशॉट मारना सब enemies को.
No one giving him line of sight whatsoever.
लेकिन तू है किधर अभी?
Intelligently played so far here by T1.
और तू मुझे भाई क्यों बुला रही है? हाँ?
Rex does manage to find an opening.
भाई क्यों बुला रही है?
Meteor going to be eliminated. Player there at that lumber stack. Trying to find something, but safe. Inevitably going to be shut down. The Sheriff being picked up here potentially by T1. They've been looking dominant so far in these pistols. 3-1 across the series.
Just another really nice execute from T1.
थोड़ा left right हो गया ना
Let
Omen के
Meteor
साथ.
lead the way with those shields. Having that ISO on a
ये
pistol round.
इसके थोड़ा
So
left
annoying
right हो
for your
गया.
opponents. The frenzy there has to be used against Buzz. Great reaction from Izu. Clean that quickly. Meteor just going to be able to lock down the back of sight. Make sure no one's able to get through there easily.
ये तो easy होवे
And with
है.
that Cypher util, able to watch the back lines
कल के मैचेस
effectively.
बहुत फटे करोगे पता नहीं देखते.
So far, so good for T1.
अभी तो 6000 likes तो करो. 150 लोग
Really good
बचे रे
today.
बाबा. 150.
Less trying to play for info close. Deep dart. It's cleared.
I've seen this before. नहीं भाई
Back
बहुत
off.
heavy attacking map पे. Heavy
Triple-
मतलब
triple push coming out of A long here from
Heavy.
Vitality. Looks like it's going to be a cutback. Trex
They're pinging it.
across the other way, but yeah, warning ping out here on lobby, realizing that they've given up a good amount of space and they don't have a trip set for this.
And with Les playing so close to the front of C, that they're a little wary that that might be a trap. So they're going to try a different idea, a different direction, where the trap is actually over here at
देवांश
A.
भाई आपने ऐसा क्वेश्चन पूछा ना मेरे को वो
Trex down below.
चक्कर आ रहा है.
Sell these so well, does Vitality.
Sheriff shots ringing out, but not finding connection. Swing onto the corner, and Buzz does well to just keep that in mind as the shots start to ring out.
वो क्वेश्चन का हाथ
Bit
पैर
of damage, but reinforced by that
Body
regen
सब
shield.
गायब है.
Sax is trying to sell a hit on C.
There's nobody there
There's
to see
no one
it.
there to take the bait. The ocean's empty. There's no more fish for you to reel in.
किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? टिवान.
The rest of the team slowly,
30
steadily
seconds
pushing
left.
forward
Right
here.
back.
Trex,
Big fan.
hell of a shot to start things off. Immediately the pivot call coming through with 23 seconds remaining. Buzz wanting to stick around, maybe try to keep that weapon protected, but
1 second.
they're running very low on time.
See,
14
जाने
seconds.
का
They have
time
to
for
absolutely
this?
sprint for this. I have no idea. They might have just absolutely cooked this one and burnt it to hell. The TP fort can just barely get there, but now they're swooping into the site. They have to keep it protected. Plant comes through. A Bulldog and a Guardian. It's Vitality. Look to upset them here in their eco round, but Sylvan fighting 2, fighting 3.
सिल्वन बोलते हैं इसकी वेट की
Nails him out.
कैसे?
But my God, what a nail biter for T1.
स्लॉट बाय करता है जी. अरे नहीं एक्चुअली जी ने क्या क्या मालूम है मेरे हिसाब से जी भाई ने ट्वीट किया स्लॉट चाहिए बा करके इसलिए फिर राइट ने दे दिया ऐसा. एंजॉय.
So unbelievably close. I mean,
मेरे हिसाब से ये हुआ
gutsy
रहेगा
call
मेरे
from
हिसाब से.
T1. Maybe a little later than it
लेकिन
needs
ये
to
बात
be,
अपने
but
बीच में
it
रहनी
gets
चाहिए.
the job done. But again, I love the way Vitality is able to show strength when they have weakness. They're so good at that, and it is constantly giving T1 fits throughout this event. Oh, Sylvan.
Flip lol मत करो यार.
Look at that ping reveal.
वैसे ही मामला गर्म है आजकल.
Sax out on to save. Meteor now looking to play on the opener here of the side. Paranoia going to be sent. Not quite clipping there onto the Yoru, and Buzz is able to find kicks. Trying to swing around the back of the boxes. Buzz is taking over. 3 kills for him.
ये
Less.
तो white
Still a
वॉश
world
हो
away.
गया बे.
Held back by this tripwire.
कैम टिक करो. फिक्स कैम क्या करो?
And it
कैम
is going
टिक
to remain
कैसे करो?
intact. Despite
अरे
its
एक पे
planted,
कभी-कभी
Vitality
आते
calls to go
कभी-कभी
for the
जाती है
save.
ये.
T1 not giving them a window back in this time. Themselves a bonus conversion in the second half and move up to 11 round wins.
Just great
भाई
stuff
अभी
there. Great
पैसे वैसे
timings
नहीं
on
है
the
भाई.
util.
क्या हो गया बे?
Stacks
T1 नहीं
able to
T1
find the
दिख रही है
reveal to
बे.
set Buzz up. He knocks the next 2 down.
हाँ?
Just swings wide in his sight, or maybe TP'd. Maybe use that gate crash to get in there. Didn't matter. He was good for
सौरभ
both.
भाई आपकी नॉलेज
That's
कमाल
just
की है.
round over. Not a lot
You
to
are
say
right.
about it. I like the confidence from T1. just barrel on in.
लेकिन उसके साथ साथ ट्वीट भी
They're
किया
running away with Haven now. Surely you have to think that Vitality picked this map, had some ideas, but T1 is all over them.
Take a look back at
Oh
it.
my god, that dart.
Yep, the flash over the top.
Oh my
Raul
god.
bhai, that's a very good
And the
question.
tailwind's already been expended. There's just no way we're
Answer
safing it
is
out.
SC. SC is the answer.
That's so clean. That's such a cool execute.
भाई ये लोग को पता है ये लोग
That's gonna
जीत
be the
रहे हैं
final
क्योंकि
timeout
मैडम ज्यादा खुश है ये
for
लोग कम खुश
Vitality
दिख
here
रहे
on
हैं.
Haven. Saw some great impact. The coach earlier to help get them over that hurdle going into that overtime on Lotus.
एचएल मैचेस की बहुत पटे होगी पता नहीं देखते हैं रुको.
Everything is working against them. The momentum fully on the side of T1, as well as the economy, both in weapons and in ultimates.
And it's such a difficult composition to deal with because there's so much push and pull on the map. You never know sometimes where those gate crashes are going to appear and when it's going to be Meteor leading the charge with a shield and then Buzz is TPing behind you, or in some cases even Sylvan can do the same. And it's such a difficult composition to get a read on, and it helps when you're able to dial up some of those combos. Again, Stack's really improving on his Sova play this year. Found a lot of success, particularly when you're leaning into these Yoru Isu compositions. He's been setting up his duelists so nicely. And in some cases, they set him up with the vulnerables. So really cool to see the way they've embraced this composition
चलो
and expanded on.
अभी तो पैसा है नहीं भाई ये गेम
deeper
खत्म कर
depth
दो
than
भाई.
other teams
T1 भाई
before
प्लीज
them
रिस्क मत लेना सामने डर के अचानक से गुस्सा
Got
उस्सा आ
that
जाता
dimensional
है.
drift as well, so you can be a little bit safer here. Don't have
खत्म
to
कर
just
दो
walk
योरू
into
अल्टे एकदम पेल दो.
some of these sheriffs potentially and get your heads ripped off. Seen how good Vitality can be in those moments.
Safe looking for a timing perhaps here in the garage, but Izu has it watched, not getting caught by that paranoia out from kicks. 2 kills immediately found. 2 rifles still in play here for the side of Vitality.
जीत गए बे.
As Meteor
कितने
on
सब
the
बाकी है
plan,
for
goes
330
ahead,
के
gets his ultimate
8
online,
तो
but
कुछ
don't
होते हैं ना मेरे को पता
sat
नहीं.
down.
Let me check.
Checks with a very nice shot. Some kind of opener.
700 बचे.
Continuing to
700
maintain
subscribers
control here
more
over
for
Garage.
330 तो जिसने सब्सक्राइब नहीं किया सब्सक्राइब
timing
करो
there
और
too.
जिसने लाइक नहीं किया लाइक
smoke
कर
to
दो.
cover his
क्या
back.
पता 7 के लाइक्स भी हो जाए आज.
Immediately ready
एक और मैप है.
for a potential flank from Trex. Has to be a save. Other than Trex,
Can just
looking for the
grab this
gun.
Vandal,
Yeah.
try to hightail it out of here. Players
Saurabh
nearby.
bhai, that question is very
Be able to
technical
silently
question.
drift away through that B site. So, yep, looks like life will be maintained here. 4 Trex, 2 weapons going to be carried over.
But I think you have to give
For T1,
a little bit
it
credit
means that they
to
are now up to
PUBG
map
players
point as they
also.
look to send us over to split.
The players are good. They
A
earned the
map 3
slot.
decider.
So just because
See who sticks around
names are not
until at
flashy,
least tomorrow and who goes
ऐसे
home.
नहीं कर सकते ना.
Just crazy.
They are also good players.
T1 is brought to this haven. We knew this
Like
composition was
करने
strong,
का
but
call
it
थोड़ा
is
सा
really
casual है.
paying dividends. And another thing that they can do so well on this map is cycle these ults, right? Like
Subscriber
you're
count
going
लगा दो
dimensional
ना
drift in
फिर.
that
यार
previous
मेरे को
round.
सिर्फ
Now
count
you've
का
got the
जिससे
kill
लोग
contract.
सब्सक्राइब करें वो
You're
मेरे
not
को
too
नहीं
far
चाहिए.
away
मेरे
from
को
a
चाहिए
neural
कि
theft.
रॉ ग्रो
And
करें.
that's so annoying because
लेकिन
it allows
फिर
for
भी
these
ये सब
coordinated
बकचोदी के
executes
बाद
that
भी हम
T1
काउंट
loves
लगाएंगे.
to be pulled off with relative
कभी ना
ease.
कभी. अभी नहीं लेकिन.
See if they can catch anybody lingering down in towards sewer. Less here to try to reinforce. No eyes. I think just the camera really on main.
अभी तो कुछ भी करो T1 जीत गया. कुछ ने तो नेक्स्ट बस के अल्टीम में भी जीत
Ult
जाएगा.
gonna be sent. Gets the grab. Less. Pulled into the dark realm. Swing out. Shield is broken, but Meteor.
भाई नाइफ लेके क्यों करता है एक्स्ट्रा मूवमेंट के लिए? क्या कुछ तो टिप्स एंड ट्रिक्स कर रहे हैं मीडिया. हर अल्टी में नाइफ लेके चलता है वो
Here
पहले.
now going to be opened up. For some tags. But they don't read him in the corner. Sylvan striking. Duncan
T1
just
बोलते
straight
भाई
into the
जीजी
side.
भाई 13-4
And it all comes down to Trex. A 1v3.
उनके ही मैप
They
में.
won't even get the first shot. A flawless second
Huh?
half from T1. 13-4. They say you opted into this. You chose this. They come roaring
Excuse
back
me,
in the
उनके
series
मैप में.
after the loss on Lotus. And now we have split to decide it all. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
कृष्णा ऐसा नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं है, मत करो. मेरे को सिर्फ काम करना है, मेरे को सब नहीं चाहिए. समझ रहे हो कृष्णा भाई? I just need to work. That's it. मैं एक्चुअल में डरके को हरा सकते भाई पैसिफिक ऑन टॉप जा सकते हैं आज क्या लगता है सबसे पहला कौन सा रीजन बाहर होगा देखिए इस एपिसोड में बने रहिए मैं फोन चार्ज करके आया मेरी जान कर रही है गाना अच्छा है बे साउंड कमा रहे किसका एक बार है ना स्ट्रीम वो कर देता हूँ रिफ्रेश क्योंकि मेरा फोन का बैटरी नहीं है तो मैं खुद का स्ट्रीम नहीं देख सकता गलती से लोडिंग हो गया ना तो लोडिंग लग गई
Nice! Nice! Let's go! Nice! 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 Nice!
And if you're just joining us and that's all you saw, well, T1 picked up the win, and picked up the win they did. And tell you what, Buzz, be careful, because you might swallow that cum next time, pal. In any case, though, welcome back. Golden Boy here alongside with Kukuka and Sideshow. And T1 just managed to 13-4. Am I remembering that right? 13-4 Vitality on Haven when we thought that this was supposed to be some mirror match, close contestation, blah, 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 blah. Sideshow turned out to be smoke and mirrors.
That was terrible from Vitality.
I mean, terrible.
The game plan with the Jet, didn't see it. I know that Safe is at the top of the scoreboard, but I wasn't seeing the value from that pick. I don't think that they... I mean, you play with fire, you get burned. They played two of T1's best maps here on Lotus and Haven, and they're almost getting 2-0'd. They're kind of lucky that they're not out of the tournament already, Vitality.
Jesus Christ. I mean, this could have perfectly been a 2-0. I will give you that. I will give you that. Do you think that at some point, Safe was scared because of what Meteor said, that if they were the ISO head-to-head, that Meteor would smoke him, and that's the reason why he was like, I'm not playing ISO.
Meteor was so cold in the press conference, he said, for me, it's a kill contract, for you, it's a death sentence.
Yo!
After a line like that, yeah, you're like, oh, I'll go on
You're
Jet.
swapping. I'm going Jet.
I have heard some crazy stuff where I'm from. That's cold,
That's
dude.
cold.
That's cold, real talk.
Meteor was
Damn.
getting so much more value than Safe was in this game. I know if you look at the stats, it looks like Safe was the best player on the team, but the Jet pick wasn't finding the same value that you get from the ISO.
I feel like they were trying to do two different things at the same time, and they never really found the synergy to make that composition work.
Yeah, and it's very weird, right? Because Vitality is no stranger to this composition. They know how to play it. They should know how to stop it. They should know also that in this kind of situations, T1, when it is more about the fast pace, T1 are very, very used to it. Meteor was just playing like it was another day in the park.
So many shots, though.
And look at this kind of thing, where you get the util value from it, too. You get the vulnerable into the Sova ultimate here. There's so many spots where the ISO is just valuable. It's not just a fragger.
And how is it possible that Vitality's not expecting those kind of things? Like, for example, in this execute, they are seeing it. They know that those ultimates are available.
Now, of course, if you're taking a look at this, like, Safe had a decent showing on the Jet, but again, there wasn't really much else coming out of that because it was a 13-4 finish. And, you know, talk about that ISO. I gotta say, you know, you think about like other hero shooters in the past and stuff like that, you always got to talk about a tank character. I mean, ISO's literally that. Like, how many shots was he eating to give them those wins? That one fight that happened in Hell, that was big. He got 2 kills off of that. One of those was from a dink on the shield that protected him. He could have been cooked off of that, and yet he gets 2.
I just didn't see the ante either. Like, I really expected, like you were talking about Kakuka, a team that plays it so much would come out with some really nice ideas. And we were talking about, run the breach Tejo. So many different ways that you can try to play against this. They have to now mentally reset and go into our 3rd map here. And another issue that you were bringing up was the pistol round problems that they've been having, because they only won 1 in the entire series so far, and they immediately got eco'd.
Yeah, exactly, and into like a rampage of rounds. But right now, everything is on the comfort for T1, because as they're saying, right now was like 3 for 4, but it kind of fell like 4 for 4 because of the consequence of the rest of them. And we're speaking about always this trading, always accelerating the pace when needed, and sometimes, especially on the second one that we saw on this map, maybe Vitality not reacting fast enough, losing a little bit of the steam, and it puts us again in the same situation that we were on map 1.
And that actually is a great thing to note there, because there were a few times on like some of these executes where I noticed Vitality, a team that would typically be very quick on the response, were so slow to react on some of these plays. So it really is a credit to T1.
It's I don't think it has to do exclusively like with the composition. I feel like they were a little bit thrown off because of how they have the same ideas, but just
like
T1 did it much faster, and Meteor just feels so comfortable.
There was a guy there with the paranoia that could have just hit 4.
Hicks took so long to react to this trip being broken. I think that Vitality at the moment, what you're seeing is a team that's good individually, but they're not playing off each other well enough. And I think that's a key thing for them to improve on.
And there's so many layers onto this, because with them taking out the ISO, we also see Boss going on the operator. You're giving him that freedom when he's so good with it. It doesn't matter if he gets the kill or not, the pressure is there.
Vitality have got a lot of pressure on their shoulders now. It's, like you said earlier, a bit like free money for T1. They've done an amazing job showcasing that they're a good team on Haven, able to get the win. And now they've got a chance not just to be the top Korean team, but become top 3 in the world in this first tournament that this roster's going to this year. That's incredible.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but where were they ranked on the power rankings?
Oh, like the bottom. But like, of course they were. I feel like you look at this team and what they were showcasing coming into the tournament, they've grown, developed, and also their ideas have been proven to work. They've got big stage players. Buzz and Meteor are out there putting up big performances when it matters, showcasing that kind of tenacity can take you over distance.
You also have veteran leadership there in stacks, who you can always turn to at a moment's notice. Like, there's a lot that T1 can lean on here, but on the other...
अगर ऐसा हुआ ना, मैं कच्चे में डांस करूंगा बे वहाँ पे. सोच, इमेजिन करो भाई, इमेजिन करो मेन स्टेज में जैसे क्लच किया, मेन स्टेज में जाके कच्चा डांस देखने मिलेगा तुमको, कच्चा डांस.
Everything that happened, this is all that matters. This last map, Isu now going on the Euro, he's been having a good performance on Haven. He was feeling it, and with this double duelist, is going to be even better.
T1 plays an unusual style on this map. They play heavy anchor on the sites rather than playing pretty like off-site retake setups. Meteor tends to, in the first quarter, anchor towards B quite a lot. If Vitality have done their homework, they can come up with some really good specific game plans, but I'm not confident because of what we saw on Haven.
Yeah, my eyes go to Kicks number 1, because I think that this is one of his best maps, and to Les as well. Such a
majority I believe in T1.
A little bit of a sink down on the second one.
He's most definitely
thank you for the $5.
Vitality want a chance in this one, folks. It's all coming down to this. You got one map to determine which team moves on to tomorrow's lower final and which team goes home. We're sending home a region. Here's Achilleos and Paperthin for the call.
Yep, Shaurya.
One map to determine it all.
I always prefer
as we go into split, team play
my audience
will rule
more
the day,
than
something that was lacking from Vitality on Haven, something that T1 had in spades.
Supporting which team? T1, baby!
A long series, an overtime to start things off on that first map. A bit of a breezy one on the second. With the veterancy on the side of Vitality. have to suspect that they're going to be able to get that mental reset, to come back into this, to make up for those shortcomings.
बैन होने वाले हरकतें का मन कर रहा है, बंग्स में मत करो, बैन हो जाओ.
In either of these squads today, they know what's on the line and they're playing like it.
Uh-oh.
Prowler not going to get a spot here. Desk was highlighting it. We've highlighted it. Pistols, something that Vitality has very much struggled with. The one win immediately got echoed in the next round.
They're showing a bit of a different look early. They're trying to create some attention towards B. The last time they played this against ERX, they just went full A.
Reposition though. Meteor getting a bit of damage in. Sends out that bite. Strafing across in towards alley. Durka sat here on the box, but in the meantime, the exec is coming through onto the A side. Izu trying to stay sat here behind the screen, getting flushed out, but just frantically backpedaling over in towards elbow. They come piling out, but Safe runs out of bullets. Buzz now here, Spike on the floor. Trex dead. Durka still slowly trying to creep his way across. Just now past the defender's spawn. Screens, but eyes tied there by Sylvan. Now they know more player locations, but less. Fantastic headshot. Takes out Buzz. Takes out Izu. And now
Sylvan है भाई सामने.
And Les has got it. Whatever he was lacking on Haven, he's got it back. A 4K to get Vitality.
अंडी मंडी जो गाली दिया ना अंडी मंडी मैंने पहले बोला.
Absolutely disgusting stuff. I mean, this should be
Nitin bye, thank you for the membership.
But Les is going to snatch it away from them. Sylvan goes for the swing and pays the price.
मैंने दिया अंडी मंडी दिया ना.
Cinema.
Yeah, starting to get their energy back here. T1 looking like basically just a shorty on the commitment here. Smattering of utility.
That was a pretty good read from T1 in some ways. They were able to react quick enough. Shut that fake down. That's, yep, Izu just TP's out.
Doesn't TP very far.
Hey, Izu bhai, aapke HP nahi dikh rahe
damage,
baab.
24 health remaining on him. They know he likes to play around that screen, so I'm getting pre-fired through it.
Yep. Well aware. T1 was kind of curious coming into this if they were going to change comps again. Was with that shorty.
Double push into the smoke. It is. Kill found on the Durka.
LOL, डर के LOL. डर के भाई LOL.
Forward with that pistol. The other players. The ones with the Bulldogs. The Phantom. Was able to get a reposition here. Reading the lurk from Les. Which coming in.
LOL, LOL, Les by LOL.
Available, but it's still decent damage here. One kill for T1.
चलो.
That's gonna hurt the bank.
आराम से नेड वेड सब है.
They're quick to rotate over.
चलो कुछ का बात नहीं है. चलो नेड डालो. चलो.
Slow off the back of the Prowler.
ले आओ एक और smoke.
Main shell similarly lobbed in, just keeping things delayed. 22 seconds left here for Vitality. On going out, going to be cleared out here from Meteor. They know that one's going to be over at default. Flower to the check to push out of the smoke. Trex instantaneous with a headshot, finds another. Buzz up onto the raptor. Able to find two.
Buzz bolte.
As kicks with just a few seconds to spare. We'll be able to get the spike planted.
आराम से 1v1 नहीं.
Whittled away at down to 63 HP. And aftershock, a couple flashes, but nothing can be done. Out from garage, T1 once more. Give up a
विजय फॉर्म्स आया है सुनने में इस बार करूंगा कि नहीं पता नहीं यार अभी सोच रहा हूँ.
Nicely for the first kill in the mid. Trex does a great job breaking through the defenses on site, but Buzz is on the rafters and he's making it rain, baby. Woohoo!
Round 2, the final map.
Rujan by
See who
language.
qualifies into the lower final tomorrow. T1 respond with a MasterCard Thrifty. Looking like maybe some mild buys here for the side of Vitality.
अब यहाँ से जीत गए भाई. अब यहाँ से कुछ गलत नहीं हो सकता.
Kicks trying to make up his mind.
Next round T1 के पास अल्ट के रोटेशंस है. वो राउंड जीत जाएंगे. फिर बाद में इको जाएंगे. मतलब 4-1 तक का सफर एकदम स्मूथ है. एकदम स्मूथ. और डिफेंसिव मैप है. उसके बाद एक और राउंड जीत गया. गेम जीत गया. सिंपल बात है भाई. पूरा मैकेनिक्स वाली बात है. समझ रहे हो?
Swing out here in towards rampant kicks. And Stinger able to come up with value. Weapon now going to be scooped up here from Les. It's Vitality. Look to thrifty them right back.
हाँ तो मैं क्या बोला था देखो 3 बंदे ए साइड पे है
be taken
क्रॉस फायर
it
क्या
is
होता है पता है तुम लोग? क्रॉस
so
फायर होता है जब
scary.
एक इधर देखता है, एक इधर देखता है, एक उधर देखता है, कोई एक दूसरे
control
को
they
देख रहा
have
है,
in here.
तीनों मारते हैं, उसे
Give them a
कहते हैं
good
क्रॉस
opportunity
फायर.
to break through onto the
तो
site.
3 जन का
Question
हेवी
is
क्रॉस
with
फायर है,
Izu
हेवी.
right underneath.
Come on.
Going to be able to anticipate that position. Stacks playing an elbow.
Still has to be worried about an angle out here from Main. The Prowler going to be giving it away. Takes the TP, trying to sell that he has in fact repositioned. Trex bouncing his way up the ramp. Izu now striking.
मैप देखो, सैंडविच
35
हो
seconds
गया.
remaining. The push forward, Meteor takes a second, but aligns it.
Mare
Kicks
ka,
on the
mar,
corner.
mar.
Whittled away out even more.
Mar,
Now
flip
down to
line.
just 8 HP. The push in, Durka point blank. Off the paranoia, still able to find one.
Yeah!
But T1 will hold their ground. The early advantage, the early kill. Not leading to success
जिसको
here for
सपोर्ट करो
Vitality.
T1 बेबे.
And this is such a heady play from Izu. Gets identified by the utility. A nice win early here for
बैंकॉक
Vitality.
क्यों गया
but
यार, मैं
this
शॉपिंग
was
नहीं कर
something
पाया
Vitality was
इसलिए.
doing to T1, especially on Vine, where Util would confirm someone's position and they'd immediately rotate, and it would catch T1 off guard. Izu giving
कुछ लग
Vitality
रहे
a
हैं,
taste of
players
their own
कुछ
medicine
लग रहे हैं.
there. A great paranoia to back up Meteor. Even with that shotgun there, it's not able to find anything other than one kill. Op going to be invested in. It's going to be Izu grabbing it.
And immediately safe, just having to burn another teleport. It's out, stuck in behind the boxes.
Shadows traveling. It's just a
smoke on male Izu.
पता नहीं यार रेजो जी.
Vitality.
I have no idea.
A little bit
देखते
of
हैं.
info gained both ways. Buzz,
करेगा तो
excuse me,
आपको
Izu
जरूर
trying to
मालूम
take some
पड़ेगा.
space.
सब्सक्राइब करके
Sets
रखना.
up the gate crash as well.
He's re-swinging. The jiggle not going to go wide enough. Izu anticipating another one here. Peeks out. Safe,
W.
eliminated. Some spam here from Sylvan. A paranoia going to be sent in towards main to try to go ahead and slow things up. But Vitality, they've already hit the brakes.
Heavy slow down कर रहे हैं भाई T1 Vitality को.
Paint shell out from Buzz. Stop the push up from the ramp. Boombot, paint shell as well available to Durka. Boombot avoided for the moment, rides the rope, and Durka off on that angle.
क्या read आता है
It's not
बंदे को.
anticipated, but Stacks now filling
Short
space here.
short पे stacks. Short पे.
Tries to go for the haunt clear, solid distraction.
भाई क्या मारा है stacks ने, प्यारा मारा bro.
Now a 2v3. Already significant damage dealt. Dimensional drift now coming their way. One peek off the Raptor. We'll be able to spot them both out. Sylvan here, eliminated. Izu decides to back off for the moment. Still that off in hand, still time being bought, 10 seconds remaining. Swings out, does not have the shot. Hell of one there from Les. Snakebite at his feet. Takes him a little bit lower, down to 22. Meteor having to play into the pit. Trex nearly at full HP. Makes this almost nigh impossible for him.
मेरा दिल.
Almost a push in point blank. Perhaps a 180 here from Les. If he can find the first kill on the Trex, but he cannot. Solid heroics. Vitality managed to tie things 2-2.
I mean, Les is just unreal, dude. He is so good. Nice hold here from Stacks. Great play by Trex as well. Thing right off the back of his haunt.
भाई Les ने क्या बचाया बे.
You know, sometimes jump for joy.
The way they use the peak timing there. Someone jumps in front, the peak's behind.
बस के पास ulti है.
Not able to get the value you'd want, and Izu gets beat by Les with the crouch peak.
बस.
I thought perhaps Vitality would look to try to take that operator here in the attack half for them, but instead it's just going to be a send from
10
T1
सेकंड के
out
अंदर
the main.
45 है. 10 सेकंड के
Not
अंदर.
gonna give any chance to have those heroics, to have that bailout. Taking that off the rip, but Durka answers one back.
20 सेकंड के अंदर 44 है.
Viperless are the teams.
Trap set up around the corner. Izu using that gate crash.
It's just a Guardian.
Yep.
Not the greatest to try to shut down.
Crossfire.
Full garage push flood.
Crossfire देखो. Crossfire देखो जल्दी.
So far Durka able to dance around these shots. The Prowler not going to be checking this corner. He plays it patiently. The paranoia is waiting for it to expire. Sylvan in the garage. Mows down 2. And the trap works a treat. 3-2. T1 narrowly back into the lead. But for Vitality, a couple of these players, the economy a bit all over the place.
And these are ideas that weren't working for T1 against EDG. EDG was so good about sniffing these out. This is just so well played. The patience there, the paranoia timing, so good from Sylvan.
भाई T1 लेकिन कुछ भी बोलो भाई improve तो crazy हुआ यार
Showstopper off the rip as well. I mean, if you can get less, take that every time.
बहुत प्यारा
It's going to be a
है
weaker buy for Vitality. Maybe going to turn up the tempo with the Showstopper to boot. Nightfall as well in play. One away from a Rolling Thunder. 4 kicks.
Izu just somehow getting just a wallbang headshot there on to save. Turn on the flash from Buzz. Another one going to be layered in, but save. Bouncing forward, classic in hand. Buzz is getting picked off. The weapon here at the drop. Stacks here to try to protect it. Rides the rope back up to the opposite side. A bit of a jump scare there from Les, perhaps. Finds the one, but Durka out of range with the stinger. Does manage to bring this back to parity. The one weapon recovered.
This is so tough for T1 because they lost Heaven control and they're not able to re-clear it.
I know that Durka has that ultimate. Sylvan desperately trying to stay alive. The Haunt able to get the reveal. Durka flooding forward, chasing in, seeing the Tracer, trying to find him. Does get that kill, but now drop it down. Already has the spike out in main.
Oh my god, बच गए मेरे को लगा डर के ulti मार देगा
persevering through scrappy round after scrappy round.
A lot of these rounds come down to Sylvan's ability to buy time on these sites to set up his teammates to rotate in. A little bit of frustration there from Buzz. All's well that ends well. Stacks has stepped up, doing a great job working around the ropes, working around A Heaven. Stinger so nasty in the hands of Vitality, but able to weather the storm. RT1 operator in hand again. Stun there to back it off. A TP out. Don't want to mess around with it too much. A little bit of kind of a differentiation here for Vitality, anticipating that Izu might be there with that op again, using that stun to back him off, to gain that space, to gain a little bit more map control. As again, they're trying to show some presence over towards B. Buzz has to be very cautious.
On to try to check, he stays tucked in behind the box. The jiggle peek not spotting anything. Looks for the swoop out.
God,
so damn snappy. Less on the floor. Durka trying to reply. Couple shots through that wall. Nothing to write home about quite just yet.
Hey, loading मत यार अभी मत लेके आना ये.
Like the proactivity from T1. They get their kill and they don't overstay their
Hold
welcome. They don't try to hold down for the hero play. A lot of mid-aggression.
TP from Sylvan checks forward in towards main. Boombot sent Meteor tucking back into Mail. Able to avoid this.
So smart.
The push coming through, and it is not red. It is not giving credence. Kicks on the floor. Meteor overextending out into mid. Does end up getting punished. A bit of an opener now. It's Izu tucking back. Paranoia hits, but he still has the shot. Showstopper out. Durka finding one. But Izu continues to massacre.
Oh my
one after the other.
God, bro. Oh my God.
He beats them back.
That is unbelievable.
Oh,
game sense from Izu. He reads this play so well.
Did he have a glimpse?
He did. Might have just been a timing. Meteor placed that smoke so well. Nope. He just timing it. And then he expects the push from Heaven. Knows Durka's there. Durka's trying to spam, and some frustration from Les. T1's getting fired up. Smiles from the IGL.
Vamos from Autumn. Wasn't able to get that victory for his birthday yesterday, but I think he'd still happily take one here. But this is still far from over. Vitality, a timeout call, first one on this final map of the set.
6-2
still right the ship.
थोड़ा एक दो round थोड़ा
Plenty more
buffer.
rounds still to be played. But they need
6-6
to
is a good half,
an
लेकिन
answer
एक
on
दो
how
round
to
buffer
break
के लिए
through
चाहिए.
this
I
defensive
think
line.
8-4.
I thought maybe it would come through the
9-3
play
भी
of
चलेगा.
Trex. We've seen some good moments with him, with the Prowlers, with the Haunts, but the follow-up hasn't always been there, and T1's been really good at just getting those
No
early
idea,
picks,
Shubham,
giving
but T1
themselves
is
that
playing
man
insane.
advantage, and playing off the back of that, using that information.
Dinesh भाई, लोग के
being
specs
very
बहुत अच्छे
patient,
रहते हैं.
not over-aggressing, not
Exactly
trying
क्या है
to
पता नहीं,
make
लेकिन
those
अच्छे
hero
हैं.
plays, waiting things out. And for Vitality, it's frankly been hero
No
play.
idea,
Them their 2
Vector.
rounds. It's been less. And you know, with the op in play, with all these other things, T1 starting to really lock down these sites, starting to do something they couldn't do the last time. So the adjustments, no time really, and they're still able to come through.
HL right at Turkish feet, yeah. Tears him up. 48 health, Izu opting to pause on the shot. Repositions, tries to check over towards this sewer side, but knows that there's going to be some pressure coming his way. And as he arrives over at screen, he's able to get a little bit of damage across, but Buzz now once again repositioning. TP forward into the side from safe.
This is going to have to be a full
Let's
flood
spike
retake here
gira sakte
for T1. Buzz's position identified. Can't find Durka.
Cleared there on the left, but as he peeks out, doesn't get that kill. He's made an attempt. Buzz says, I'll give my life for the cause! And he comes away with 2! Easy with a shorty in hand. Less Meteor going to be taken down now. A frantic pivot called. But they're so far separated, worlds apart. Just a stinger and a frenzy.
Should be able at the very least to get the plant on B. The question is how much more damage can Safe do?
Izu waiting, lurking. Prowler spotting. It's not going to be a plant on B. Trex was trying to rotate back around, catch them off guard here at Heaven. Seems like T1, well, they absolutely know now.
Plant karega, free plant, chalega.
He's going to hightail it away, try to go for that
Chalega,
money.
not a problem. 6-2 run jit gaye.
Try to give himself some kind of odds here in this round, but it would truly be miraculous with that stinger and 25 HP. Pull off anything, because there's stacks in Heaven. Spike planted, yes, but
No idea, Sanket.
in the hands of T1.
They're just making great micro adjustments, our T1.
Read
Buzz in his
that.
position at the top of ramp, avoiding the re-clear attempt. The util that came out from Vitality.
Is it texture sitting behind?
This is the mark, and he's able to find 2 off the back of it. The paint shell's there to clean him up.
बंदा वहाँ पे
Izu
खेल
just
रहा है
waiting
already.
with the shorty.
What are these
कुछ
timings?
करेगा गेटिव.
No. Might have gotten a little info from somebody in Heaven.
I heard something either. Either that. Either way. 6-2.
इजो अल्टे मीटर अल्टे मिड पे आने वाला है.
Vitality just continuously getting knocked back, needing to find a little round win streak to try to close out this half.
Feel like it's got to be here. Oh, what a shot from
That is
Lass.
a nasty one. Operator dismantled.
भी करता
Reading it
रहता है
perfectly. That's the kind of punish that we were seeing happen to T1 versus EDG. That overextend, that confidence from Izu, getting punished in main.
Now you've got 2 big ultimates for Vitality. You've got the Nightfall, you've
क्या
got the
मस्त शॉट
Rolling
मारा
Thunder.
ना.
This has to be your round.
Up back into the hands here from Buzz. Where do they send the ult from? Lug to get into the cubby here. Les, can he do it again? The answer's not quite. Elbow spotted. Buzz on the re-peek. Now goes up a showstopper!
What the fuck?
And Kicks is dead! Ults be damned!
What the fuck,
Buzz will
bro?
not allow them to use them!
अकेले बंदे ने पूरा राउंड निकाल दिया. 7-2. वो लोग पास पैसे हैं.
Not
थोड़ा
like
बहुत
this.
पैसे.
Unbelievable stuff from
बाप
Buzz.
रे.
But you felt you had
Even
to start feeling like
कुछ तो हो
Vitality
गया है, bro.
had a chance. They're able to take Izu out of the round.
कुछ
He's
तो हो
been
गया.
so good.
पता नहीं विजिट देखते हैं.
But instead, Buzz says, nah, I'm good with the op too.
Save है.
I'm just going to scoop it up. And you're not going to expect it.
Cover going on.
Has to be a save. This has just been a completely different T1 team from what we saw in Split versus EDG. They're just so much better with their decision making today.
It's a different T1 team, but it's also a different Vitality from what we saw that led them here to this very moment.
They
Where's
beat
that
DRX.
bite? Where's that bite? Where's that tenacity?
Yeah. They beat DRX on this map. It was close. They're just, I mean, yeah,
Shot
okay,
था
great.
बे.
Les is so ready for that. Oh, just saw the
ये भी
elbow.
शॉट था.
Ready for the re-peek. And then poor Kicks is just watching. That was my reaction too.
They are doing this fan dirty.
गया भाई ये कैमरामैन गया
What is worth,
बे.
the menthol thing smells great.
आराम
They do.
ज्यादा.
I'm enjoying them.
Cameraman का हो गया भाई.
Once again, looking for a pacey push over towards ramp. Once again, eating some damage. This time, not quite as much, but still chipped away at by that pain shell from Buzz.
And a great differentiation in the setups here for T1. Putting Izu really far back onto B, sliding Sylvan over to control Male, and then you've got 3 on A to shut down.
Oh, let's go.
Looks like the answer's going to be no. Less. Another solid early kill. But needing to find some more around the rest of the map. Boombot Prowler checking these angles. Bite lobbed in here from Meteor. Hold them at bay here for the moment.
अब यहाँ पे stun आने वाला.
Cycled back
जिधर
across
Fred
the
खड़ा है.
vent. Stacks. Forward position, peeking into main.
क्या लगता है?
Trying to replicate the heroics from Buzz in the previous round, but isn't going to have an op in hand. So just go ahead and tuck back around the corner. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Not going to connect here on the stacks. He stays quiet for the time being here behind the wall, waiting for his moment, and he absolutely botches it. Barely any damage found as the plant comes through, and this is the exact kind of opening that Vitality desperately needed.
ठीक है, कोई sin नहीं. But रुक जाओ, मीटर का round हो सकता है ये crazy वाला.
Want to try to turn this around. Finds the first. The TP can't be completed. Zay picked off the dimensional drift, now in play a 3v3 as he notes him in the corner. And Meteor tears him asunder. Both over towards elbow. Meteor on for the ace. Sprays away, cannot get it. Izu steals it.
कौन सा टीम देख रही है?
Extinction level event that is Meteor. A classic lurk. As soon as the smokes go down in mid and Meteor doesn't see anyone, he's immediately on his horse, lurking to find this angle. And he does. Catches Les completely off guard into the dimensional drift to get the info for him. And that's got him on his feet. You don't see that every day. Buzz is peeking the mic. He's
क्या
so
language
fired
है
up.
Jinx?
Unbelievable.
2 more rounds to be played out in the half.
भाई मजा आ गया बे.
Across these first 2.
पहला prediction right है मेरा.
Can they get there? As they so desperately need to. The Nightfall, a pit. It's currently available, perhaps a showstopper during this round or in the next.
Buzz here just trying to suss out how many players are there. Not going to try to go for the aggressive play this time. Thinks better of it after what happened in the previous round. Stack's going to confirm some presence with the Prowler. That doesn't seem to be getting a call from the IGL. The Boombot
Late हो गया rotation T1 का. ये round गया.
Players over here.
Jiggle ping. Spawning.
ये round गया.
Likelihood at least 3 out there in
बहुत
main.
late rotation है.
Buzz trying to get positioned. Anticipating this flank here from that ramp side. Vitality needing to have some heaven control. Swings off the paint shell and is able to find one turret. Going to be put down, and Meteor intercepts Les, not allowing him to escape. In the meantime, the rest of Vitality have not scaled forward. They have not gained control of the site.
Meteor's going on a walkabout. They're thinking about this, getting ready for the Nightfall. But T1 is fanned out. Aware of this all.
Izu's still a world away. Trying to see if they're going for this late pivot. The Nightfall will confirm the attack here onto the A site. Stacks this time finds the opening hit.
Down A.
Meteor going to be taken down. But the time starting to dwindle. Trex going to be noted. Stacks sees in position. Won't be able to swing out. Won't be able to try to interrupt this plant here. Just tucks back over towards screens.
Bring them down.
The ping's flying. The fake out sent. Cover going out. Smoke cycle. The paranoia dodged by 1. Trex blinded up. Tries to hide here in the smoke, trying to find some safety. Safe. The first shot, Trex finding the other. Now all on Stacks, pushing forward, finds the first one. Some frantic spray, but down to 30 HP. Shots ringing out. The health is just not there for him.
Let's go.
Trex will narrowly get Vitality over the line.
बच गया क्या? मैं किसके तरफ हूँ?
Oh, desperation here for Vitality, but they're able to pull it off. Nice work by Trex on the backside of this. The util keeping
कोई ना, 8-4B is a good up.
The
8-4B is a good
into
up.
a seize.
लेकिन होगा 9-3.
Some great holds there. Able to outduel him in the long run. Let's go. With the damage already done.
पकड़ा गया हैं?
Coming through
Green
and
flag.
trying to will his team to victory. 8-3, and like you were saying, it's been 8-4 every time. Buzz with the op.
Sees the jiggle peek. Durka didn't catch enough of a glimpse, and it was a very risky jump back across. But just gonna go for the weapon swap.
It's not much info given over for T1 with the way that Vitality's been playing. They're so hard to read.
Doesn't clear him. And Izu, he's able to find the jiggle. Expects another player. Fault line will confirm it for him. It just takes the gate crash out, and that means that that pit cannot come into play. It cannot be a factor in Vitality
Need भी है
getting up to a fourth round win in the half.
रोका दिया
Trying to find a way to break through the defenses at mid, but T1's got everything here.
Smoke डालो mid hello
Again on to Durka. 2 kills to try to find a showstopper. Let's just quietly going over in towards mid. The double peek.
30 seconds left.
So that's going to be the lion's share of the team. Durka trying to scale forward here. Buzz takes position inside of the smoke. Some shots frantically coming through. Goes for the peek out. Trex is there with covering fire on the exit out from sewer. The Nightfall goes across. The decay is in, and Durka gets picked off on entry. Time now dwindling. 10 seconds remaining.
8 seconds
Sylvan gets rid of save.
जीत गया 9-3
Trex needs to be the hero. A safe planned attempt, but they held him down. 8-4, no more. T1 get out to a monster
पिस्तौल
lead.
जीत जाए बस मजा ही आ जाएगा
T1 trying to show Vitality the door out of this tournament. Can they do it? A 9-3 lead, is that good enough on split?
लियो भाई मैच होने दो ना पहले क्वेश्चन पहले आ जाता है कर्ज होएगा कद्दू नहीं होएगा कर्ज चैट वी आर क्लोज टू 7 के लाइक जितने लाइक ने किया है लाइक कर दो कर्ज नहीं होएगा कर्ज नहीं होएगा करते हैं डबल ड्यूलेशन ना टी1 घुस जाएगा एकदम हैवी घुसेगा नहीं होगा कर्ज नहीं हो सकता ब्रिज कॉम्बो से दोनों निकलेंगे बेड्यूलिस्ट
We are back. T1 looking to make a statement here in this final map as they look to earn their way.
ADG आउट नहीं है कल है मैच ADG का ये दोनों में से जो जीतेगा उनके सामने मैच है
For a shot at the organization's first trophy in Valorant for Meteor's second Masters victory.
And this has been the side of the map where T1 can heat up, where they can do damage with this double duelist comp. So much pressure going to be on some of those side anchors. Less safe in particular.
But क्या evolve होते हैं ना teams
We know they can do it, but they're going to have to dig deeper than they have this year so far to try to find a way back into this.
वो देखो wingman spike के साथ
Looking so good. Izu 15-4, Buzz 12-9. The duelist stepping up to the plate on that defender side. What can they get done here on this attacker side as we go into the last half of this match?
Vitality not only need this pistol, but they need to not drop the anti-eco on the other side. Buzz very quickly storming his way forward. He gets a catch on the kicks.
क्या बोला था क्या बोला था
are blown wide open.
क्या बोला था
Alert from safe here on the site. Within the smoke, there's some noise heard, but less caught off guard.
Yeah,
the push out, the triple kill. Another pistol
गुस्से
to
में
T1.
डबल डुलिस्ट मतलब
4-2.
जो होगा तो देखा
And now
जाएगा
10-3 here on the final map.
And what a combo that they set up to break through Mail.
देखा ना
It is afterburners engaged here for T1. Buzz just bypassing all that util, and then they're gonna completely crunch them. That frenzy working a treat here for Sylvan, and he's so ready for Les's timing to come out of that smoke in B Heaven.
चलो तीनों राउंड
Just great awareness. T1 is so mentally prepared for this map and the way that Vitality wants to play. Got to give some credit here to the coaching staff for getting them ready, because they look so strong. Still some work to do. Vitality, can they find an eco of their own? Can they turn this map around?
Have to be on the back of Les. Has that sheriff in hand.
चलेगा
Had
जीत
that
गए
4K to start off this map, but 2 players down. Les will find a very solid headshot. Stack's going to be on the floor.
हमारा लेस
Further
है
damage. Will hit the economy here for T1.
They're going to make a wrap off of this. Try to come from an unexpected
9
angle.
बजे आएगा 9:30 bro
Still have a little bit of util to use. Prowler in a C's.
Rex is going to be needing some attention pulled in the opposite direction. He's just quite low on health. Paint shell set. Buzz swinging out. He'll get taken down. The paint shell able to find one. It's Sylvan.
कौन
Been
है
so damn clutch here for the team before. He's looking to do it again.
डर
But
के
this time he cannot. Vitality. What an answer back. Pulling off the eco.
Just disgusting stuff from Durka. All he needs is a ghost. Last with the sheriff, finds a huge kill here. Oh my god, that is so nasty. There's a great paint shell to flush Sylvan out, and he knows it. Is that the old content edition?
I would like to think so, but that'd be a deep cut reference for this crowd. Who knows? Either way. Bucky, Guardian, still some heft behind this from T1. They've been so good at pulling off these ecos. They want to try to do it again. Completely turn this on its head and not allow for an in. Safe, however, very snappy to readjust. Finds the kill onto Stacks. Durka on this lurk, but Izu has managed to find one. Chase is coming in. Buzz with a Bucky. It's been his gun of the tournament. And as he goes storming forward into B Heaven, he will get taken down.
चिल्ड्रन का ब्लाइंड ही ले लेता ज्यादा स्पेस मिल
Still left
जाता
in Ramen. As Meteor is going around the world on this one. Sylvan's going to pick it up, try to make his way all the way through, but I think they're going to hear this.
Footsteps should be able to be noted here. Meteor's position, highly unlikely. As the Clash comes in and Kicks does get the better of
स्पेस
him.
में बोला उसने
Phenomenal read from Kicks.
Absolutely necessary kill. As for Sylvan, from here, doesn't even want to go for the orb tap. Let's just try to see if he can get a little bit of extra value, and he shall.
Wow.
Safe shut down. 30 seconds. If he pivoted now,
30 seconds left.
could make a go of it, but he wants to try to clutch this out, where he was able to get his 1v5 ace. Can he do it once more to get T1 up to 11?
Same site. Get hit by the stun though.
Stunned up, does manage to clear that haunt. Aftershock to flush him to the side. The Prowler still trying to hunt. 13 left in the magazine. Finds the
ओ
first,
भाई
but
बच
kicks
गया
out in
अगर
front of the
पहले वाले
spray.
बंदे को मार
With
देता
a
मेरी
sole
बूटी
survivor
पैक
of
हो
Vitality.
जाती यार बच गया
To get their first consecutive round win on split.
आदित्य भाई थैंक यू फॉर द
Took out now 5
मेंबरशिप
rounds.
A lot of damage done by T1 here.
इतना देर सांस रोक के
Safe
नहीं
though.
बैठ सकते यार चैट
Doing a great job holding down that B push. Then he's the one up here in heaven, waiting. Buzz with open arms, shuts it down, and that's just phenomenal awareness from Kicks. Meteor was on alert from the get-go. You're taking so much space. And
That's how Sax was believing in it.
Yep.
डैमेज तो था डैमेज तो था
Sylvan would be able to work his magic once again, and he does get damn close.
Showstopper for Durka. Got to keep your eyes on that. They're looking for this trap play. They've got the breach up top.
Sent in, but it's gonna go for the gate crash target, and Sylvan on the peek out. He's able to find one. Trex. He's just storming into the garage, delivering his own demise. desperately trying to trade. Rocket into heaven, won't find much, but
Well, Chad, well. If you do trap plays, we are gonna untrap the trap and trap you inside the untrapped trap of the untraps.
What a counter! T1's one step ahead of them there. I thought this was going to be great. Durka's going to fly in. He's going to blow him up. Trex is going to follow behind. They're going to knock T1 out of the round. But no, they're so ready. Izu's there to bait. He TP's out, and then they all step in. They flood through.
अभी वो लोग का पैसा देखो Vitality का मैच पॉइंट देना पड़ेगा मैच
Stax wins a battle in mid to take down Les, and that's round over.
Still waiting. Where are
Ridiculous. Ridiculous how good the mental has been for T1 in these last two maps. And to think they
पहला मैच
lost
भी
in
अच्छा खेला
overtime
मतलब थोड़ा सा
on the
left
first
right हो
map,
गया
on their
लेकिन
map
अच्छा
pick.
खेला था
And they've just been in cruise control ever since.
Just not allowing for any chance for Vitality to get steadied. I mean, Sylvan he's stunned up, but he's still able to find that headshot. You can see the desperation, and Trex just trying to get himself over there, to get something back into their favor.
See the disbelief there on our co-streamers' faces. Believe me, I'm feeling it too. I could not believe that. I thought T1 was in trouble. They had him red.
राहुल भाई क्या लैंग्वेज है बहुत सही
Clear the bot. Couple rifles.
बड़ा स्ट्रीमर है
Mess
ना
with
वो
that sheriff. Always that danger man. Stacks again. Trying to give some attention towards mid. Izu gets a spot on the safe. He's the only one here on the beat. It seems to be the direction that T1 is leaning in. Tickle of damage from Meteor onto Les. The rotation's already coming through for Vitality. This is taking a long time to set up for T1.
Crash out. Pain Shell try to force them back around the pillar. Swing coming through. Another player really being able to see the punts. It'll spot out the leg there below the smoke. Drop down from Kicks. Setties the spray. Finding Meteor, but less Kicks now. Both dead. Two players left alive, Durka and Trex. One with just a stinger. One with no health.
It's a
one fully flashed into the corner. As Buzz comes up with 3. T1 up to match point.
Unbelievable, that clone.
Guys,
so
हम
much
लोग
value.
जीत गए
He wasn't sure.
हाँ
T1 just explodes onto the site. Buzz
Pacific
there.
strong Pacific strong guys
Of safe, is able to spray him down. Great readjustment from Sylvan after clearing the haunt. There's just no hope, stuck in that corner. Util being thrown their way.
अब चाहे कुछ भी हो भाई
On the
भाई
ropes.
5 मैं बोल दो 4 राउंड थ्रो करो 5 जन का अल्टी का एक साथ एक साइड पे 5 अल्टी दबा दो यार
Looking to face EDG
क्या
again.
ये गया भाई
Everything comes down to this last timeout.
but not strong more than G2 उधर भी अपसेट करेंगे इसके बाद वो लोग का कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल अप होएगा
to try to run this
और
back.
मारेंगे
We have
T1
seen
समझ रहे हो
miracles on the global stages. We have seen teams overcome.
That we are close to 7k likes 200 लोग बचे हैं so if you are the cute 200 जिसने लाइक नहीं किया है इसको लाइक कर दो इसके बाद हम आएंगे 9:30 को लाइव with the normal stream of normal game of the Jord of the Valorant.
If they're going to be able to make it happen, but it has to start from here. Some critical ultimates nearly there for Vitality. If they can get that ball rolling, if they can get that 6-round win, there's a chance to try to snowball this into another overtime.
Can't even full buy. Guardian and a Bulldog. Safe and Trex respectively. Izu's clone gonna be cleared. Stacks one away from a Nightfall.
No charges.
And that sees to buy a little bit of extra space. Izu gets shot at, trying to tap the spike. Gonna return in kind. A little bit of fire. A lot of attention. Again, trying to showcase they're going towards B, but TP over. Excuse me. Move over to the other side, and here we go. T1's chance.
NHL over towards that screen corner. Keeps kicks back. Out into the open and Meteor. Takes his head clean off. First kill advantage now the second. As Meteor looks to take over the round.
Let's go, Meteor!
The IPL, the captain, the only one, and he cannot get it done! 13-5! T1 earn their position in the lower final. A rematch versus EDG tomorrow. As Meteor looks for his second
Let's fucking go, man!
These are two
भाई
teams
जीत गया
to win trophies this year, going head to head, and it's going to be
यार
Pacific
स्टैक्स के लिए
T1,
अच्छा लग रहा है यार
their
डर
best
के
step
भाई सच्ची आपके लिए
in a
बुरा लग रहा है
three-match
लेकिन
series
स्टैक्स के लिए
after
अच्छा लग
losing
रहा है
in
यार
brutal overtime in Lotus.
हाँ
They smoked
सेफ और डर के भाई के लिए बुरा लग रहा है
Vitality
लेकिन
split.
स्टैक्स बाय
On to a
ओपी
best of 5 tomorrow against EDG.
हाँ
What an insane performance. What
डब्ल्यू
mental
टीम भाई
resilience
सिल्वन और मीटर जो
shown
उठे हैं ना
here by this veteran Korean team.
जो उठे हैं ना ये लोग सिल्वन और मीटर भाई उठे भाई
A hell of a performance here at the tournament. A scary team for sure to look forward to seeing more of at these global events throughout this year. That squad is stacked. That squad is not
Never
going
look back.
to go quietly into the night. They're going
मत
to look for a
देखो
bounce back. They're going to look for revenge. But for
भाई
T1,
मजा आ गया बे
we have to acknowledge
कल और
the
परसों दो बेस्ट ऑफ
expectations
5 है
put on this team by the community, often rated down towards the bottom of this tournament. But the lineage of
fighting.
T1 of SK Telecom
माफ करें
throughout their history in esports,
डब्ल्यू बे
excellence, of dominance, of bringing home trophies.
मजा आ गया
My
बे
God,
मजा आ गया
they may just be able to do it if they can get through EDG
ये
and get a crack at G2.
सुनो थोड़ा सेलिब्रेशंस पे काम चाहिए हमको वी नीड टू वर्क ऑन लिटिल बिट ऑफ सेलिब्रेशंस ने बस ये मतलब क्या है ये थोड़ा चाहिए एकदम डांस पीस चाहिए भाई चलो इसी के साथ ये स्ट्रीम समाप्त 20 लाइक्स लेफ्ट फॉर 7K लाइक्स जल्दी से लाइक कर दो अब हम मिलेंगे 9:30 को विद द नॉर्मल कैजुअल जॉर्ड गेम प्ले स्ट्रीम क्या मैं मेन आईडी से आऊंगा क्या रात को मेन आईडी से मेंबर्स ओनली रैंक पुश होएगा जानने के लिए बनी रही है यही एपिसोड में आज क्या होगा एपिसोड 1 मिलता है गाइस बाय 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 डब्ल्यू पैसिफिक WT1 कांग्रेचुलेशंस फुल सपोर्ट करेंगे कल भी T1 जीतेगी फुल सपोर्ट टू पैसिफिक ठीक है चटको भाई कांगकांग भाई चलो कांगकांग भाई चलो घर पे चलो बाय 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 गाइस आदियोस चढ़े में पादियोस टेक केयर सी बाय मिलते हैं 1 घंटे में पट से बाय
chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.